to round 5 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. The questions are, will Hikaru Nakamura, the clear leader, remain atop the field at the end of the day, or will one of the many contestants closely trailing him catch up? And can anyone stop Vaishali? Is Lei Ting-jae the woman who can do what no one else has in 9 classical games and beat the young star from India? All this and much, much more right now from Stavanger.
Norway, land of breathtaking natural beauty, rich cultural heritage, and home to the greatest chess player ever, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has played host to one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world, and this year is no exception. Magnus has claimed the top prize in 4 of the last 5 years, failing last year after a disappointing showing that saw him go winless in the classical portion of a tournament for the first time in 16 years. He had to watch as Hikaru Nakamura defeated Fabiano Caruana in an epic battle on the last day to take the title. Both Hikaru and Fabi return this year to take on Magnus and the rest of this elite field. Joining them will be the reigning world champion Ding Liren and young phenoms Alireza Firouzja and Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu, who will look to continue the form that led to their recent candidates' births. This year will also be notable as Norway Chess will be the first ever classical super tournament to have the same prize fund for the open and women's sections. The 2 tournaments will play out side by side, and Norway Chess Women looks to be just as intriguing as the open section. Current women's world champion Zhu Wenjun will face off against the formidable field of Kuneru Humpi, Lei Ting-jae, Anna Muzichuk, Vaishali Ramesh Babu, and the legendary Pia Kramling. Who will emerge victorious in the land of the Vikings? This is Norway Chess.
Mis amigos, indeed.
I cannot believe it. You're doing it again.
I am doing it again. This is Norway Chess, as Grandmaster David Howell says every day in our show opener. And this is round 5. And that, some new shots, some new aerials of beautiful Stavanger. It's an amazing city. So much fun was had on the rest day by all. I'll speak for myself and say I had a great time. I know that everyone else got up to some really fun stuff, but we are back and ready for some really fun chess that is going to go down surely here in round 5 as we welcome everybody here to Stavanger. We get set to go down to the playing hall and check out what's going on with the players. No, maybe we'll welcome you into the studio here, but either way, we're getting underway here again. The rest day was awesome. We feel refreshed. We feel ready to go. International Master Danny Wrench, International Master Anna Rudolph, and Grandmaster David Howell. David, your favorite part of the rest day? You get one.
A boat trip. Some other chess players were there too. Beautiful, refreshing, you name it. It was fantastic.
Anna?
Well, I was working on the rest day, but it was very special because I recorded a really, really secret but unique video with Anna Kramling, Anna and Anna.
It was great. I can confirm said secret content did go down. Ton of fun. I also was doing some content as well, and we are getting ready for some chess content ahead. So much to talk about here. Round 5 going to get set in just a few. I'm going to dive in and start previewing all the things that we do want to break down. But before we get any further, we always say we love it here at Norway Chess for so many reasons, not just the beautiful city and the great organization, but the format itself is thrilling. It has people on the edge of their seats to the end of the day. They're setting the stage, setting the bar, if you will, having the first elite event for classical chess to have the same prizes for both men and women. There's so much going on here. But instead of me continuing to remind you, let's let our great explainer video by that sexy accented man at the end of the table tell you more.
Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will both feature a 6-player double round robin for a total of 10 rounds. The time control will be 120 minutes with a 10-second increment starting from move 41. No draw offers will be allowed until after Black's 30th move. All drawn games in the classical time control will be immediately followed by an Armageddon game with the same colors. White will receive 10 minutes on the clock, while Black will begin with 7 minutes. A 1-second increment will begin from move 41 for both players. In the event of a draw, black wins. Players receive 3 points for a win in the classical game and 0 points for a loss. In the event of an Armageddon game, the winner will receive 1.5 points, while the loser will receive 1 point. For the first time in a classical super tournament, the prize fund for the open and women's sections will be identical. If 2 players tie for first place at the end of the 10 rounds, a 2-game blitz playoff will decide the winner. If 3 or more players are tied for first, those players will play a double round robin instead, with additional tiebreaks if needed. The winners will be crowned this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women's champions.
The winners will be crowned the champions of this year's Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And to get it done, as we broke down there, they got to do it in a double round robin format. That means you play everybody, each person with each color. Time control is 2 hours base with 10 seconds bonus time added per move, only starting with move 41. That keeps us fast-paced and moving early on. And as we've said many times, what makes it special is they lock the doors until you have a winner here. No player exits the building. Whether it's in Classical or whether it's in Armageddon, you will have someone feeling victorious, someone walking away with a loss of some kind at the end of the day. So, all right, that's it. That is our that's our start. We're getting ready to dive in here. We've got so much to talk about ahead. I'm going to save our preview for the pairings, and we've got Jovi joining us in a little bit, and she's going to do the breakdown. But it's been a rest day, so let's actually jump right into the results and remind everybody what happened, and then we'll kind of go through it. And as we bring up the scores that were our last day in round 4, I'm going to ask you, Anna, to go first. Your biggest takeaway as far as the result. There was so much decisive chess in Classical, but you get one takeaway from our last event day.
One takeaway when there were
I know you get
5 decisive Classical
one.
games. The one game, I guess if I need to name one game, I would say Magnus Carlsen winning with the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. It started out as a very solid, very balanced Italian opening. Seemed like a replay of the 2018 World Chess Championship match where they had 12 draws against each other, and eventually Magnus defended his title in a tiebreaker. But no, Magnus managed to do what he does best, squeeze water out of stone, and that was vintage classic Magnus. And that was his first win here in Norway at Norway Chess in 2 years' time. Last year he didn't win a single game in Classical, and here that was the very first game. He badly needed it after the loss against Praggnanandhaa.
Well said. He joined us in studio, and it was awesome to get an interview with him. David, your thoughts on any of the other big results that we saw there before our first rest day?
Yeah, my one big thought is that Classical Chess still alive, still kicking. Yeah. But Vaishali, I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Also a win with black, also leading the tournament, and maybe one of the informed players in the world right now.
And also a victory where she kind of grinded water out of a stone too against Pia Kramling. Okay, we'll talk more about that as we continue to move along. But after the results, we quickly show you first the standings there in the open section. Hikaru Nakamura with his victory is in clear first, but so many people closely behind him. And as you saw already in the format, a win in Classical gets you 3 points. So it's really anybody's lead potentially at the end of the day when we're talking about Norway Chess, which keeps you on the edge of your seat. We saw it already earlier in the event in round 3. Fabiano Caruana entered with 2 points and got a victory. Of course, as Anna just said, he ran into the vintage, old school Magnus Carlsen, who was not going to be denied. And as he said in the interview, as the game went on, his appetite, he used that term, he got hungry for the victory, and Magnus ultimately got it done. Let's quickly jump into the women's standings, because you did mention, David, that Vaishali was your other big takeaway. So let's show everybody where that sits. The youngest player in the field did indeed defeat the oldest player in the field, Pia Kramling, in a rook ending that frankly was kind of a boring game all game, but that's how the great players get it done. And sometimes that's even more impressive than blowing someone off the board, to see a young player like Vaishali do what she did. And Anna, she's in the lead by 2.5 points right now over world champion Zhu Wenjun.
It is absolutely crazy, and as you mentioned in the introduction to today's round, she has had this streak going on from the end of the candidates tournament in Toronto a month ago, where she won her last 5 games in classical chess, and here the first 4 rounds, winning some in classical and drawing some, but never losing a single game. So it's a 9-game streak against extremely strong opponents. Can Lei Tingjie stop her will be the main question. But based on Vaishali's form, I think she is very safe and sound on that first spot.
When was the last time you had 9 straight classical games without a loss?
It's been a while, Danny. It's been a few years, longer than I can remember. It's impressive. I mean, definitely not at this level, where it's literally the best players in the world. So impressive from Vaishali.
So impressive. It is crazy impressive. There's so much impressive chess ahead. We know it. We're going to now shift our focus from what has happened to what might happen ahead, what will happen. And with us, joining us now, you know her. She's awesome. Jovi bringing the hits. Jovanka, what do you got for us as we set the table for round 5?
Thank you, guys. Well, the floodgates were opened in round 4. 5 classical wins and Hikaru surging to the top of the table. But yesterday was a rest day, which means the players had extra time to prepare, of course. Now, Magnus returns to the board with the white pieces against Alireza, and Magnus was in fine form in round 4, but then so was Alireza. And when you couple that with Alireza beating Magnus not once, but twice at the Chessable Masters finals, well, this makes this one unpredictable. Moving on, Hikaru is going to be facing Ding Liren. It's deja vu from the Candidates 2022, when Ding beat Hikaru in the final round to take that infamous 2nd spot. There will be content today. And it's going to be a big battle between Praggnanandhaa and Fabiano, as they are determined to bounce back from their earlier losses. For Fabi, it's all about building on that candidate success he had against Prag, but Prag is determined not to let lightning strike twice. In the Norway Chess women, Vaishali is looking to extend her lead as she has white against Lei Tingjie. But remember, both of these players are sitting on some incredible candidates preparation, and with their combative style, do expect those opening surprises. And for Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun, it's going to be about trying to find that classical win. She's playing the luckless Humpy Kanaru, but it is Humpy the one who has the positive track record and the determination to bounce back from her losses. And finally, it will be epic between Anna Muzichuk and Pia Kramlin. Anna told me herself that her win in round 4 felt like her first win in years. And when you feel like that, you feel lucky. Back to you in the studio.
Great breakdown there from Jovi. I feel like she touched on so many amazing storylines coming into this round. Love the shout out to the double comeback victory by Alireza Firouzja over Magnus Carlsen in our last Champions Chess Tour event. That is something to keep our eye on. Shows you that Firouzja has no fear of that guy, and right now has a 4-0 score in classical, but Firouzja would like to change that. Ding Liren and Hikaru, I mean, we're obviously going to be throwing back to talking about the candidates many times, and of course so much ahead with Ding Liren being the world champion, and the fact that Hikaru is second, and weird rumors about what might happen if Ding Liren decided that he was ready to call it quits there. Praggnanandhaa and Fabiano, going to be a great one. Fabi with a 2-0 score there. And then, as we said, the Vaishali-Lei Tingjie matchup is the one that we really all have our eyes on, because can anyone slow down Vaishali? She has not lost in 9 straight classical games, and now she's white today. Ju Wenjun and Humpy Kanaru, they've got history there. And Anna Muzichuk with a 1-0 lead in 10 draws versus Pia Kramling. Looks like we're diving in now to the playing hall soon. We've got players at the boards arriving. It's great to see. They're taking their seats. A big yawn there from Ding Liren. Maybe a little sleepy right now here, Anna.
Maybe, and also Hikaru looking different. Is that a clean shave? Is that the difference? I'm
It's
trying
clean
to
shave,
figure
yeah.
out. Something
Yeah.
is different, right?
Yeah, clean shaven. Nice call out.
What number of expressions is that? Clean shaven? Is that like from the usual Hikaru mind games? I mean,
And I think is he wearing one of those? What's that logo on his chest there? I missed it. I thought I saw it. No, maybe there's nothing there. Thought it was a new shirt. Oh, there's someone standing right in front of the camera and not giving us a very clear view. But okay, now we shift over to Prag's game versus Fabiano Caruana. Prag has a tough loss to Hikaru Nakamura, one that he defended with such tenacity. It was so great to watch. Ultimately, Hikaru did get the job done. Shout out to him for grinding, but Prag would like to rebound. And then this one here, Magnus Firouzja.
Yeah, two players who will fancy their chances. Magnus bouncing back just before the rest day in traditional kind of classic Carlsen-esque style, and Alireza has been impressive from day one, I would say. Looks really, really focused. Another player who joined us in the studio and talked about his ambitions. He said he'd spend the whole rest day preparing for Magnus.
I wonder if he did.
And I wonder if Magnus did the same, or maybe he had better things to do. It was a very sunny day yesterday in Stavanger, and I think the boat trip was very appealing to some of the players.
Yeah. Well, I think we can confirm Magnus did not spend the whole day inside preparing. But he was outside a lot. But Firouzja is in clear second. He's in clear second behind Hikaru Nakamura, who's in clear first. So of the two guys there, Firouzja is actually leading. And as we've said, he's played great classical chess so far. If you've been watching the whole event, you know that he's had some interesting results, a weird Armageddon flagging experience, not something you see every day. But look at that kid getting ready to make a move. You kidding me? He's standing next to the GOAT. He's all smiles. He's excited. I'd like to make a first move
so
there. Oh, look at that.
sweet.
Smile for mom. Smile for mom. That was great.
He nailed it there.
He nailed it.
So well.
There's so many parallel events here at Norway Chess, and they probably are the participants of the Scholastical Children's Tournament here at Norway Chess. I love to see when they get involved also in the ceremony of first moves.
And e4 on the board in this one, not yet taken back by Magnus Carlsen.
He's adjusting his pieces with a smile on his face. Will he take the pawn back, or will he leave it there? Oh, he's leaving it for now.
Well, ultimately, he'll have to, I think, to reset the DGT board. There he goes. Yeah. I think whether Magnus remembered or the arbiter told him, or he was just leaving it for the young fan, you have to reset the DGT board before the clock starts. That's a pro tip. Otherwise, you will debunk the feed and cause chess.com's tech problems. Don't do it.
Oh,
anyway,
that's the reason.
You got it. No, it's important. There you go. And now we're off, and he does indeed repeat. So e4 was the plan. Best by test, as they say, and e5 immediately on the board from Firouzja.
Okay, so interesting start to this game. Firouzja clearly in a solid mood. He's been experimenting with all sorts of Sicilians in recent times, but often when he wants to take big risks. And we see the Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening, Anna. Very classical stuff, and the dreaded Berlin.
It is the Berlin. Oh, Berlin, we love you, Berlin. What will Magnus Carlsen do to not go for the Berlin endgame? Because I think he will avoid it, but what are his options? Will he play d3? Oh, he could. So maybe he's not avoiding it. Okay.
Inviting it.
Okay, that to me is a surprise. I would have thought that he will go for d3 instead.
Well, and we'll definitely talk about that when we get to some analysis, but right now let's back up to the bird's eye view. But I agree, Anna. That's a really interesting nugget to come back to, and David will let you break down why so many players prefer d3 when they want to avoid the most forcing lines. But maybe Magnus came with, these guys all have a bit of a trick up their sleeve, right? They've still got some novelties in the mid-20s in some of these forcing lines. So I'm not going to say that Magnus did this because he's inviting equal play or wants Armageddon just yet. I think that Magnus might have something he prepared and brought to the table. But all right, we look around, some slow starts on some of the other boards. We have another Tarrasch-looking move order. That's an interesting one there between Liren and Hikaru Nakamura.
And just to add to Magnus's game, it's his turn, and he stood up for some reason.
Yeah. Oh, just to get the coat set up.
Okay.
He's got to get the Death Star chair ready before you do work, You got to have the intimidating.
And then you kneel on your chair because it's more comfortable to think like that.
It's not the craziest pose we've seen.
Not the craziest pose we've seen from any of the players.
Now he's ready.
I was going to say, maybe the most interesting start to this, or at least in terms of rarely seen openings at the top level, is Liren against Nakamura, because you mentioned it looks like a Tarrasch, Danny, but temporarily black is a pawn down. He could at least, for the short term, be 2 pawns down if Ding captures another pawn on this next turn. Hikaru, he's using an opening he actually sprung in the candidates, but a different move order. It's got a really dodgy reputation. This is Hikaru 3.0, 4.0. I don't know how many stages of evolution he's gone through in the last few years, but yeah, taking risks. He clearly wants to outfox Ding at this early stage.
But it's funny, it is Hikaru 3.0, whatever you want to call it, 4.7, whatever the update is to Hikaru Nakamura at this point in his career. But for the most part, we've seen Hikaru guess well against his opponents, right? In terms of which opening to play, we've talked about it in several games. Just this event, and really has been a carryover from the candidates and others. He's doing a pretty good job right now putting his opponents in spots where they're uncomfortable. I mean, the game with Prag that was incredible, we saw because of multiple confessional booth visits by Hikaru. He loves it in there. That he was all the way prepared, pretty much all the way up to where Prag sacrificed the piece. I mean, it paid off there as well, right? So interesting to see what Hikaru comes up with. With Black, you're usually a little less ambitious. Maybe preparation doesn't mean you're getting an advantage that you're trying to push, but I agree. A weird choice. Ding Liren is thinking it over as well.
And this choice must mean that Hikaru is willing to risk with the black pieces, go for something that's not the most solid, because Ding Liren has been struggling. Unfortunately, for the reigning world champion, the storyline has been really heartbreaking. How ever since he won the title, we keep mentioning, but unfortunately for his tournament here, that's the biggest thing, that psychologically, ever since he won the world championship, he hasn't been the same. He couldn't deal with how heavy that crown is, and he couldn't find himself ever since the match. And that must be also the reason why Hikaru goes for something but that may be risky, but he knows that Ding, unfortunately, is a weak spot in this field. He has been struggling a lot.
Yeah, and for Ding, I mean, during the rest day, I was thinking about how he should approach the next few games. In my view, he should take a leaf out of Magnus Carlsen's book, just go back to basics. Magnus lost against Prag. He went back to what he knows best, which is just grinding away, taking minimal risk. For Ding, going back to his basics, I mean, when he first burst onto the scene, he had this great opening preparation, but he was also just happy to play positions. It feels like he's forcing the issue too much. The tension maybe getting to him. And interesting here that Hikaru is the one to first break the tension. Maybe we just do a quick breakdown of the first couple of moves.
Yeah, let's do it.
Absolutely.
Because already on move 3, or just past move 3 now, Ding thinking for quite a decent amount of time. D4, D5, we see the Queen's Gambit, one of the most historic openings in chess. And it's Queen's Gambit Series 2, just announced by Netflix. C5, Black plays the Queen's Gambit.
By the way, don't say things like that, because if someone's going to clip it, and then they're going to be like, wait, is that serious? And then we get a million questions. And no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm half
no, you can say whatever you
Hikaru
want.
will be playing Beth Harmon. Have you not heard?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, home, fake news. It's just Hikaru insisting that Black is the one actually gambiting a pawn. Really rare move at this top level. You often see Black support the center or take the gambited pawn on c4, but instead, yeah, showdown in the middle of the board, and White takes on d5, and Hikaru says, no, I will not bring my queen out too early. Instead, knight to f6. I must confess, I've never studied this position before. Curious what White should be doing. What I would be tempted to do is simply take this pawn and ask Black how to prove compensation. But just to jump in for 1 second, I'm assuming Hikaru, based on one of the games he had against Prag at the candidates tournament, he would take this pawn, and something very similar to that game where Hikaru actually beat Prag on the Black side of this type of opening. Except here White has an extra pawn on c5. Black, I guess in compensation, has a bit more development, and knight b4, knight c2 ideas. Either way, it feels like White's not risking too much.
This is one of the main lines, and here White can play e4, and then Black can play knight to b4. Right. And yeah, it's just a weird position where Black is down a pawn, but an odd initiative. Not even like a traditional initiative where all your play is based on some positional weakness or a weak king or something. It's like really just based on White kind of struggling to get developed. And after knight to b4, threatening knight c2, there's knight to a3, and then Black plays e5. And
tries to regain the pawn.
Like bishop e3, knight a6. There's, anyway, a little bit of oddness potentially happening here. And
one thing's for certain, Hikaru has studied this morning on the rest day, and Ding unlikely to have done. Knight c3 is the move, so he's actually inviting a transposition to a Tarrasch, maybe, Danny, as you mentioned earlier, even a Grunfeld defense after knight takes d5. For example, if white were to play the move e4, a Tarrasch now, or a semi-Tarrasch would be to play the move pawn to e6. A Grunfeld defense would be pawn to g6. Still so flexible. And interesting mind games at this early stage. Ding playing maybe the safe move.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea when you're surprised with an opening like this, that you go for something that could transpose to a variation that you know more. So in that sense, I think he went for the most pragmatic, the most practical decisions, the one that he's comfortable with. And he's not trying to challenge Hikaru's preparation. That is, he's not trying to play against Hikaru's engine.
Good decision, Danny, probably.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think from a practical perspective, you both kind of made that point. Not going up against Hikaru's engine, guiding the roads back to the highways that most people travel on. Like, hey, you're trying to take me into some back road here where we're about to get lost in the Norwegian hills, and as beautiful as they are, I'm not into it, right? And like, jokes aside, that's kind of the thing. There are sometimes moments where you just pause and reflect and say, I'm just going to get back on the highway where we all know how to drive, and whether it's a mainline Tarrasch or a transposition to the Grunfeld, especially when you're struggling a little bit with form, probably the right thing to do there from Ding, and from a practical perspective, makes a lot of sense. So, all right, let's back up again and take a look from 30,000 feet and see what's going on in maybe some of the other boards here. All 6 games are underway. This is round 5 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. The Catalan over there between Prag and Caruana.
Oof.
Lots of theory between those two guys in that position.
A very deep theory in that one. Carlsen against Firouzja. It's no Berlin endgame, but it is a relatively symmetrical position. Vaishali against Lei Ting-jae. 4 knights Spanish. A Queen's Gambit accepted. Xu Wenjun and Humpy and Anna Muzichuk and Pia Kramling. It's a Rossolimo Sicilian / open Sicilian hybrid. Maybe Prag against Fabiano is the place to go right now. It's just the most developed game.
Let's do it indeed.
Black has just taken the pawn on d4, as you can see. Fabiano is, well, Prag comes back to the board there. Fabiano thinking after his move. But this is still a lot of theory. Maybe we can back up and just do a quick run through the opening to show everybody. Fabiano, one of the deepest prepared players. His reputation kind of precedes him in all circles. But we'll run through the Catalan here and get caught up with the live game. Ooh, knight takes e6 already played, so we're gonna go quickly and get caught up. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is the main line of the Catalan, where white fianchettos a bishop, a really beautiful piercing bishop on g2. Temporarily, black is a pawn up, but that pawn disappears on the c4 square at the cost of a few tempi. White's queen losing some time, and yeah, just to catch up with the current position, this is one of the main lines. There have literally been dozens and dozens of books written about this exact position. Therefore, one of the main moves, attacking a backward pawn. Black blocks that attack along the c-file, blunting white's queen's vision towards that pawn. And knight d2, a temporary pawn sacrifice, as we mentioned. Some short-term fireworks here. Knight takes d4, does win a pawn for black, until you notice that the bishop is hanging on b7. Black has to take on g2, and just before black is able to regain the knight on d4, white throws away that knight for the highest price. He takes on e6, attacking the black queen. The knight has to be captured, and the dust has settled here. Level material again, but black has an isolated pawn on the e6 square. Still a slightly backward pawn on c7 that's now attacked twice. Visually, it looks slightly better for white, I've got to say. But clearly both players have done their homework. Anna.
Yeah, I think from the time invested in these first couple of moves, it does seem like both of them kind of expected this variation, or both of them have prepared for this line. It is Fabiano who started spending a little bit more time here once we have reached this position. But I think he's prepared. I think he knows what he's doing, and now that the pawn is hanging on c7, most likely he will push that pawn, I would assume, pawn to c5. That will be a 2-in-1. The pawn is no longer to be captured, and it's also doing much better on c5. It's not a backward pawn anymore. I actually kind of like how it's a 3 versus 2 for black on the queen's side. So even though black has this weak pawn on e6, black is doing better structure-wise on the queen's side, and in an endgame that could be a potential pass pawn, while for white it's a lot harder to create a pass pawn.
I love that point. Yeah, and it's it's also true that the e6 pawn, as weak as it is, it's not the easiest pawn to target, right? You don't have an open file, which is the usually the magical sauce you need to get direct pressure. If you put a queen on the diagonal, black's queen is coming to d5, right? And there's actually a fun idea just from the perspective that without the light square bishop around the white king and without a knight there, not that these players are at this level, but you know, from a practical perspective, black can play queen d5 check and slide over to h5, and it's not crazy that black is going to get some sort of attack right over there against the king. The f file is also open, which only happened because you played f takes e6. So it's an interesting position. Fabiano, yes, a little bit down on the clock, but he is as deeply prepared, especially in these variations of the Catalan, as anybody. So he's going to pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Fabiano Caruana opening preparation network. That's what he's going to do. He's going to reach into the bag and shout out his sponsors, and then he's going to dive in. And one question I have, David, is: are you using the d5 square for the queen with tempo? We mentioned the move c5, but there's also knight d5, which the more I look at it, can also immediately be played. And there's a question to that bishop. And if you go to e5, maybe black continues to have some forcing moves there. So dead equal for this one, but not because we won't have a fight. And as we always say, fans, if you're just tuning in, it doesn't matter if we get a draw. It's Norway Chess. We will get Armageddon. Yes. All right, but I'm excited to see what happens in this one. I'm excited to see just how far down the rabbit hole goes with Fabi's prep here, who, by the way, is not the only one deeply prepared. Prag hasn't been at the board because he's also playing. They both clearly look deeply at this line, right? Prag blitzed out knight takes e6. So gonna be fun to see who goes deeper.
Yeah, and just interesting in their head-to-head, they met just over a month ago at the Candidates Tournament. Prag opened with e4. He lost a quite painful game to Fabi. He was just outplayed from start to finish, and now Prag has mixed things up completely. No more slow maneuvering, no slow build-up. It's right down a main line here, Anna. Maybe learning, still trying new things at least against these really elite players.
I think that's the case, and I really liked his answer when Danny asked Prag about how does it feel to face a field like this, and that if he feels like he has the experience, and he was very sure and very determined about that. He belongs here. These are his opponents, as another day at the office kind of way, that it's no longer new to him that he's playing these super tournaments as young as he is. He's only 18 years old, and he already feels like, yeah, it's normal. I'm playing Magnus today, and tomorrow Fabi.
Yeah, no, he's arrived, and he's got the great sports mindset to go with it. We talked about it. Thank you for finding that video and sharing it with me. Maybe I'll grab the link and share it with Chad. Just awesome to see a breakdown of the training Prag is getting on a mental, the mental fitness going on there, right? For Prag to be in the best state of mind. Super impressive. It's not by accident that you talk to him and you go, way more mature beyond his years. Wise beyond his years for sure. So, all right. We're going to let Fabi think about this. We'll come back to it. Let's jump over to Norway Chess Women for the first time today. Going back to the bird's eye view, we take a look. I think probably all roads should start and end with Vaishali right now until otherwise notified. Vaishali, the youngest player in the field, leading by 2.5 points over Zhu Wenjun. She's right now with the white pieces against Lei Ting-Jie and what was, I missed the very beginning, whether it was a 4 knights or a Lopez, but either way it transposed into a 4 knights with that bishop d6 line. So let's jump in here, Vaishali and Lei Ting-Jie, and see where it's at.
Yeah, let's jump into that game with our leader right now, and of course one of the strongest women in the world, her opponent Lei Ting-Jie. Vaishali did, if we go back from the start, jump in with a 4 knights. I'm not sure whether it's an opening defense here, but did transpose into the 4 knights Spanish, where the bishop comes out to b5 to pressure the black knight to attack the pawn on e5 indirectly, and bishop d6 was the reply. This isn't the most forcing. There are several healthy ways for black to approach this opening, but it's normally regarded as a move you play if you want to keep the tension, if you're trying to outplay a kind of lower rated opponent, and if you just feel that you want to postpone the tension away from the opening. No forcing lines here, d3, but then knight d4 jumps in. And this is a very common move on the previous turn. It looks a bit awkward with this black bishop sitting on the d6 square. The idea is to simply get the knight off the board, and after a set of exchanges, knight to e2, c6, Vaishali's currently mulling over where to retreat her bishop. Both squares viable here. a4 looks a bit scary because you might get hit by a check if we just put this on the board. This looks a bit...
it looks like you blunder your bishop, but luckily not.
Yeah, luckily not. What do we think? What's going through Vaishali's mind? It looks like she actually on the clock. Both players maybe slightly surprised.
Yeah, I wonder who expected what for the opening stage in this game, because they are spending more time than usual, especially Vaishali. She has been so well prepared the previous rounds that she barely used a single second in the first many moves in some of her games. At the same time, it might just be that they didn't expect this variation for today, but obviously it's part of their opening repertoire, so they have analysis on it, they have preparation on it. It's just perhaps not something they reviewed for today's game. They need to dig a bit deeper into their database and everything that they have studied. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, and I think often we're looking at it and as commentators trying to make sure we set the table, kind of explain what's the story of this game going to be. Each game has its own story. So we're staying in the present, but the players are thinking about a position that is not present right now. They are, you know, we're playing checkers up here, they're playing chess downstairs, right? And because depending on where you put that bishop, it's key. If you go to a4, often black will actually not play the most forcing lines, and they will get castled, and the play will start to get dynamic, and they're trying to take advantage of a bishop that has sort of become sidelined, right, or lost its way a little bit. But you have to know that there are advantages to that too, because white can play for this f4 expanse as fast as you can. I used to play this line as black, and so this can be a really fun one. I know the computer says that it's a little bit better for white right now, but this is a game, you were totally right, David, to say that it's one that black plays when they are looking for a fight. And so this is kind of a big decision, and she probably is going into her database, as you said, Anna, but also thinking about a position that is not actually on the board here. If you back up real quick, David, I wanted to just show one point, because it's a fundamental one about the position, but we should probably describe for the fans why black can play bishop d6. It is a move that puts a bishop in front of a pawn and kind of breaks basic principles, right? But the whole idea here is that black is relying on the fact that the structure in the center will change no matter what. Whether white is at some point going to take on c6, and you take with the d-pawn, opening the bishop that is currently blocked on c8, or as we saw with knight to d4, you're going to so this would be obviously great for black. Now you've got both bishops going. You're going to play knight d4. You're going to force open diagonals. And so sometimes you can break principles like that, chat. I guess if I'm referring to it like Hikaru would, sometimes you can break principles, chat, when you understand that the structure is actually not going to be static and it's going to change. And so the bishop will not be as bad, and black's queenside pieces will not be as out of play as they first look. So anyway, I used to play this line. I'm actually excited to see what happens here. So you don't see this one every day.
Yeah, and just before we leave this board, I guess the dilemma is if you go back to a4, okay, which she has done, there might be tricks. a5, watch out, you might get your bishop trapped. b5 is coming. If you get greedy, grab a pawn. This is going to become super sharp, but it will come at the cost of this bishop at least. I was going to say, if you go the other way, there would have been some downsides as well. So, yeah, a fun game, it looks like, and definitely one we'll be keeping a firm eye on.
I think it's great to say that this is exactly what Joey predicted. Thanks again to Joey for the incredible breakdown. But she knew. She predicted this because of the playing style of the players, because of the ambition of the players. There's not going to be any dull draws in this game. They are not heading or aiming for an Armageddon for sure.
And I think Liren J feels like, hey, somebody's got to stop the kid. Right?
Yes.
Someone has to slow her down. She hasn't lost in 9 classical games. Vaishali the Destroyer is destroying the competition at the end of the candidates, and momentum carried right over here into Norway Chess. So Liren J isn't showing up without an intention for a fight, and hopefully her experience will pay off for her if you're rooting for her. But let's actually back up to the bird's eye view. Again, all 6 games are underway. We're really just getting the party started here in round 5 of Norway Chess. Quickly, let's just touch on from here what's going on with Zhu Wenjun and Humpy Canero, David, as well as Musi, Chuck, and Kremlin without diving in.
Yeah, it looks like a very symmetrical position between Zhu Wenjun and Humpy. The Queen's Gambit accepted has a reputation of being super solid for black. And the resulting position, I think Humpy Canero should be relatively happy with the way the opening has unfolded. It looks like maybe white slightly ahead in development, but nothing significant, no big visible advantage at least. So Zhu Wenjun will have her work cut out. She'll need to be creative to get anything going there. Muzichuk against Kramling, a bit more imbalanced. The central structure, as in any Sicilian Anna.
Anna.
Name now.
Let's analyze Anna.
My name was David earlier, by the way, because the cameras got mixed up for when we were doing our microphone checks. I was very happy with my new name earlier too.
Yeah, with Anna Muzichuk this time. Yeah, it looks like a very imbalanced position and still most pieces on the board. Looks like that one will be very tense for a long time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it develops and how the rest of the games that we already visited will be like. I think it's a very promising start to round 5.
Agreed, and we've seen Knight D5 played by Fabiano. We see Hikaru Nakamura and Liren are getting further along in that one. So much ahead. Round 5 is just getting going. We're going to take our very first, very short break. We're just getting started here. Will we get 5 more decisive games like we did before the rest day? That would be special. Or will we have a bunch of Armageddon? Who knows? So much ahead. Don't go anywhere. More from Stavanger, Norway when we return. Sorry, they told me to take a break.
I'm Levi Rosman, and right now I'm joined by Prag. Prag, first of all, very nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Finally, I feel like I've covered so many of your games. And I'm Levi Rosman, and right now I'm joined by Prag. Prag, first of all, very nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Finally, I feel like I've covered so many of your games and read so many stories about you. I want to just start off by addressing an elephant in the room, which is, let's say, the photo of you at the airport coming back from, it was the Olympiad, or it was
World Cup.
Yeah, World Cup. It was the photo where as a spectator of the game, it's completely fascinating. Like, it looks like you can't move. Like, the car cannot drive forward because there are so many people, right? Like, how has it been for you after the World Cup, qualifying, the wins against Magnus, all the publicity? What's that been like for you to handle?
Yeah, it's something new. It kind of started from 2022, and then I think World Cup kind of made it bigger. Yeah, people do recognize me a lot nowadays, and I see it as it's a good thing for the game. New people coming into the game. For me personally, I'm just focusing on my chess and working hard towards that. So it doesn't put me under any pressure as of now. Maybe it will change in the future, but for now I'm just doing what I do normally.
I guess last question on sort of the subject of let's call it attention, not from the public necessarily, but from, in this case, Magnus himself. Like, it's pretty rare to get on interview, or at least on footage, so much support from the world champion. Okay, he's technically not the world champion, but he's the best in the world. And there's a clip of him congratulating you at the World Cup, which a lot of people make a big story out of it, and it looks very cool. But it must be a little bit deeper than that for you. It must be just kind of a respect for your game, like respect as a competitor. And has that affected you in any way? Has it sort of like just made you go back to, you know, working as hard as possible and realizing like you really could be the next world champion?
Yeah, it feels good when the best player kind of acknowledges you. And yeah, whenever we have played, we always had exciting games. I think that's something that Magnus has himself said in some interviews. I've only had few moments to discuss some chess with him, but I've thoroughly enjoyed all of them to get to know his thought process. And yeah, it's always fascinating to hear from him.
Prag, you're obviously, you love chess and you're obviously very good at it, but is there something in your life that you love to do but are very bad at?
Oh, there are many. Do love to play sports, other
Which
sports.
ones?
Yeah, I do play badminton.
Okay.
Cricket, sometimes. It's not the usual one. Table tennis. And recently I tried volleyball.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
I feel like that would work well because you're pretty tall.
I started playing very recently, so I mean, I'm still horrible at it, but I'm learning.
It must be a bit weird to be incredible at something, but then start something and be a complete beginner, or do you enjoy it?
I do enjoy it. I think it's much more fun when you play as a noob in some other sport than playing like a master. Yeah, because it's much more pressure there because you feel like you're good at it and you want to show it. Yeah. But there, okay, you don't care. Even if you lose all the games, it's just you're playing it for fun.
Round 5 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We are back, and we have our first visit to the confessional booth by the man, Hikaru Nakamura. He's not going to leave you waiting, fans. He knows that you want it, and he's here to give it. Let's take a listen at what Hikaru had to say.
Earlier than I expected today, but we're back nonetheless. So today is round number 5 of Norway Chess after a rest day yesterday. The play resumes today. First things first, obviously my opening should come as a surprise to my opponent or no surprise at all. Now, one of the reasons I didn't come in here right away is because earlier today, maybe about 2 hours ago, one of the people that I worked with for this, or for the candidates term, I should say, actually played this move, knight f6 on move number 3 in the French team championship against Sabino Brunello. Of course, I'd be the greatest Scandinavian player ever, Niels Grandelius from Sweden. So, like, I was trying to figure out, because this is a relatively new idea, whether to do it or not do it. But ultimately, I decided it made some sense. Also, because when I think about Ding's mental situation in his game against Alireza in round 4, he confused a move order from a game that was played earlier in the tournament between Alireza and Fabiano. So, to me, the notion of him actually looking at like a random online game, being aware of the situation, all these sorts of things, kind of seems a little bit difficult, especially considering the error that happened in the 4th round where he played something that was already played earlier in the tournament by Alireza. So I didn't think he would actually know this. Now, of course, he's only spent 5 minutes here, so he might not be completely surprised. But I do think that if he had looked at this in like the hour or two between the game that was played in the French Team Championship and my game today, got my game now here at 5 o'clock, he probably would have moved already. So that's kind of why I was waiting to see if he would move quickly or not. He's deep in the tank now. This, of course, is a line that I sort of discovered before the candidates as someone who does not play chess professionally anymore, someone who casually moonlights and plays the serious turn every so often. I think I can say this, but one of my trainers, Chris Littlejohn, he came across this idea with knight f6 that was played, and it's funny because there's this guy who's like 2200 who plays this like every single title Tuesday on chess.com. He plays knight f6, knows like 15 moves of theory, and then he gets demolished in every single game. But he does play it a lot in title Tuesday of all things. So it kind of shows how you can even find ideas played by lower rated players in random events like title Tuesday. And find a way to make it work. So we'll see what Ding does. I mean, there are many options. He can go back to main lines. He can get creative, but it remains to be seen what he'll choose to do. But it's going to be exciting. Now, Magnus is playing Alireza. They're playing the classic Berlin defense. Magnus playing his rookie one line, going for a small advantage. Not super special right now. It could be a quick draw, or Magnus could get an advantage. Generally, a lot of these Berlin lines, the games peter out very quickly. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it's either going to be like a nice long grind where Magnus gets a bit of a pull and presses, or it's going to be a very quick draw and there'll be an Armageddon in a hurry. And then Prag's game is, of course, a classic Catalan. Looks pretty normal so far, nothing super exciting. So that's got a long way to go as well. But it's going to be exciting. So I'm in a good mood. We'll see whether I'm here more often or not. I have a feeling I'm going to be here more often because much like every other game, except for the Alireza game, I think that I'm probably better prepared than my opponent. So just the future remains to be seen, but I'm sure I'll be back here again. Hope you guys enjoyed the update. See you.
He's in a good mood. He says he's going to be there a lot. Hikaru Nakamura bringing it, not just amazing analysis of his game ahead with Liren, the preparation, the second revealed that he worked with the greatest Scandinavian player of all time, according to Hikaru, Niels Grandelius. And so much more was shared there, but then he also broke down the other games in progress. But, okay, I mean, David, first of all, did you know Hikaru worked with Niels for the candidates?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure I'm allowed to reveal how.
Well, it doesn't matter now because it's out there, right? You can't take it back. It's on the internet.
He did reveal his team, I believe, after the last round.
Great. Okay, great. But Niels playing this opening today is kind of funny, and that happens in the world of chess. I think a lot of people don't know that seconds are sort of under contract to not play anything that they're working on with the player paying them. It's a written rule, like literally in the contract, not even unwritten. But then afterward, there's sort of a period, right? David, explain a little bit about that from a behind-the-scenes perspective.
Yeah, you're completely right, Danny. Whether it's in a written contract, whether it's kind of a verbal or moral kind of agreement, yeah, often because people know who works with each other. You know, for example, Niels used to be part of the Magnus team. For a while, he wouldn't be allowed to play. Okay, I won't go into too many details. He wouldn't be able to play maybe his main openings or areas where people know he's strongest because Niels was linked to Magnus. People would study Niels's games to get to Magnus to kind of predict what Magnus might play. And it's the same here. I mean, he named Niels Grandelius. That's the risk if people know your team members. Information travels fast. It literally takes a few clicks on chess.com to find these games. But it does take a very keen eye and kind of a lot of time to a lot of energy in terms of kind of watching everything that goes on in the chess world. So,
and shout out to that 2200 who's playing this every week in Title Tuesday, according to Hikaru. And apparently you're doing really good in the opening, and then you're getting killed right after the opening. So whoever you are,
curious,
work on the other parts of your game. Anyway, go ahead.
I'm amazed, and I'm amazed also by the fact that Hikaru was reconsidering his opening choice because of Niels playing it, and he was hesitant whether Ding would see it or not see it. But I think eventually he went with the probability is unlikely that Ding Liren knows of that game, especially taking into account what Hikaru mentioned as well, that Ding Liren unfortunately had a really poor preparation against Alireza. That was a game that Alireza had against Fabiano, and it seems that Ding Liren wasn't even aware that he's repeating something that happened here a few days ago.
It's always a calculated gamble, right?
Yeah.
Playing any opening under the size, but especially playing openings that are well known or very, very trendy right now. And yeah, there's so many cases actually throughout chess history, Danny, as you mentioned, of players suddenly starting to play openings that they know kind of very, very deeply, but it's always after big training camps, whether it's the players themselves, whether it's their seconds. And it's no coincidence that most top seconds start playing a bit less because, I mean, they're not allowed to play. They're not allowed to reveal what they've been studying recently.
Or they're not allowed to play their best stuff, and that doesn't feel good or fun, right? So a lot of the top seconds do start to make a career out of that, right? Interesting stuff. Well, why don't we dive into that game? We have had a few more moves, Liren and Hikaru Nakamura. The subject of conversation here, fascinating things about the chess world in terms of high-level preparation, the ins and outs, the seconds, the teams, the camps. But all right, let's do it. Let's analyze what the last few moves were between Liren and Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, so this is the current position. Let's do a quick rewind. And we left it after knight to c3 from Ding. We said this was the safe choice, not grabbing a second pawn, not walking into Hikaru Nakamura's homework. So very flexible from White. We mentioned knight takes d5. And I was a bit surprised to not see Ding play the move e4 here, at least asking Hikaru, are you going Sami Tarrasch? Are you going Grunfeld? You have a straight choice between those two. Ding kept his options open, but also gave Hikaru more options after knight to f3. Black was not forced to continue development. Black now totally clarified the center, took a pawn, and after queen takes d4, we saw an interesting moment. A lot of viewers at home might be wondering, queen takes queen. Why not get those queens off the board, force Black to lose castling rights? But in reality, the fact that Black king isn't castled here with the queens off the board isn't the key factor. And actually here, White would have two very weak pawns long term. Instead, Ding retreated, took with his queen. And to catch up, Anna, this is the position where Hikaru's now been thinking almost 12 minutes.
Yes, and that's a surprise, because in the other rounds, oftentimes he spent almost more time in the confessional booth than at the board, because as he himself said, he has been the better prepared player in most of his games, if not every single game, except maybe against Alireza. So he was even bored. He said he comes back to the confessional like now 3, 4, 5 times because he had nothing else to do. Today it feels like maybe he will not visit the confessional as often. I'm still hoping, by the way, that once he makes this decision, maybe he will update us. But yes, what does this tell us, though, about how this line went that he chose and Liren's response, which was definitely not the most critical, it was not the most ambitious, but it was a human choice. I'm sure that Hikaru had somewhat looked at this, but maybe the current position is just a normal chess position. It no longer is any concrete. There's no captures to think of. There's no crazy lines. It is just about development, and White is ahead in development, so Black needs to hurry up getting those pieces from the back rank.
Well, and that's actually one of the problems, just to highlight. The queen is targeting the long diagonal. You would love to have already had g6 and bishop g7, right, if you're Black, and get the king castled. So that's difficult, which means Hikaru has to calculate, do I play something like e6 to get the bishop to that diagonal? But that might block the light squared bishop on c8, right? And if you could actually play e5 because of weird tactics with bishop to b4, so you wouldn't lose the pawn right away. Just to highlight, if White tries to take that, there is a pin coming to the queen. But the point is, whether your point is true, Anna, that Liren has played human moves that has gotten Hikaru and Niels like out of in-gym prep, or whether it's just that Hikaru is officially on his own because he's like, all right, I know this is a comfy position, but I need to remember what are the types of middle games that happen. And David, when it comes to high-level prep, there's always that transition that the top players have from quite literally recalling, pulling moves out of the hat, right? And maybe some like to pause before they execute. Some play a little more mind games, but they're basically just remembering moves. And then there's the transition to, okay, now I need to remember all the types of middle games that you get. There was this type of position. There was this type of position. And that becomes a little bit more of an abstract process, but it's still prep. And it's like, okay, I remember you want to avoid this and you want to try to get that, right? So do you think maybe that's a little bit of the transition here, right? Maybe Hikaru still has prep, but he's really trying to make sure he gets the middle game that he desired or that he looked at.
It definitely feels that way, Danny, that he knows this pawn structure. He knows where the pieces want to be. Maybe there's just some fuzzy thinking, or maybe genuinely he is out of his preparation, and this is the first time his brain needs to click into action. I think it's just a common pattern at the top level. There's always one moment, like you said, it's normally somewhere between move kind of 10 and 20, where there's one big long think, and then the player gets back in their rhythm once they've decided on a plan or familiarized themselves in their mind of what they should be doing. I quite liked your e5 just to get the bishop out with gain of tempo, just to make sure it's fully symmetrical. But yeah, Hikaru mentioned in the confessional that he was feeling slightly ambitious, Anna, talking about Ding's form as well. So maybe looking for other ways to spice it up.
I like e5, and I cannot unthink e5. I'm stuck with this move, and I'm like, is there any better option
You
than
love
e5?
the queen trick. You love the queen pin.
Yes.
Let's show this to everyone at home. e5, knight takes pawn, and whoops.
Yay! Yay!
Gambit.
I'm sure this is in the notes of that 2200. He's definitely studied this one before. Maybe played it in Title Tuesday. But of course, after e5, white will not take. White will most likely castle the king. And the reason I quite like this is because you could gain a tempo for development. You could kick the white queen away. I'm not sure where she steps to. Either, let's say she steps back, and now black can complete development. And I say happy days. I mean, it's just level at the very best for Hikaru. Maybe he wants something, yeah, a bit less dull than this, I hesitate to say. But yeah, this looks like maybe the most safe option for black right now.
And it also speeds up development. I think it's important that bishop b4, whether it wins the queen, if white captures on e5, we don't think that Liren would blunder his queen, obviously, but it is a threat, which means that this is a tempo. White needs to react to this. Castling is a good way to react to it. You step out of the threat by getting your king into safety, but bishop b4 is still a tempo. It still is a hit on the queen, so you need to move the queen again, and then black gets to castle. And when you're down in the opening in terms of development, I think this is something really important to do at any level, that you try to seek a way in which you can speed boost the development by playing some of those moves, ideally with a tempo or two. The tempo that is that you win a tempo.
I love it. And speaking of speed boosts, we're going to use this moment to call out that it is Speed Chess season. We've got the Speed Chess Championship just around the corner, but it kicks off first with the Bullet Chess Championship. Or did you see the Hyper Bullet Championship that went down? Andrew Tang, that guy is an absolute beast. Shout out to everyone who threw down in that event. Andrew Tang, Danya Naroditsky, and so many people. It was awesome. But the Bullet Chess Championship itself kicks off in just a few days. Find out who is the best bullet chess player in the world. Will Hikaru Nakamura defend his title yet again? Will it be Alireza Firouzja, Magnus Carlsen, or someone else? Use the command BCC. Tune in. One of my favorite events of the year. It's fast, it's furious, it's here, it's gone. Vin Diesel will probably make a movie out of it at some point. But that is the Bullet Chess Championship. And all right, let's come out of there to the bird's eye view. Take a look at what's going on in all 6 games at once. That is the magic of the candy store. So many different flavors that we get to look at. That Catalan game between Prag and Fabi moving along. I like going back to that game at some point, but we should probably go back to Magnus versus Firouzja. I know it started with a Berlin, but it wasn't really a Berlin. We're getting an interesting position. There will be no Berlin draw memes right now, so let's head over to Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja when we can, and David will get us up to speed on how we got here. Speaking of speed.
Bullet speed. I love, by the way, the fact that the Bullet Championship starts on the 10th and they are finishing the event here on the 9th. They are traveling home on the 9th, so there is no rest for the wicked. All the players from here will be at the Bullet Championship as well.
Yeah, including these two. They had some epic clashes in last year's Bullet Chess Championship. It was Firouzja, I believe, who took down Magnus first. Magnus later getting some revenge. But yeah, these are two of the strongest players in the world, two of the fastest players in the world, the fastest hands in the West. And yeah, the opening was blitzed out at lightning speed here. Let's backtrack to this position. We left it after the move rook to e1. We said, ooh, Berlin endgame. Nope. It is a symmetrical position, however. Knight takes e5. Some nasty threats along the e-file, so black has no time to take the bishop on b5. Black has to block and get the king to safety. The white bishop dropped back and exchange, and this is simply just one of the main lines of the Berlin these days. We talked about how white could keep the tension in various ways, but this is a safe way of playing. Magnus has actually favored this in the past in situations where he is happy with the draw, but he would like to test his opponent a little bit in drier, slower strategic positions, which makes sense against someone as tactical as Firouzja. And here, Magnus has made moves like bishop to f4 in the past, allowing black to play d5, creating full symmetry, but here a slightly more ambitious move, pawn to d5, taking space in the center, making sure the structure will remain asymmetrical, and a queen trade after queen e7, rejected by Magnus Carlsen, and a few moves down the line, this is the live position. Anna, first instincts, who would you prefer and why?
I like White's space advantage, but I'm also a bit concerned that I'm going to need to be holding onto this d5 pawn, and long term I don't know how do you hold onto it conveniently, because if you do push your c pawn to support the pawn on d5 and create a pawn chain, then the b2 pawn will start feeling a little more vulnerable because of this f6 bishop on the long diagonal. So I actually am curious, what is the right setup here? Do you need to fianchetto this f1 bishop with g3 bishop g2 to strengthen the center and then develop? What do you think, David, is the right approach here? Do you know still this line, and can you tell us what's the right setup?
Yeah, I really like your g3, bishop g2 actually, if only because it might create some tricks once your bishop's on g2 along this diagonal.
I didn't even see the tricks. I just want everything solid and defended.
I mean, that's another good reason to go for it. I love your g3, and it feels like the white bishop holds the key to this particular door. The black bishop is the one locked behind the pawn chain. Like you said, the white pawn is vulnerable. The more pieces that come off, the weaker it might become. But for now, black's pieces are a bit cramped. I guess black's next move to bring the knight out to d6, shuffle the rook across to the open file behind the queen, and black's pieces would all look like they're on their ideal square. So my first instinct was knight b5, just trying to keep the black knight tied down to the c-pawn, but that might get a bit forcing. After knight b5, for example, black could immediately challenge the center with c6. So Magnus calculating, he'll either go for something a bit faster, or he'll go for kind of this slow maneuvering.
It's funny, I will say that maybe I'm suffering from a little bit of Magnus bias-itis here, given that we saw him convert that very long, very equal game versus Fabiano Caruana as black. But I'm looking at this position, and I feel like, obviously, 50-50 chances, computer evaluations don't lie, and certainly, you've highlighted well that the position is basically symmetrical. White's advantage really just comes down to the space that the d5 pawn has, and the black's pieces are kind of temporarily passive, right? But at the same time, White has long-term winning chances in these structures, right? There are ways to advance on the queen side, especially if you can keep the d5 pawn, if you can keep a bind, and if he somehow could get the bishop to that diagonal. I love that idea, and if you could get g3 and bishop g2 and maybe be patient before you invite any more trades, right? Whether your bishop goes to f4, e3, you sort of wait for black to commit a little bit so that you can avoid exchanges. Even though these structures are totally symmetrical, you can convert here, and you can slowly squeeze a little bit, maybe get your opponent uncomfortable. But, all right, again, a little bit of Magnus bias there, given that we saw him grind his way to a classical victory that was very vintage Magnus in round 4. We haven't seen him win in classical chess here in Norway since 2022. We talked about it. It was a big storyline coming in. He lost to Fabiano Caruana in 2023 last year with black, so he righted that ship, right? So, anyway, just, throwing out there that maybe Magnus is looking at this as a game that he can take all the way in and grind it out.
Yeah, I agree. Normally against Firouzja, this is the dream type of position, especially Firouzja at the candidates. I think here with black, he would have got impatient. He would have lashed out and maybe worsened his position. But Firouzja here looks pretty calm. I don't think he minds being kind of massaged like this. It's still, it's going to be a lot of hard work, many hours at the board for Magnus to grind this one out.
The way you said massage there, I don't know why. I just loved it. I don't know.
Sorry, Danny. That's just a massage.
Okay, we're going. Okay, Anna, sorry, you got to interrupt this before it continues.
No, it's all right. I heard other players talking about massages earlier when we were checking on our Guinness record breakers. Hopefully, there will be a Guinness World Record attempt starting tomorrow morning, and both of the Norwegian players that we'll be introducing when we talk more in detail about the World Record attempt, they actually said how they prepared. Well, how do you prepare for 61 hours of playing chess non-stop with no sleep, no rest? Well, they were trying to sleep as much as they could, and they went to get massages today. So it seems to be the recipe, and whether that was the day off that either of these players had, or just, the symbolic chess massage, I like it. Yeah, great. It's relaxing.
Yeah, I can reveal the fantastic organizers here at Norway Chess did offer massages. There's a massage sponsor for the tournament.
What?
They offer for the players.
No one told me about this. I love massages.
I think for the players, Anna, unfortunately. But I'm not sure which players feel that that's a good part of their preparation. Either way, this position, it's yet to be seen whether Magnus can push it and make Firouzja feel uncomfortable a bit later.
I didn't know about this, Danny, did you?
I got a massage on Friday.
Okay, now I'm offended.
I
yeah, have to speak to the organizers.
They provided. They provided. So
being the boss.
now it's out there. Cat's out of the bag. Open the can of worms. Now you got to spill it. It's out there. I'm sorry. Yeah. All right, let's back up before Anna gets too upset. Head over to. Oh wait, hold on. No, we're staying right here. Magnus has played knight to c4. The relocation of the sideline knight begins. A knight on the rim is grim, as they say. Magnus didn't want knight b5, David, because of perhaps the forcing invite of c6, as you said, exchanges knight c4, a move that actually prevents black from playing c6, because the b6 pawn will hang. We should highlight that. And depending on what black does here, that knight might even just go to e3, solidly reinforce the d5 pawn, and just try to keep the tension, right? White's advantage is based minimally on the space. But, all right, so there we go. Magnus's idea. David?
Yeah, and I expect Firouzja to echo that. Black's knight is on the rim, on one of the edges of the board. I think he'll offer a trade here. Black, as we mentioned, is slightly cramped due to white's extra space, so the more pieces disappear, the more it will favor Firouzja. Anna, ultimately, quite level. Maybe time to zoom out?
Yeah, and I wonder even if, I know it was only a tiny bit, but the evaluation board did move slightly in favor of black after knight c4, so it seems the computer is not even that happy with this knight jump, possibly because of what you mentioned, David, that now that black will be playing knight d6 too, most likely, white is almost forced to trade. You can go to e3 with the knight, but then you're blocking the development of your bishop, and the black knight can jump to e4. In that scenario, it will be black who has the stronger knight, and I don't think Magnus wants that. I don't think he wants to see Alireza's knight suddenly being a beast in the center.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one we'll check back in on a bit later on. Danny, which of the other boards catches your eye?
I'd love to go back to Prag and Fabiano, but I also wanted to pay off the positions that we haven't had a chance to look at yet. We haven't gone to Zhu Wenjun's game with Humby Canero, but the one that really has my eye, if we had to pick one, is the purple power over there, Musichuk versus Kramling. White has a little bit of an edge there, and I personally feel like those positions can actually get worse for black in a hurry if you don't properly deal with the weak dark squares and white gets an outpost. So maybe let's head in there. And Anna Musichuk, she won her game, her classical game actually, before we ended round 4.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
right.
That's right.
So a little bit of momentum, and let's go see how she's doing here with the white pieces versus Pia Kramling.
Yeah, I was just admiring Anna's attire. I believe this is some of the...
I love the sweater. Norway Chess merch.
Yeah. I do agree with Danny as well that Anna Musichuk, after that win just before the rest day, I know on social media she was posting she went hiking yesterday up Preikestolen, one of the most famous places in this area of Norway, and she looks inspired. I do believe white has an advantage here, or at least in practical terms. Pawn to a4. But yeah, this... looking good for Anna.
Sweater's looking good.
Yeah,
we got to zoom in there.
looking good. The free-day activity looking good. Ambitions looking good. I also had a chat with Anna at lunch, and I think she's feeling good. But Pia too should be feeling good about her tournament. It's a bit unlucky that she's on 3 points. I don't think it reflects how many opportunities she had even in the classical games, let alone the Armageddons that went crazy. But Pia Kramling has been one of those players that had a better position, if not winning opportunities in almost every single classical game she played, except for against Vaishali, which was the draw.
Agreed. And this might actually be the first game where I think she's maybe never going to get winning chance. I don't know. I know the advantage is only slight here, according to the computer, but having played some of these types of positions as black, they can backfire. I see the Grandmaster nodding his head over there in the corner, making this insecure international master feel good. No, but a4, a great move, David. You highlighted it. But the point of these structures is you have c5 as a square, you have a5, you have b6. And white controls the tension. Robert Hess talks about this a lot, meaning the pawns a4 and b5 are staring at each other, but white is the one with the free roll, because if black ever takes a4, it's just horrible. White takes back, and the a6 pawn is weak. The bishop on f1 comes to life. The rooks will double on the a file. So what that means is if if the tension of a capture favors you, meaning your opponent can never take without it being clearly worse, you get to build up on that tension like water in a dam. So white can even play like rook a2 here, rook e to a1. You can build up, and you see the bishops facing f1, a6, the e3 diagonal to a7. Again, and the fact that black actually lacks central squares here, David, that pawn on c3 holding d4 means that knight on f8 doesn't even have a real goal in the position. And so I'm just looking at it, observing, you know, the essence of it without a ton of concrete lines, that I really feel like this could be a really tough position for black if Pia doesn't find accurate moves and maybe try to force matters.
Danny, I love it when you talk chess.
Yeah. You want less dad jokes and more chess?
A bit of both.
Don't tell Chad that. They don't like it when I deliver value. It's preferred to be the one they gang up on. But go ahead.
You broke it down so well. I mean, that's all the strategic points in the position. And Pia, I mean, usually we associate her with great positional play, great feel, but it's unclear where she needs to put her pieces. Unclear what she needs to do over the next few moves. Yeah, Anna, just slightly uncomfortable for Pia Kremling right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to play this position from black's perspective, and I think Pia also is not really enjoying this position. Again, we are saying this is like only slightly better for white, but so much easier to play. The plans are so much clearer, and it is black who will need to play very precisely to make sure that the position doesn't collapse because of ideas like the doubling on the a5, which I love, by the way.
Well, let's point out, just to complete the circle of accurate chess analysis, you aren't really threatening rook a2 just yet, because black does have bishop e6, and that knight on b3 is the only piece for white that is a little tender right now. Okay, as long as you don't play rook a2, that knight is ready to move into squares like a5, like c5. In fact, if black plays bishop e6 right away, you would have your choice of either one of those moves, actually, knight a5 or knight to c5. So, and it has to be accurate. You're not immediately threatening to just double rooks on the a-file and bring down the house. But yeah, I'm definitely getting nervous about these positions as black. They can quickly run off the rails positionally, and what looks equal quickly becomes a dominant affair. So, all right, well, let's back up and see what's going on. Again, we have now pretty much touched on every game. We've thrown a couple opinions about what's happening between Zhu and Jun and Humpy Canero from afar. It's a very tame-looking Queen's Gambit. You see a totally symmetrical structure other than that black pawn on a6. The pawns are completely static. Anything to dive in there, or do we want to go back to Prag Caruana, which is heating up a little bit more?
Ooh, maybe Prag's sister, Vaishali, just very briefly, and then to Prag.
Okay, let's do it. Vaishali and Lei Ting-jae.
Yeah,
we've had. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's complicated, Danny. I think of the women's section right now, maybe that's the most spicy of the encounters. Yeah, very hard to evaluate that one. And at least on my screen, I do see that black has maybe just missed something on the last go.
Okay.
Here we go. Lei Ting-jae, castle and kingside, what could be more natural? But apparently not the best move in the position. And yeah, maybe we just backtrack here very briefly. We left it just 2 moves ago, but the position has exploded. We left it after bishop to a4. Bishop c7, lacks slightly mysterious move. It looks like this simply loses a pawn. Knight takes d4. Trying to work out here what the compensation is. I guess black will break open the center with d5 and say that, okay, white's slightly behind in development. The knight is indirectly attacked. Interesting. I think this would have been the acid test of what black is doing in the opening, but Vaishali said, no, I don't want to test you here. I'm just castling. d5 happened anyway. Bishop f4, and okay, this is the moment that the miss might have happened. I do wonder whether just kind of with the computer's input in mind. I was going to say, maybe the computer just wants to just take the pawn, but I think both taking the pawn here as well as knight takes d4, this is, maybe we're not in the opening explorer eval bar territory. For those who don't know that, when the bar is still showing percentages, including a gray in the middle, that's your sign that how many games have been played to a draw on that line versus a win for white or win for black. It means we're still in opening theory. Even though that's not the case, David, I think this is actually still kind of commonly known roads. A sacrifice for the initiative for the other side is not the end of the world, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, the players are definitely using time as they go for this. So let's just analyze it. We've got it up, right? It's not our pawn, as Anna says. Let's just take it.
Yeah,
let's just take it and see what happens.
Something that's not ours. I would never sacrifice my own pawn.
Let's take it, and I don't know. Does white take back? Does white take the bishop on c7? suggest a move?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we should.
I think the idea is
take
if
it.
white takes back, you take f4 first. I think, maybe.
Maybe.
And then the knight is not going to take on d4. That was my thought, is that white...
That could be the difference,
And then maybe
yes.
you get castled, but okay, it says that this is just fine for both sides, still relatively level and equal. So that's not it. So let's just pull up the computer and see what exactly...
Like, the computer, I think, is just basing this whole capture as the main idea, but I still don't understand why is it that much of a difference. I think it's pointing out that castling is inaccurate because that allows white to take on c7 first and then on d5.
So maybe it's not because the other lines were better. It's just that this was
This is inaccurate.
slightly inaccurate now.
Okay.
You said taking on d5, Anna, and the big question is whether we take this pawn now or whether we kind of just wait a move. And it's a bit like that Carlsen game that you mentioned. This pawn is a weakness once pawns or pieces start to disappear from the board. Yeah, I can see why this might be slightly better for white. That's,
Yeah, and the question is, can you take that pawn? Like, what happens if you grab the pawn, or is there something better?
Yeah, taking the pawn, the bar drops slightly. I do wonder whether maybe you attack the knight first, because the pawn is almost indefensible.
Yeah, true.
Unless black defends it with her queen. But for example, if she does, then white's pieces, yeah, they have potential. Ultimately, should be roughly balanced with best play. But I think maybe white here is the one creating the threats, doing the running. Let's see if Vaishali goes for this. Good news, at least for her, objectively, after black's last turn. And probably the way to keep things simple, taking, getting everything off the board. Not only is it objectively strong, but it's a good strategy when you're leading a tournament to kind of just keep control, not risk too much.
Yeah, 100%. Do you think she will
It's
go
like
for it?
being the chip leader, I guess.
Yeah.
Poker, you can just lean on your opponent a little bit, right? A draw is not the end of the world. You get to Armageddon, where you know you're at least getting 1 point, even if you lose, protecting the lead. So I don't know that either player is really thinking about that yet. I think this is one of those positions where they're both very aware that they could step on a landmine, right? They could step on a landmine of prep. There's enough tension just in terms of what we can see up here playing checkers while they're down there playing chess, right? We can see that you could blunder a pawn, you could make a big mistake. That bishop on a4 is still vulnerable, and if the structure opens up black getting a bunch of play to the king side, which we haven't talked about, like black gets bishop g4, and you had the knight on d5 before, and knight f4, and the queen comes in, you could be playing down a minor piece on the side of the board where it really matters. So I think the players are just being very careful here to make sure that they don't, as we said, step on a landmine and something goes wrong. And so, okay. Yeah.
Okay. From one sibling to the other, maybe. Maybe we zoom
Let's
after
do
this
it.
and
Yeah,
go
I
to
think
Prag.
we should go. And just to add a final thought to this game, that I think, Danny, you're right, that neither player are thinking of, oh, let's go for a draw and Armageddon. Especially like Tingjie, we think that like she would obviously be ambitious, but I also think Vaishali is ambitious, and she's not the kind of player that would want to go solid just because she's leading the tournament. I think she takes it as one game at a time, and it's a lot more about just trying to do your best one move at a time, instead of thinking, oh, I'm leading the tournament with 2.5 points, I should hold on to this. And I think that's a great mindset. That's a mindset of an overall growth mindset, where they want to get better at chess, they want to be the best at chess, and for that you need to take every game just as importantly, just as much ambitiously, and be motivated and determined in every single game and every single move.
Could not agree more. And I think we know just from what we've seen about the sports psychology literal training that both Prag and his sister are getting, and that a lot of the young Indian players are doing. They are working toward chess enlightenment. What else to call it? I mean, they are literally engaging with sports psychologists and I don't know what to call them, gurus, you know, in terms of handling your emotions and staying as present as you can, right? Because as you said, when you're mindful and you're in the present, those things that are actually objectively out of your control, like the result itself or the leading of the tournament, is irrelevant, right? And I think it's also a thing we saw with Magnus early on. I mean, I remember where I was when I was commentating his choice to go for a win against Levon Aronian at the Sinkfield Cup that many people remember, where he was still so much younger and like didn't have to do that, right? A draw won the tournament, but the moment Levon let the advantage slip and Magnus was now pushing, he kept everybody there for hours and hours to beat Levon unnecessarily, and it was like you were like, oh, Magnus is built different. Like, you could just see it, right? And I think a lot of the young players have that. Like, they're not thinking emotionally about protecting their lead or about the results. They're in the present, and they're gonna try to grind it. As long as objectively they think they can keep playing for a win, they will. And I love it. So, all right, I'll stop about that. But I love the psychology there. Love the maturity that both Vaishali and her brother are showing. And what is her brother showing on the board here, David?
Yeah, I think it's that M word again, massage. He's just...
Word of the day.
Word of the day is massage. It's official. Let's get it. A fan came in earlier today. By the way, shout out to the fans here. We actually have a lot of people here because it's a weekend. When you saw the playing hall cam, there were a lot of people in there. And I'm sure we'll have a bunch of people tomorrow, too. So a lot of people here on site because it is the weekend. And someone asked me, what's the word of the day going to be? And I said, I had no idea yet. But there you go. It is massage, or said by David, massage. It is massage. If I could go for a massage. Let's do it.
Sorry, everyone. I just had to mention that word because here it feels like Prag is just tickling away at Black's weaknesses. The b5 pawn looked like a stronghold. Again, it's a bit like the Anna Muzichuk game. If you're the one holding the key to a certain part of the board, if you're the one who can control the capture, then often you're in control. It's not just that pawn. E6 is certainly a weakness here, and it's one that you have to watch out for the rest of the game pretty much, especially while the queens remain on the board. Ultimately, Fabi should be fine, but now there's a dilemma. Do you touch this b-pawn that's being massaged right now? Do you take on a4 at the cost of weakening your whole structure? Do you step forward, weakening the c4 square eternally? Do you just leave it, but know that white is going to capture at will? The other big question, to trade or not to trade queens, Anna?
I was going to ask you, David, don't do this to me. I had the question already planned, and I was like, I'm going to ask the Grandmaster about this queen trade, because that is so hard to evaluate, and it's also key to evaluate. I remember we used to do that at Olympic training camps, that we would go through like, okay, this is the evaluation system, have to evaluate the position, and queen trade was one of the points we added to it based on some of the very known books that are out there about training, that it is crucial to know, does the queen trade favor black? Does it favor white? What happens in case the queens are off of the board? Who is happy with that?
That's a very instructive point for viewers, right? It's easy for fans these days to get caught up in what looks like, I can calculate variations like Hikaru takes with arrows. By the way, most of you can't do that. Or let me just look at the engine for the best move, which is like seeing the answer in the back of a math book. It does not improve your ability to find that move or solve it. Calculation systems, ways to evaluate, like Anna said. Another one I always had too as a young player in the training I got. One is who's better in the major exchanges with queens and rooks or minor pieces, and then also always keeping an eye on if all the pieces came off the board and we were in a king and pawn ending, who's winning that? And always having that awareness in the back of your mind too, not only for the magical times where sometimes your opponent just allows a mass simplification and misunderstands that they're just losing in an endgame, but also it affects your decisions earlier, right? It affects which pieces you're trying to trade, and you always have an eye on the king dart. And so when you look at a position like this, you've got a 3-on-2 for black. So white has to be very careful of how quickly that majority could get out of control if the queens came off, and black could focus on doing that, right? But also black has these weaknesses. So if somehow the queens came off and the white king was entering more quickly, what would happen there? So those are the kind of things you have to kind of keep them up here, like posted on your vision board while you're doing the calculation of the current position, right? Anyway, so that's a great call out. And by the way, I also want to know what the Grandmaster thinks. I don't know. Is the queen trade
we know
or not?
it's important to do it, but who
I think it makes
is
sense. Queen
happier
f5
with
looks
the queen
like an
trade?
interesting move. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, queen f5 is certainly one of the candidate moves, but is it something that Fabi wants? Do you think black should go for a queen trade?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Fabiano, he's a very different player from me. He prefers to maybe calculate positions. If he can keep tension, he's very, very ambitious. He will. But in this position, it's just the first move that came to my mind because I'm doing a quick comparison. White's queen is perfectly placed. Centralized on an outpost, can never be hit. Big tactics against the e6 pawn in certain variations, potentially. Black's queen looks nice and pretty, but she's not doing that much. She's a bit offside. It's not just that, but we talked about the pawn structure, and Danny, you were thinking about the endgames. If you do play the move queen f5, if we jump in, then queen trade pretty much forced. White's queen is trapped here, and you can take back with the pawn. Not the rook, I should mention, because this would walk into a double attack. So you take with the pawn, and not only have you recorrected your pawn structure, now these three intact, but also you've created a path for your king in any potential endgame. The black king will race out of the traps, and queenside majority in endgames. That's another thing you mentioned. It's looking very healthy suddenly. If Queen F5's played, I might have to revise my opinion, but I'm just not sure whether it matches Fabi's mood. That's the question.
Would you revise your usage of the word massage? You said somebody's going to massage this position, massage it, depending on the emphasis you put on the right syllable. But guess what? It's our word of the day. Go to social media. The rubbing and kneading of muscles and joints of the body with the hands. That is it. I love these words of the day. By the way, we failed to do a word of the day on round 4.
Oh,
How could we?
Maybe we get 2 today to make up for it. But
We
we're
might
giving
need
away
to.
diamond memberships. What was I doing again with this? I was saying that we were giving away diamond memberships if you use the word of the day on social media. I don't remember what I was doing, but just always looking for some way to give away something to a fan out there. But we had several people email me actually after the word of the day. I don't know how it happened, but they're just making up. But it made its way to me. We gave away some diamond memberships for that. So
That is
All right.
amazing. I'm always happy to give away diamond memberships, so this is great. Massage. Use it in sentences on social media
yeah, appropriate sentences.
related to Norway Chess. Hashtag
Yeah.
Norway Chess.
Yeah, and then we'll look for some of the best ones and give away some memberships. So, all right. Well, big questions on the board. Fabiano's the one working his way through these variations. I wonder, David, is there something? So Queen F5, we showed it. Maybe the endgame better for black because of the majority on the queen side. Is there something to keeping the queens on the board that he likes, though? Otherwise, I'm actually in favor now of not just the endgame potential of the queens coming off, as you said, but also you pointed out the queen is so dominant on e4. The e6 pawn is weak. It feels like there are both current tactical reasons that maybe getting rid of white's most powerful pieces would be smart, as well as the future. So I'll be curious if Fabi comes up with another plan here that we're not seeing.
Yeah, by far the most tempting move, at least in my eyes. Partly because I like my endgames, but partly because I think here takes all the risk out for black, and that's what you want to do in these classical games against world-class opposition. Avoid tactics, especially with black. Big success equalizing straight from the opening, if not more. Plenty of winning chances ahead. So Fabi, long think here, 8.5 minutes. Maybe we leave him with it. At least for now.
Yeah, I
Let's do
think we should. But I'm really curious what other moves he's considering, or is he just getting deeper into the endgame? Because Queen F5 looks so tempting, also for the fact that it fixes the pawn structure for black. The e6 pawn is the weakness, and it fixes it if white takes on f5, and if white doesn't take, well, can white not take? No, you don't have a square for the queen, right?
Yeah, it's... Yeah, so we'll see. I'm curious what he does, and now we get to be curious about what's going on in the other games. We saw that Alireza Firouzja played bishop g5, which stops Magnus's knight tour. The tour is on hold right now for that knight to come to e3. I don't know that we need to go there, but just pointing out the move that has been made since we left it. Vaishali has captured on d5 in that interesting position we've left her versus Lei Jie. And Pia Cromling is doing her best to keep the queen side bind under control, right? You can't stop Muzichuk, but you can hope to contain her right now, right? You cannot stop white's bind on the queen side. We broke that one down, but you hope to contain white's pressure. And all right, by the way, Ding Liren, Hikaru Nakamura, we saw a few moves there. Maybe that's actually the one you've got your eye on. What do you got? What do you want?
I think we should, and just to add that Fabi did play Queen F5, so
Okay.
after
Yeah,
a
so he
9-minute think, but he did play the queen trade move.
And actually, I want to go to Ding Liren even more now because he just played queen to b3, which flipped a little bit of an edge in favor of Hikaru Nakamura. David, you cool with that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's drive over there.
I second you on that one. And
Would you second me if I returned to professional chess? Would you be my second?
of course, Danny.
You would?
I'll get you that Grandmaster title.
You could teach me some old man chess.
I can. You'll be grinding away
You
all
know,
these
grinding
endgames.
away like a grandmaster. I'll get the chessable course and...
100 moves every game.
All right, well, look at that. Okay, we've got action, actually. We've got a real question mark. Why don't we talk about why we think this is a mistake before we even back up and... Okay, Hikaru is going to teach us why it's a mistake. He immediately plays knight a5, doesn't need a lot of time, David.
Yeah, great move from Hikaru, I think. And a bit of a frown there. I'm not the biggest expert on Hikaru faces, but it looked like he's pretty confident. The white queen's actually lacking squares. I've already seen a couple of variations where she gets really embarrassed if she drops back, for example, to the a2 square out of the knight's range. Then the light square bishop drops back and really catches her embarrassed. She's going to have to step back to b1 there. Does she retreat off her trade of queens? But white will never, ever be better in those types of positions. If she steps across to e3, she gets hit by a black bishop. Likewise, if she steps forward to a4 with a check, she gets hit by a pawn. Ding's queen. Not looking happy right now.
By the way, that was Hikaru Nakamura number 4, which is a bit of a, like, I hope you know what you're doing. That's what it is. Hope you know what you're doing kind of scowl. So, yeah, unfortunately, Anna, maybe Liren isn't totally sure what he's doing here.
No, I think can we roll back a little bit when he played a3? Because I thought that when we analyzed that after e5, castling kingside was very natural to step out of that threat wasn't a move that is the main line that he would be normally looking at. a3 also prevents the threat, but you will still need to castle, so it feels a little bit like a waste of time, and at the same time it weakens the light squares on the queen side.
Yeah, I agree, Anna. It looks really slow, really kind of tentative here. a3 it allowed bishop g4. I do wonder. Trying to do some quick calculation, not my forte. But knight takes e5. What's the idea? To regain the pawn, I guess black trades, threatening checkmate on d1, most importantly. So white doesn't have time to flick in knight takes knight. White's king would have to trade. I guess the idea is a knight check. And when the white king moves, the rook will hit the white queen. And it's only a pawn, but plenty of compensation activity for it. So Ding said no to that pawn offer. He castles kingside instead. Rook c8 and now queen to b3. The mistake. So Anna, this is how we got here. And yeah, Ding, I hope he has some answers up his sleeve. He was yawning again. He doesn't look too comfortable. He was shifting around a lot in his seat.
If I had to guess, Hikaru just shifted his way around to the confessional booth. I bet we're going to hear from him in a little bit. But yeah, and by the way, this does give credence to our theory that Hikaru was pausing there to make sure he was maybe getting the types of positions, the type of maneuver, even if it was no longer the X's and O's that him and Niels worked on exactly. I think Hikaru used his time wisely. Obviously, he started playing quickly after that and has gotten a pretty well-coordinated setup here as black. And all right, well, we're going to actually back up to the bird's eye view so you get a picture of where all 6 are before we, once again, take a very quick break here as round 5 of Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women 2024 edition continues. This is shaping up to be quite the round. Ooh, we've got progress over there between Carlsen and Firouzja as well. So much to look at when we come back. So, all right, fans, don't go anywhere. I'm so glad we're back. The rest day is gone. I feel surprisingly refreshed. I'm not going to lie. I am ready for the call for the rest of the day. Will we have Armageddons? What is underway? What do we have in store? Who knows? It's round 5 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Don't go anywhere. We will return in just a few.
Right, boys, it's back to school time with a quiz.
Let me eat first.
Detention. How do you spell Nepomniachtchi? English style. Look how he's struggling. He's struggling right now.
I cannot write properly, so can I spell it out instead?
Okay, spelling bee. You can start first.
So it's Nepomniachtchy.
Isn't there no A after I? Nepomniachtchi, right?
Yeah. Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, but I wrote this A.
But you didn't say it.
Okay, so but I just said it wrong. Just because I cannot speak, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong.
First he was telling us not to trust his writing, then it's not to trust his talking.
No, you have to do like in the spelling bee. Nepomniachtchi. 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 Yes!
Okay, we'll show perhaps.
Never in doubt. On October the 1st, the new James Bond movie is released. No Time to Die. How many other James Bond movies have the word die or dies in the title? Bonus point if you can name all of them.
Okay, it's probably not 0 then.
Unfortunately, it's 3.
So it's Die Another Day, It's Live and Let Die, and what's the last one?
Tomorrow Never Dies.
But there was 2 in a row, basically.
What is the world's oldest currency?
Some kind of krona, whatever.
Magnus.
Salt. I don't have one. Okay. Because that's where salary comes from, because they used to give you your salary in salt. So that was the first.
You have a currency, yeah?
List as many countries as possible that consist of 4 letters.
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
Well, I have 7, but I'm sure there are a lot more.
There's 11.
Wow. I have Peru, Fiji, Togo, Mali, Iran, Iraq, Chad.
Okay, 7. Pretty good. And Christoph, you said?
Peru and Togo.
Okay. How many knights can you place on a chessboard so that no knight can capture another knight?
This guy's like, this knows by heart. He just like.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, I'm trying to do like mathematical solution to this because 64 squares, like, yeah, I'm just guessing like half of the squares, but I have no idea. 32.
16.
32.
32. The answer is 32.
I guessed it.
But how can you?
If you put them all on the same color complex.
Yeah, like that. All in the same colors. Oh, that's so easy. That's obvious.
Chess stuff, I'm terrible at.
Which chess players became world champion without beating the previous title holder in a match?
Which, or are there?
Which player or players?
Player or players?
Wait, you said beating?
Without beating the previous.
The previous. There's a trick in there.
There's always a trick.
Okay, so the way I understand the questions, it should be Botvinnik, Karpov, Alyekhin, Kasparov, Steinitz, Lasker. You're saying became world champion. But these people became world champion several times.
No, but that was not the thing, I think.
This is open to interpretation.
2 hours later.
So it should not be. It should not.
That wasn't meant to be a trick question.
It should not be Tallinn Petrosian. So you just want Botvinnik, Karpov, and Steinitz, no?
Yeah, that was the plan.
That's my answer, yeah?
2,000 years later.
Okay, so this was a terrible question.
If a pawn is worth 1 point, and knights and bishops are worth 3 points, rooks 5, queen is 9. We're forgetting the king. How many points does each side start with?
32?
39 or something?
49.
Yeah, Anish gets there first, I think.
Oh, okay, I counted 1 for the pawns. Not the other 7. Wow, that was a big mistake.
We have a winner, Anish Giri.
Welcome back, come in, come all. Norway Chess Round 5, Norway Chess 2024 edition. So much going on already in this round. Real quick, around the horn, Danny Wrench here alongside International Master Anna Rudolph, Grandmaster David Howell in the end. Now, we have plans to dive into all the games that are going, but Hikaru Nakamura has visited the confessional booth for the second time already, and I haven't seen it yet, but being told by the team that it gets pretty deep pretty quickly. So we're gonna check in with what Hikaru had to say about his game versus Ding Liren right now and the state of playing his opponent.
All right, everyone, welcome back. So my game has kind of gotten interesting. So obviously I surprised Ding with this move order, and then he tried to find his way back into one of the sidelines with this queen d4, queen c3. Now, I had looked at this move a3, but then he played the move bishop e2 instead of a3, and I wasn't 100% sure whether I should play e5 or not after bishop e2, but fundamentally I think one of the big reasons the computer likes white playing a3 in that position is specifically to stop e5, and then knight e5, bishop b4 is no longer possible because the pawn takes bishop. So I wasn't sure if e5 was right, but the more I spent time, the more I figured I didn't see anything wrong with it. But then also, if my opponent doesn't play a3, which is obviously a top computer move to stop bishop e4, then probably it's because I can play e5. So it's a bit of logic and calculation to reach this point. But after e5, I was very surprised when Ding played a3. I thought he would castle. But now after a3, bishop g4, if knight takes e5 is not playable here for white, which I don't think it is, then I'm doing, I mean, I don't want to say very well, probably it's just going to peter out to a draw, but I should never be worse in this position. So I'm liking what I have so far. I mean, actually, I was going to say on a completely separate note, it's very awkward actually because, you know, I've played Ding many times, we're colleagues over the years, but he definitely doesn't seem like the same person. And I'm not sure it was visible on the video, but I was actually starting to struggle and keep my composure because at some moment he started like bouncing up and down. He's like shaking, literally shaking. And I mean, it's very hard in a way because when your opponent seems as though something's wrong, it's very hard to not like feel bad or something like that for them. So it's kind of awkward actually because he just doesn't seem right. But you still have to try and play the game. So I think I'm doing well here. I mean, if knight takes e5 is not a move, I think I'm probably going to win the game, actually. Or not win the game, but I'm going to have 0 chances. And that's a question whether it's a draw right away or I'm simply better. So I like what I have, but you know, we'll see how the game progresses from here. So I'll be back a little bit later on, you guys.
Wow. That was there was a lot to unpack there, and you could really feel it too. I don't think, you know, Hikaru was sharing that out of like anything but earnest of like, hey, like this is tough. This is awkward to play someone who's not doing well. And then some bold statements to say that if white couldn't take e5, he thinks he's going to go on to win. Then he corrected himself. Good chess player, doesn't want to jinx himself, knock on wood. He's like, I think I'm going to have very good chances, basically, but he's kind of right, and it's kind of happening. And right now there's a blue arrow on the board. If Hikaru finds b5, he's probably doing great. But Anna, your first thoughts on now we see Ding head in hand. This is just OMG.
It's very sad. It's what we've been emphasizing a lot of times, and we need to keep going back to it because this isn't about chess skills. In case of Ding Liren, he knows as much, if not more, than before becoming a world champion. But ever since he won that world chess championship against Jan Nepomniachtchi, it's almost as if that world championship was cursed. He hasn't felt the same ever since. Even the match itself, neither of the players were at their best. And when he won the title, he himself said that he thinks he's weaker since he became world champion. We haven't seen him play not only not at the same level, but not even close to how he played years ago. And what Hikaru said echoes what Alireza felt after beating Ding Liren, that normally you're happy when you win a game, but he couldn't feel happy about beating someone who is struggling, because it really isn't about the chess moves anymore in case of Ding Liren. It goes a lot deeper than chess.
How do you focus in that situation, David? Have you ever been there where you're watching your opponent and you feel like something's wrong, but you got a job to do?
Yeah, I mean, I've played a few games in my lifetime where I knew my opponent was going through some difficult personal stuff, and it's hard to focus. I mean, it's just testament to how much everyone respects Ding. We've heard it from Hikaru there. We've heard it on previous days. We had Alireza in the studio with us and saying, yeah, something's not up. We all love him. We all see him as a world-class player. I mean, he's a world champion, and we all just want to see him happy at the board. Clearly, he can still kind of compete at an extremely high level, but it's just not the level he's used to. It's not the level we're used to seeing from him, and more importantly, it's not the body language we're used to seeing from him. And yeah, we just want to see Ding relaxed, happy, enjoying chess.
Well, speaking of body language, apparently we do have a bit of a clip now referring to what Hikaru was referring to in the confessional booth of the moment that Ding kind of made Hikaru Nakamura feel uncomfortable. And here it is. Just kind of bouncing up and down in his chair, I guess, and Hikaru not quite sure what to make of it. Maybe it is interesting. That seems simple, but I think when you're talking about a player like Ding Liren, his body language has been focused. Stoic is a word that comes to mind. Ding Liren is not a very emotive player, kind of the opposite of Hikaru in a lot of ways. And so, anyway, well, looks like b5 was played. The queen has retreated back to d1. David, you've already made the point, because white could have played queen d1 voluntarily, remember. This is not an endgame white wants. Not to say Hikaru might not even play for more. He might. I don't know. He might avoid the queen trade. But this endgame is already, as Hikaru said, a 2-result position for black.
Yep, exactly. And let's just jump in very briefly to break it down. I don't think we even need to go into variations here. Nothing too deep, at least. Queen takes queen, maybe the most natural move. If white wants to kind of minimize the damage here, then I assume he's going to take with the bishop. Rook takes looks really sad after the move knight to b3, hitting the rook in the corner. And after rook to b1, black has several ways here to push the advantage. I mean, you could, at the very least, just develop your bishop, and white is all tied up on the back rank. Maybe there's something even stronger. At least the bar would indicate that. But clearly, black's pieces are more active than their counterparts. Black might get the bishop pair. Black controls a nice outpost on d4. So I'm assuming bishop takes d1 if the queen trade happens. And here, yes, this pawn is attacked, but even if black just defends it, I'm not sure how. f6, bishop d6, some very tempting candidate moves. I mean, the pawn structure is symmetrical. Black is way more active than white. Look at these white pieces stuck at the back rank. And knight is already coming into c4. 0 winning chances, I'm going to say here for Ding. Probably, as Hikaru mentioned, a draw still the most likely, but the trend of the game clearly in black's favor.
Very much in his favor, and I think he even said that if the pawn can't be taken earlier in the game on e5, then he's winning. Then he corrected himself, but clearly he is confident, and that's also for the many other factors we already discussed. Hikaru is the defending champion of Norway Chess, and he is leading the tournament. If he wins with the black pieces today, that's another 3 points to the standings for him halfway through the event. So looking very good for the 5-time US Chess champion, and we just hope that Ding Liren finds himself, not just for this game, but in general in his career. Alireza said he thinks he will. It's just a matter of time when he will find himself. Magnus recently went on a podcast together with you, David, and he was wondering about it himself. He says that Ding Liren is broken. Is it eternally broken, unfortunately, that he is broken, or will he manage to come back and find himself again, is the main question for Ding Liren, I think, not just here, but throughout the year in his chess career and life.
It'll be the thing we're talking about until the World Championship match versus Gukesh, and we don't want to, like, nobody is enjoying talking about this, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, but it's a major storyline. The chess world has been sort of in chaos a little bit in terms of the hierarchy, the natural order of things for a couple of years now. Again, kind of started a little bit with Magnus throwing caution to the wind, deciding not to defend the title, and a lot of very unique things have been happening. Magnus Carlsen's still the best chess player in the world, not just in opinion, I guess, use the ratings, right? But he's not the world champion and not defending that title. Ding Liren is, and Ding Liren is all eyes on me right now, all eyes on Ding. So it's tough, but that's the spotlight, and it's not going away because we might have the youngest world champion in history, Gukesh, coming up if Ding Liren cannot find himself in a match. That would be amazing anyway. I mean, it's not like people don't maybe want that for Gukesh. I'm just saying it's a wild time right now, and we don't have any choice but to continue to wonder, how will Ding Liren get his groove back? Did you guys watch how Stella got her groove back yet?
Not yet, Danny.
And Tay Diggs. So what happened was, like, there's a romantic affair, but Tay Diggs never. Okay, that's a different show. Okay, I want to go back to Magnus's game with Alireza, if that's okay. We left it. We've had a change in the structure. Magnus has a weakness that he can maybe barrel in on, called an isolated d7 pawn. But is that enough, really, to get an edge? I don't know. So let's head over to Magnus Carlsen's battle versus Alireza Firouzja. A battle of the second and third placed players. If you're just tuning in, the standings: Hikaru Nakamura, clear leader. Alireza Firouzja just behind him, followed by Magnus Carlsen. So a big one for the overall situation in Norway.
Yeah, a big game, and I'm getting flashbacks to 2021 Norway Chess when Magnus had a rocky start, a bit of a wake-up call at some point there with the defeat, and then he started winning. Alireza was one of his victims on that run, and it was actually something very similar to this. It ended up as a bishop endgame. Here there's queens and rooks still on the board, but it's only white who can get optimistic here. Let's just do a quick backtrack to the moment we last left it. Anna, you were saying knight to c4, decent move, and I was saying, okay, maybe black should play knight d6, try and trade off this this active horsey on c4. But he actually tried to trade bishops here, Alireza, and this move was given a question mark. Objectively, I can understand why as well. In the process of trading this bishop, black loses some valuable time and his pawn structure gets broken. Magnus flicked in a really clever intermezzo here before trading the bishops. He attacks the black queen. Black is forced to just get this pawn off the board as quickly as possible. Knight takes on d6, and after some trades we see the white queen land on a beautiful square, regain the material balance, and Danny mentioned the weaknesses here. Rook to e1, Magnus's last move, controlling the only open file. The pawn is up for grabs on a4, but if the pawn is taken, white will win the b6 pawn at the very least. And yeah, two isolated pawns. Looks like one-way traffic, but so reduced material here that maybe a draw still the most likely. I say it's...
Your voice gets high when you're insecure, just so you know. I've been watching. It's a bit of a tell. If you're ever going to vote, your voice gets a little bit high when you're not
the only
sure.
one, Danny.
And I'll say it's... I mean, he was looking over at me, and I was like, again, Magnus bias-itis because of what I saw him do to Fabiano before the rest day. I just... Again, I know the eval bar does not justify anything that I'm about to say. It's Magnus Carlsen that justifies it. It's the history and the precedent that he has set, his reputation, right? It precedes him, and I feel like, at the very least, Magnus is going to do everything he can to win this thing in classical, not go to Armageddon. Small advantages, yes, the d7 pawn and b6 pawn, but they are advantages, and this is a Magnus-esque position.
I think the same. I think that this could be another vintage Magnus game. Not that Alireza hasn't been doing well, and he could very well defend this game, but he will have to be defending this game for a long time if he wants a draw. And I think that bishop g5 is a move that he already is possibly regretting. It's not that he's in any big trouble, but the position has gotten slightly uncomfortable for him because of missing that pawn push, that beautiful temporary pawn sacrifice d6. If he had played knight to d6 instead of the bishop trade offer, there would have been no such thing, and the pawn structure would have been healthy for black.
Yeah, right idea, just wrong order potentially, and now a bit of suffering ahead, or dare I say it, a bit of massage ahead in the endgame. Queen to f6, the last move offered. To trade or not to trade is the question for Magnus. That would wreck the black pawn structure, but without knights on the board, it's going to be hard to take advantage of those ruined pawns. Yeah, it definitely feels like Firouzja doesn't like, he's not enjoying the tension here, Danny.
What kind of massage are you getting when you're suffering? I mean, I know there's some deep tissue massage.
Painful, something painful.
Deep I mean, you're just like suffering massage over there. You and I are gonna talk about this when the cameras are not rolling.
Where you guys go for a massage? Like, everyone's getting a massage here. Apparently, it's free even, and I wasn't in on this.
Okay, well, next time. All right, well, I agree. Will it be a bit of a massage, a long Magnus massage of the position? There's a visual for you. A long Magnus Carlsen massage. Let's back up to the bird's eye view before I take this any farther, and take a look at the other games. But Magnus going to decide, will I trade queens? Bad structure, but maybe lose a little bit of my bind in the process, or find a way to keep the queens on the board. And okay. Still plenty to go there, and of course Firouzja does have great drawing chances, right? Don't get us wrong, but we'll see how Magnus tries to keep pecking away at a small advantage. Sorry, I'm just spying around. If anyone sees anything they want to jump to, go ahead and shout it out.
Vaishali Lei Tingji, I thought we could check back in because that's a really exciting position. I don't think there have been too many moves that we missed, but just to update our viewers on what the situation is between the tournament leader in Norway Chess Women, Vaishali, Praggnanandhaa's sister, and Lei Tingji, the runner-up of the Women's World Chess Championship. The two played against each other just a month ago, and the candidates and their head-to-head score is 1-1, but there were no draws. They both won their games with the white pieces in Toronto.
Yeah, so a score to settle for Lei Tingji, who lost the most recent of those games with the black pieces. Right now, if we jump into that one, just to set the scene, it looks like Vaishali is the one almost in a Magnus-esque position, not just for the first time this tournament, where she can go for the 2-result type of position. I think I would get itchy fingers here. I would just be desperate to trade that knight off, partly because, as Danny mentioned, it could become an attacking piece if it lives. Knight to f4 on the cards, but also it would ruin the black pawn structure, give black doubled isolated pawns here. And yeah, that would remove the risk, whether you kind of just unpin this knight by defending it with your rook, whether you step forward with your queen. Ultimately, Anna, it feels like only white can make the running here.
Yeah, I think that bishop takes d5 is what Vaishali is possibly considering as one of the main, if not the main, options here for her. And I fully agree with you that it could become a 2-result position where white is trying with a slight advantage and worst case draw. I'm also trying to see if there's any tricks or any patterns that could work in late Tingji's favor in case white is not accurate, because I'm a little bit concerned about the white king not having too many defenders, but there's also not really an attack going on the king side. So maybe it's like long term, if I'm playing this with the white pieces, I would see a rook coming to the 6th rank and I get checkmated on h2. I think it's more of a dream scenario than actual reality here.
Yeah, I see what you mean though, definitely. White's king lacking defenders, but it does take black a bit of time. Let's just jump in with a couple of moves to highlight what Vaishali's probably thinking about right now. The most ambitious move would be bishop takes knight, just to ruin the black pawn structure. And here, black doesn't have time to play the move bishop takes e2, trying to rid white of her knight, because bishop takes f7 would be a Zwischenzug intermediate move, a check, and when black recaptures, white would end up a pawn to the good. So most likely in this position, black will recapture. And I mean, earlier I saw a featured tat asking, why doesn't Magnus double Alireza's pawns? That one, it's a big question, because it looks very tempting, getting the queens off the board. But with no knights around, it's harder to target doubled pawns in any position. And here, you can actually keep your knight intact. And in this position, the doubled pawns, Anna, might be weak long term. I don't think white should be rushing to take this pawn, because of the move queen to b6, hitting the knight, winning the b2 pawn back. But if white just takes the slow approach in a position like this one, queen to d2, eventually sneaks the queen out, this pawn long term should just be destined for the trash can.
Yeah, and the bishop of black is a lot less useful than white's knight in a structure like this. So it's the d4 pawn, but also how the structure doesn't favor the only minor piece of black, while the white horsey will be here, a very useful piece.
Yeah, it's going to jump all over the place.
Well, let's jump back to the white position real quick here, just to reset, because we want to remind everybody, this is the current position on the clock, Vaishali thinking about it, and just quickly show those moves without a lot of analysis, but f3, bishop h5, takes. The line we were just showing, like, that's on the board if Vaishali wants it. Like, she can go for bishop takes d5, followed by f3, as you said. And
yes.
She's already in the driver's seat. Big time.
Yeah,
yes.
Safe long-term advantage.
Note that she can't play f3 first. I was making a point because black can play knight to e3 and fork the queen and rook. But of course, as David already pointed out, you can take d5 first, and black has no intermezzo on bishop takes e2 because of bishop takes f7. So, all right, well, Vaishali in the driver's seat. If she wants that forcing line, she's going to get it. But I want to back up and swing it over to Ding Liren's game with Hikaru Nakamura, because unfortunately for Ding Liren, it feels like the rain is continuing to pour out of the frying pan into the fire, whatever you insert metaphor of things are getting worse. Things are getting worse for Ding Liren. He played king f1, which has increased Hikaru's advantage, and I'd like to bring up that board and dive in and see if we can break down why.
Yeah, let's do just that. We see the question mark appear, Ding's last move. The blue arrow also, I don't think it's the first time today, but it's maybe the most significant time today. There is a threat. King to f1 has unpinned white's knight, so the king defends the bishop on e2, freeing up white's knight along this diagonal, so knight takes pawn. That's on tap next turn, so f6 may be the most logical move in the position. I guess it's just a bit slow, and I'm not sure what white should have done instead, but Yeah, it's just sad. Look at the pieces all sat on the back rank. As we mentioned earlier, in comparison, in contrast, Black's knight, Black's both bishops here, just dominating. Anna, this is
feels
tough.
like the position was already uncomfortable. Like King F1 is a mistake, but it's a mistake because there was already so much pressure on White's position that it's not easy to find the best move here that doesn't have your position collapse. I think the computer preferred, instead of King F1, a pawn push, A4, to try to weaken the Black Queen side. And it makes sense once you see the move suggested by the engine. It's like, oh, of course, it's obvious. But this game goes way beyond what's obvious on the board. And Ding Liren, before his current form, would have played a move like A4 possibly after 2 seconds of thinking.
But Hikaru has played F6, not quite after 2 seconds of thinking, but very quickly, right on cue from that featured chat comment we had, which was Hikaru is a tough opponent. That is an astute observation. No, I'm kidding. It's like, thanks, Captain Obvious. No, I'm teasing it. He is a tough opponent, and like I like to say, because he plays really good moves very fast. And that's what he did there. He played the best move really fast, and yeah, it is true. And tough stuff for Ding Liren. We know Hikaru is confident. He might have already visited the confessional booth again. I have no idea. He's getting up from his chair a lot.
He could very well be there right now.
Could be there right now. And I wonder if A4 is still possible for Ding Liren. Anna pointed out that idea. David, is it too late for A4, or is that a way for Ding to liberate a little bit of the pieces?
Yeah, I mean, once we've seen it, we can't unsee it, as Anna said. And it pretty much looks like the only active move. Otherwise, you just suffer passively, and that's the last thing you want to do in chess in general, but especially at this top level. Let's jump in and ask ourselves, is it too late? Can Ding free himself from the black bind here? Pawn to A4. Oh, the bar does drop.
Oh, it drops a lot, so it might be too late. Why is it too late? Let's take a look on captures.
I assume we capture, and this is the moment where I guess our rook is attacked. Maybe we just shift it. I mean, the problem is I just don't see anything for White to do. This pin is really annoying. I'm guessing there might have been a difference to do with, for example, if the White... oh, look at Ding on the camera. I was going to say if the White rook could shift up to D5 and E5 wasn't protected, as it is now, one move previously, then there might have been some counterplay. But
I think that's the key, David, and I think we should show it, because that is a huge difference, that in the other position there would have been no pawn on F6, and there are ideas of getting the rook out of the pin of the G4 bishop, and then the E5 pawn is hanging because of both the rook and the knight.
Yeah, but I mean, the position is secondary right now. Let's just go back to the live position. It's all about Ding on the camera. I mean, he looks despondent, Danny.
Yeah, very sad.
Hikaru talked about how tough it feels to play Ding right now, and everyone wants to win, but some wins maybe feel better than others. We talked with Magnus how some wins are maybe greater than others, like grinding down Fabiano Caruana, his longtime rival with Black. That feels good for Magnus, but beating someone who, when they're down, like Ding Liren, doesn't really feel good to players. Alireza Firouzja was with us in studio. He talked about it. Hikaru has already said this doesn't feel great. But one silver lining for Hikaru, a fun anecdote for those Hikaru fans out there, is that if Hikaru wins this game, he will be back over 2,800 FIDE classical, which is, you know, the 2,800 club is a club that Hikaru has been a part of before. He's one of a few players. It's a threshold that very, very few pass. But if Hikaru wins today, indeed, he is back over 2,800. Shout out to our featured chatter there. Thank you for that info. I'm reading it without fact-checking the math on that. Going to assume you've done some of the live rating calculations, but at 2794, I think he is coming in. Or no, that was his official rating. I think he's a little higher than that now, yeah, with the games that have happened here. So yeah, there you go. Something for Hikaru to shoot for, even though, as he already said, he's struggling right now with his opponent's struggles.
Yeah, I can confirm Hikaru before today's game, classical, 2798, sorry. 27
in the live ratings, right?
Live ratings. So
okay, yeah.
Confirmed, 2,800. That's a lot at stake. I mean, there's a lot at stake every day here in Norway Chess, of course, but that would be a nice point of pride for Hikaru Nakamura, and I have a feeling we're going to see Ding go into the tank here. He's still got 1 hour on the clock, but a lot of the damage has already been done. It's just limiting that damage, trying desperately to trade off the right set of pieces. but uphill struggle now.
Very much an uphill struggle, and the problem is now the position really is like so uncomfortable that even if Ding was in a better shape, it would still be a difficult position. Knowing how much of a struggle everything has been for him makes it multiplied difficult to hold this.
Yeah. Oh, Ding. My heart is melting.
I honestly don't even want to watch it anymore.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, let's back out. We'll go to a different game. It's tough.
Let's do just that.
Our heart goes out to Ding, and sorry to make that call, but this is really hard to watch, and he's really struggling, and you just want him to enjoy chess.
Yeah, it's not about the results.
He is one of the best human beings ever to do it in the history of the game, right? And he's not even having a good time, and like literally, like it's hard to watch. And we will certainly come back, and I know fans want to follow it. It's a top-level chess game. He's a professional, and many fans of Hikaru Nakamura, perhaps more than any other player here in our different chats. But that's tough. We're going to let Ding Liren figure it out, and we're going to head over to a different game. I'd love to go look at Prag's game with Caruana. We haven't been there in a minute. The queens were traded, and we have the endgame we talked about, with Fabi having a 2-on-1 majority. So let's go to there.
Yeah, let's jump to that game. Constantly evolving, really quick play actually. The player's already at move 24, one of the most developed games of this round so far. And let's just do a quick rewind action replay. For those who were with us earlier, we saw the move queen to f5 as predicted. By far the most accurate move, it feels like. Going into an endgame, Fabi may be slightly reluctant, but it does, after the queen trade, correct the black pawn structure. Also, really nice that the black pawn covers the e4 square, so white's pawn can never kick the black knight away. We saw the queen side unlocked, again as predicted, by a trade here, and the white rook tried to use the a-file, but was duly met by a counter on that line, and rook to d1, the black knight re-centralizing itself, different circuit this time. I've got to say, in practical terms, I think black's got great chances, especially if black gets 2 more moves. If the black king comes towards the center, maybe you defend the g-pawn first, maybe shift it forward, then only black can be better if all the rooks leave the board. But for now, what's Prag aiming for? Some ideas of getting a rook to the 7th rank?
And he's done that actually in the live board.
He has.
Yep.
Pardon me. Yeah, rook d7, good move. And that's the thing with these endgames. Long-term maybe favors black, so short-term Prag needs to be energetic.
Yeah, he's energetic with his body language as well. The swinging his back, and that's usually a confident Prag, as from what our body language expert can tell.
Guilty as charged. I was literally about to point that out, but you've got my job now. Yeah, no, I think I wanted to point out that you said activity is kind of the name of the game from a compensation perspective, and this is a good theme in chess, and it's an instructive one. You've got a positional edge for black with this 2-on-1, and we use that term to describe what is permanent. That's kind of what the word means, right? What is permanent about the position? What weaknesses can you kind of not undo or take back? Black is forever playing with an extra pawn over there, but the activity that white has, the rook on the 7th rank, and really that bishop on e5, was hitting g7 together, the bishop coming to f6 to sort of offer an exchange and relieve white's pressure. But even if it's exchange, white then gets the knight into the center, and knights are tricky beasts, right? That knight is hopping in to c6. You've got all kinds of other weird stuff going on, and yeah. By the way, we should point out that black is officially threatening to take on a1 now, because if black had traded on the last move, the white bishop retreats all the way back. Just when you think you win, that ninja bishop is hiding all the way across the universe. But now black is threatening to take, so there is a concrete decision Prag will need to make. Does he keep the rooks on the board, double them on the 7th rank, like rook a7? Kind of my idea, to keep the pressure there, or do you switch to the d-file? But either way, I just wanted to point out that white's initiative is enough probably with best play. It's why the engine thinks this is a roughly level position, right? Like, if white keeps the initiative, you should be balanced. But one small slip, what happens with the initiative is because it's based on temporary stuff, it goes away, and then those concrete advantages always spelled the day in chess. And that's literally the whatever. That is the game of chess. Often you have one side playing for something that's a little more positional and long term, and one side trying to make sure they keep the pressure now. Those are the chairs that our players sit in.
Yeah.
And they're signed. Everyone has their own chair.
I was meaning the metaphorical chairs
Oh,
of an
sorry,
initiative,
I'm
an
just a
initiative
very
versus
I
a
hear
concrete.
chair, I look at chair, I see chair. I'm
They're
very
also sitting in
simple.
chairs that are signed from the sponsor, which are great. But Prag sitting firmly in the initiative chair needs pressure. Fabi sitting firmly in the. If he could just simplify, he wins with the 2 pawns. But you were right. The chairs. Sorry, go ahead.
I love how the
I love chairs.
the organizers asked them to sign their chairs, the players, but they didn't ask us to sign our chairs. What's up with that?
We should ask them that. I'm gonna
Maybe
text
it's not as
Benedict
valuable that we are sitting in these chairs. No one will want to buy them after the event for charity.
They might try to burn them. I don't know.
Danny.
Metaphor. Still a metaphor, Danny, right? The metaphorical chairs here. Yeah, I'm not sure whose seat I'd rather be in right now, but Prag, he's quite strong at these endgames for someone at such a young age, and I bet he's going to continue playing energetic chess here. The white rook in the near future, after dealing with the tension on the A file, can as well go pawn hunting. So it looks like he's got enough to keep the balance at the very least. And Fabi, not sitting in his chair right now. Maybe he's in the confessional. That's a recipe for success for him a couple of days ago. I wonder if he'll try to repeat that trick. Maybe one to touch back in on a bit later. Armageddon, though, maybe likely, Anna.
I think it's likely. I wouldn't say it's anytime close. I think this is actually a very rich position for how it is well into basically an endgame with not too many pieces, especially after potentially there's a rook trade on the a5, potentially there's a piece trade on f6, so we're going to have even less pieces on the board after the next few moves. But because of the structural differences, because of the different activity of the pieces, I think it is a game that will go on for quite a bit, but possibly draw would be the prediction for the result. Do you agree, Danny?
I think most likely, for sure. Although I'm going to give some more credit to Prag again, because we talked a lot about the concrete advantages, explained why Fabiano wanted to trade queens and what could happen with 2-on-1. But I want to say again that the other thing that can happen with overextended pawns, David, either they become a pass pawn, or maybe somehow white finds a way to eliminate both those pawns for one, right? If white gets rid of both the b and c for the b3 pawn because the rooks are active exactly, then we look at the other side of the board, and doing the exercise Anna and I talked about earlier in the show, how to get better, you have to visualize, well, if this happens, what, right? This is a 4-on-3 endgame where black has already extended the f-pawn. Knights have the potential in those endgames to do nasty things. So it's actually not that crazy that white's long-term potential here is maybe better than we were giving it credit for, because if somehow you can corral those pawns, you know, there are long-term chances. We say knight endings are the closest to king and pawn endings, and it's true. So, but I do agree. We've set enough drama here for a game that is most likely ending in peace, but we'll come back to it in a little bit after Fabiano responds here, and we get maybe a clearer idea. Knight takes f6, and
so both rooks are hanging. White has to trade on a
yeah, but this was my point. You trade and then play rook b7.
Yeah.
And then
rook b7 or rook c7, attack one of the queenside pawns. Which one is more
well,
important?
my thought was, okay, I guess if you trade and play rook b7, black will play b4, and then black has rook a3 coming in some positions. So it's okay. It's interesting, right? And you may be right, David. If Fabi can make a pass pawn work, then that concrete advantage has become one where black is pushing. But if those pawns get overextended and somehow you lose one, white does have long-term winning chances. That was my point. The 4-on-3 on the king side.
Definitely. Like you said, Danny, it's all about these queenside pawns. If it does become 4 versus 3, black would love to pick up this f5 pawn and put it back on f7. Then maybe more drawing chances, but big weakness, big compromised structure there. So, okay, let's leave these two to battle out this endgame.
Yes, we're expecting a trade of rooks and then further battle, but we'll report on it from the bird's eye view, where we can also see the rest of the games, because there's 6 games in every single round here at Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. I'm curious. Oh, okay. We will just update on this final move of Prag. Well, final for now. His current move is rook takes a8. maybe we could just play out real quickly the line that Danny mentioned, that after the trade, the d7 rook needs to move somewhere. Most likely it will stay on the 7th rank and attack one of the pawns, rook c7 or rook b7. Maybe rook b7, b4, you mentioned that then the b3 pawn can become a target, or that's still okay?
Yeah, but it's funny. There's like, is there knight g5 there? I mean, what happens in these types of... Oh,
sorry, my bad. Let's go to
what happens in those types of positions where we get a different type of race, right? Black is racing on the queen side, black is racing on the king side, not a checkmate attack. We often think of races as kings on opposite sides of the board and pawn storms, but like this is fascinating, right? Rook a3, knight e6, you win b3, like white wins g7 and also gets mating net ideas along the way. So, you know, and you may not even be able to take b3 because of rook g7 and rook f7, I don't know.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is... I, for one, am having fun in this game. I know it's simplifying out. Maybe it's that insurance card I have where I know I've got protection. I've got Armageddon. So even if this draws, you know, we have excitement. But I think this game has a lot of interesting stuff going on.
Yeah, fully agreed. I think for any endgame aficionado, this is one of the more exciting of them all. So, okay, maybe time to zoom out, though.
Yeah, we will. Just a second. I just got told we've got a Magnus Carlsen confessional. Actually, we're not going to go to that right now. We're going to have it at the break for our subscribers. So if you've got Prime, now's the time. If you're watching on Twitch, if you're a subscriber on any channel, go ahead and do it. Avoid ad-free. A lot of people don't know, by the way, if they subscribe on Twitch, you get ad-free on chess.com. It's as good as going gold on chess.com, where you don't have to have ads on chess.com. So subscribe and you can connect your accounts. And obviously, we've been playing a lot of these interviews and content at the break. So more reasons, but subscribe because we have a Magnus Carlsen confessional coming when we go to our break, which will be in about 10 minutes. So you've got some time to do it. All right, let's back up to the bird's eye view. As you said, David Aru. I don't know why I just rhymed your name. Bird's eye view, David Aru. You know, anyone ever called you like a, hey there, Ru, hey there, big guy? What was your nickname as a kid?
D-Dog.
D-Dog?
Oh.
Big D.
Yeah? Big D as a
Howler.
kid.
Howler.
Howler? I like Howler. I like that.
Committed many howlers on the chessboard in my time.
Yeah. I love it. All right.
I didn't have cool nicknames like you guys.
All right,
I bet you had some cool nicknames.
I don't know. I don't
No?
think I ever had a cool nickname, ever. I'm still heartbroken about it. No, I'm kidding.
We'll think of one for you, Danny. That could be our word of the day.
All right. Well, we've got more action in the Hikaru game. As we talked about, it was sad, and I'm sorry I pulled us away from that. My heart literally couldn't take it in that moment, but we will go back, and Ding Liren's struggles continue against Nakamura. Maybe not right now. Look at the game with Vaishali and Lei Ting-jae. That's interesting, for sure.
Oh, so she went for the trade that we suggested, but she also went for grabbing the pawn and trading it for the pawn. Levy's chair has just subscribed to. See, this is the day of chairs.
The day of chairs, Levy's chair.
Thank you for the subscription, everyone.
We can also go check out Anna Muzichuk's game versus Pia Cromling. The bishop pair will be able to flex from now for a while, but I actually like kind of what Pia's done. She's eliminated some of the pressure there, even though the bishop pair will be tough for her to play against, I think, for the rest of the game. So, David, you have the mouse. You're in control. I'm driving with no hands, so you decide where we're going.
Okay, let's do it. Vaishali against Lei Ting-jae. She's our leader. That game has changed and will likely continue to change. And then maybe back to Magnus, where a lot has been clarified. A lot of tension evaporating. So a quick check-in on our leader in Norway women's chess right now. Anna, I was going to say impatient decision from Vaishali maybe, but she's clearly got something in mind with this queen exchange.
Yeah, I think she calculated it. She took quite some time before she even started the whole sequence of moves with bishop takes d5. So she clearly has invested quite some time and energy in making this decision, and she potentially wanted to force this queen trade. So queen b3 was her idea at the end of the line. Is it obligatory to take, or can black keep the queen on the board with queen to d2? Do you want to trade queens as black is a question.
Yeah, I think I would be reluctant here. Some calculations always needed, of course. Like you said, black has two options. It's a 50-50. If you keep queens on the board, you have to calculate, I guess, what happens if white starts grabbing pawns. I'm not sure which pawn the black bishop would be attacked either way. So this would be a temporary pawn sacrifice. I mean, from strategic point of view, trading queens here even looks horrible for black right now. partly because of a bad bishop here. It's a good knight versus bad bishop scenario, but also because there's a clear target. The isolated pawn in the center long term is going to be a bit of an issue. I think this is last resort territory. If you can keep the queens on, you should keep the queens on. It's just whether Lei Ting-Jie can calculate her way out of this and thinks that she might be getting her pawn back potentially long term. Tricky, Danny, 50-50.
Yeah, but I definitely like Vaishali's position, like you said, for all the long-term advantage reasons, right? The positional reasons, a dominant knight in the center, some weak pawns. Feels like a position that's easier for white to play, right? Whether she converts it and makes it happen or it goes to Armageddon or not. And I don't want to announce two-result territory just yet, but it feels like this position is going to be much harder for black to win. And yeah, I expect Lei Ting-Jie to try to keep the queens on the board because of what you said, but I still like white.
Yeah. Just as we say that, of course, the queens come off.
Okay, I'm totally wrong, and she decides the endgame's okay.
I'm surprised. I thought it was quite an unpleasant endgame to play.
I wonder if she's calculated something super concrete, like, is there a way to play rook f(c)8 with a tempo? Remember, black is hoping white plays a move like c4, because then you get to exchange your weak isolated pawn, right? So just remember, that's kind of the key point, is black can put pressure. You're hoping white plays c4, which means white has to play a move like rook fc1. And is there something concrete there for black to play like rook c5, David, to kind of stop you before your rook a5 plan? As I say it, I see b4 for white, so I'm not sure. But maybe rook c7 even, as you know, the bishop does guard squares. And what I'm trying to get to is if I can bring enough pressure to the c file quickly, right, I can force you to play c4. What happens there? Well, we're just exchanging. And so as much as for us it looks like maybe white has an edge, perhaps she's tried to calculate something concrete here.
Yeah, maybe the idea is to create an outside pass pawn, maybe black in the near future. I like your rook fc8 maybe first, but a5, b5, a4, try to throw it forward. Again, it's what we referred to earlier in the Prag versus Caruana game. If long-term you're suffering, here black long-term has a bad bishop versus a very strong knight, then try to accelerate the play. Be energized, create some counterplay. So still within the realms of equality, roughly, Anna, but I think we all pick white here. I say with my high your voice.
I think we pick white.
It's not that high, but it's just a little bit. Okay, she does go for rook fc8. I like it, and then I like your plan too. I like our plans together. If our plans come together, they can make a good chess move. Baby, I don't know. Okay, we're going to move on. David, we're doing great. Anna's the third wheel.
Anna, just stop us anytime.
We're having a great time. Okay, let's back
Why
up.
am I sitting between you two? This
no,
is like, it makes it even more awkward. These two keep flirting with each other all the time.
All right, we're gonna back up. We're going to back up and go to the bird's eye view. And continue to have a great time. This is what commentary should be, you know? All of us having a good time, friends hanging out, and more chess games to look at.
Where to go next?
We wanted to go to Carlsen, Firouzja, I believe, unless there's any...
No, I'm with you totally. I think it's the right call. He did trade queens, as we see, the doubled F pawns for Firouzja, but without the queens on the board, now black can start thinking about getting his king in the game and those things. So let's head over there. Magnus Carlsen versus Alireza Firouzja. As I said the last time we were there, these are the second and third place people in the standings, respectively. Alireza with a half point more than Carlsen. Hikaru, of course, is in the clear lead with 7. So, all right, David, take it away. Where are we at?
Yeah, let's just do a quick recap of the last few moves, because there's a lot hidden beneath the surface here. We left it after black offered the queen trade, and I did see that feature chat saying, why can't white just double the black pawns? That did indeed happen. Queen takes queen. White played b3 to protect the pawn on a4. And initially, I was thinking this is just one-way traffic. Magnus is going to maybe push his f-pawn forward, bring the white king, race it towards the center. At the right moment, you might even trade bishops. But black has more than one weakness. Normally, we say the theory of two weaknesses. Black does have doubled pawns. Black's h-pawn is isolated. Watch out for that to become a factor. The d-pawn is isolated and backward as well. But Firouzja had this really cunning idea. Rook to b8. Active play in endgames. We can't repeat it enough. b5 is coming to blow open the queen side and to activate the black rook. And Magnus has stopped this really drastically with a committal decision. Pawn to c4, the white bishop hates that decision. The white bishop now locked behind its own pawns. Also, Danny mentioned the black king, if the rooks ever disappear, has a clear path now towards white's queenside. I do wonder whether Firouzja should actually kind of blow things open now, get rid of one weakness, trade it off, but that would improve the white bishop. Tense position. It's either d5 here, or you slide the king across, try and trade rooks, and hope that you hold a pure bishop endgame. Firouzja, what do we think about his chances here?
I think I was very optimistic about white's endgame. When I saw queen f6, I thought, you know, the better pawn structure and such, but rook b8 is a move I clearly didn't see coming, with the idea of b5 and trading of those pawns as well as the bishop, so he would have landed in a rook endgame suddenly. If Magnus had to play c4, I don't know if there were any other options, but it seems that he evaluated the other options and decided that, as ugly as it is to push the pawn to c4, he had to go for it and lock in his bishop. d5, though, will open up now the bishop of white, but also will free black from this isolated weakness, and the position is becoming simpler.
I agree. I think it's becoming simpler by the second, and if you end up simplifying everything off of the queen side, despite the doubled and bad pawns on the king side, that will not be enough for white to win. So I'm trying to calculate something concrete if there's like a series of tempo moves. Obviously, if you can play rook e7 now, we were talking about maybe that's key before black gets king f8. And at least there, if black takes on c4, you take with the bishop and you're attacking f7, right? Preventing black from playing b5 and trading further. So rook e7 is perhaps an important move to play. Likely it was the kind of thing that Alireza was calculating, otherwise he might have just blitzed d5. And what happens there if rook e7, if black doesn't want to take c4, how else do you deal with the threat of rook c7, as you already highlighted while I was talking about the dc4 line? So let's analyze this just real quick. I feel like this is the right move. Okay.
Yeah, looks like a very good question. There's two things here to consider. I guess what happens if black takes anyway and just kind of blows open with b5, some calculation needed there, but it does look like he's, like you say, that white will win a pawn at least temporarily. The second thing is, what if I just offer a trade of rooks, try to keep things as simplified as possible?
That seems the more problematic one, yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's interesting. Your idea of sacrificing the pawn on f7 I hadn't really considered, but it might be a good one as well, because you can perhaps open up the b file for back rank issues at the end of the line. But okay, no, this looks like what Alireza has, and maybe that's why Magnus hasn't just blitzed rook b7. Maybe this is the thing that Magnus actually came up with during his confessional, because apparently Magnus has a mid-confessional realization. We've been talking about the fact that the players, when they talk out loud, learning from Hikaru Nakamura, maybe it makes them better. So last chance, I guess, for subscribers to see it. We're going to go to a break. You're going to want to see Magnus Carlsen's confessional. Again, what does he realize in the middle of talking through things out loud? We're going to find out. And round 5 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women will continue when we get back.
I honestly came to the game today and I was just not feeling up for it at all. Just really, tired for some reason. I don't really know why. And also I don't know why I played that line in the opening, because I yeah, I mean, I intended something else, and then I was like, yeah, I can't be bothered, so let's try and play something solid, but I didn't really know it that well. And honestly, it felt from the opening that I wasn't remotely better. Then I sort of woke up a little bit now. I have some hope that if he doesn't play precisely over the next few moves, I might get some chances to win. For instance, now Queen c5 is a logical move, but then I think I'll take and Bishop b5, and it might be a little bit better. I think what he should do now is Queen d5. There's Queen c7, there's Queen b3, and I don't think there are any tactics for me. Maybe there's Bishop a6, and yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I was thinking I'll take Bishop b5, Bishop b6, and then it looks extremely solid, because also the a4, like his pawns on the queen side are the opposite color of his bishop, so and my pawn on a4 is a bit weak, so I think I have nothing there. But yeah, Queen c5, I could have something, but I have like a little bit of hope now, and I felt like earlier I was almost fighting not to be worse, so looking a little bit better, and having a little bit of a better position gives me a bit more energy as well, so I'm hopeful. Yeah, just a slight update. I just discovered Queen d5, Queen f4 with the idea of Queen b3, Bishop c4. So yeah, Queen d5 doesn't fix it. So even more optimistic.
Welcome back. Round 5 of Norway Chess continues on here at 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. Magnus Carlsen visited the confessional booth, had some mid-combo realizations. David, what were your takeaways there of Magnus's real-time banter?
Yeah, first of all, it's just impressive. There's definitely a phenomenon at this tournament of the confessional just leading to enlightenment, as we joked. The players just coming up with all these different things. I'm not sure whether it just heightens everything, their focus, the confessional talking things through. Yeah, also interesting to see how confident he felt, because suddenly we see him on the camera and there was a shake of the head and maybe the game not going down the path he expected after all.
Anna, do you think that? Do you think that maybe he's changing his mind based on what he shared in the confessional?
We can show quickly what he shared in the confessional, because he was referring to the moment before the queen trade. And it makes sense that if Firouzja could have traded on a different square, you would prefer a square that doesn't damage your pawn structure with queen to d5. And first Magnus thought that queen d5, yeah, that's fine for black. He left the confessional, then he comes back and says, oh wait, I have queen f4, and if queen b3 I have bishop c4. So he was quite happy about that realization that this is something that black should not go for. Firouzja didn't play this for now very obvious reasons. I guess they both saw that this is not a line that black can take a chance at. I don't know if there was anything after queen d5, queen away, by the way, like just not going to queen b3. Maybe there are alternatives there, of course, but Firouzja wanted to force the queen trade. I guess that's the point, that the only way to force it, the only way to force white's hand at this trade is by allowing that your pawn structure on the king side will be damaged. It's doubled pawns, it's isolated pawns, they're weak, but material is really reduced. And what Firouzja found next move was, I think, a key move for simplifying the position or forcing Magnus's hand as well, because he played rook to b8, which is a very, very strong idea for how simple the position is. I think it is a key move to make sure that white either allows b5 and further simplifications, and the rook endgame would have arisen from that, or you have to play c4, but then you lock in your own bishop. c4 is the only way to not let black push the b pawn.
Which allows also d5, right? So it locks in the bishop, but it also allows black to get rid of its only big weakness, that isolated d7 pawn. Okay, I don't want to say only big weakness, there are actually multiple other pawns, but the biggest problem on the board could be that weak d7 pawn. So, but Magnus did play rook e7. The move that we anticipated at the break might be met by rook b7. So now that it's on the board and we see the idea of rook b7, let's play it, because I've been calculating kind of while we were going through those variations and getting everyone caught up at what Magnus shared in the confessional. And I'm wondering if Magnus has the bishop endgame in mind. If he thinks that he can trade rooks, and I don't know if it's the next move is an f4 to try to run the king at the risk of black keeping the passed pawn, or even f3. You don't necessarily have to go all the way to f4, but my thinking is that at some point, if white gets the king going and that bishop comes to d3, black, I guess, has weaknesses over there on the king side, and there's, you know, a draw is the likely result, but white can push there for a little bit.
Yeah, I'm getting real shades of that game I mentioned earlier today, 2021 Norway Chess, Carlsen against Firouzja, where it was a bishop endgame. It was actually dark squared bishops, but it's very similar to this. It looks symmetrical pretty much, but only one weakness for black. In that game, it was the A pawn. Here it's the H pawn, and yeah, should be a draw probably, but this is definitely what Magnus is relying on. I'm not sure how much of a massage this one is, but probably it's just a relatively simple draw if black does the same, kind of mirrors white, but Firouzja, he's weighing up this type of endgame right now, calculating the race towards the center with the kings. Otherwise, I think he would have played rook b7 instantly. So a good investment of time, a tip for everyone at home if you have an hour on the clock, especially if you're making a committal decision with any possible piece trade, then pause, sit on your hands, try and calculate as deeply as possible. I think rook b7 will come with a draw, but yeah, still some life left.
Some life left. I would also predict rook to b7, but after some time invested for sure, because you need to be very sure that that endgame you will be okay with holding it against the world champion of endgames, Magnus Carlsen, who squeezes water out of stone, and he did do that against Fabiano Caruana. Vintage Carlsen. Will we see another vintage Magnus today? Maybe the position is not exactly what a vintage Magnus would want, but there's some life in it still.
Totally agree. And I just want to close up maybe our analysis of this one before we back up and check on the others by going back to your point, David. I think it's so instructive to just applaud Firouzja for taking his time here before offering rook to b7. I think that for us it's easier. We have 3 people analyzing. We have an engine's evaluation to guide us, but a lot of people might just quickly check rook b7, think, oh, it's an equal trade, and assume that all trades get you closer to an easily drawn position. But that's not always the case, and if you have the time, you should use it, especially when offering an exchange. It should be like the number one principle. You said sit on your hands. I could hear the voice of my coaches saying the same thing. Sit on your hands. Don't move. Don't even let your hands get a mind of their own. And just, you have an hour. You might as well calculate this position pretty deeply, right? And just make sure that there's nothing that you've misunderstood or that Magnus maybe has up his sleeve, right? Some sort of weird position. So anyway, good stuff. Firouzja is taking his time. We're going to take this time to back up and take a look at all 6 games. Remind you that we have not had a single result yet in round 5 here at 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And interesting to see what's happening in the Vaishali Leitinge game. I love that the king has made its way. King of the hill, white wins. Get the king to the center of the board. So Vaishali just got told she's not playing king of the hill, and she's like, what? Oh, man, I got to re-win this game a different way. So, no, that's an interesting one where white is, I think, in charge. Maybe we should go back to Liren versus Hikaru Nakamura, though. Mm-hmm. That's definitely been the storyline of the round, the emotional journey of the round. What's going on with Liren and how tough it's been to watch. Hikaru himself has talked about it in the confessional booth, if you missed it earlier. And now he's trying to push an advantage. And will he have enough with the bishop pair to get it done?
Yeah, it's definitely a 2-result type of position. We alluded to that earlier. If white defends, if Ding defends extremely well, he'll make a draw. He's trying to build a fortress here. But can Hikaru crack that fortress? He's going really direct here, Hikaru. He's going on an attack against the white king. This bishop is untouchable. The white knight is pinned. The white king, therefore, has to retreat. Or wait, does it? It does. I was just calculating for a sec whether rook takes bishop was possible, but there's actually some tactics in that variation. Maybe we just jump in very quickly. I'm sure Ding will retreat the king, but rook takes bishop. I suddenly realized, oh wait, the rook is trapped. But the black rook can get out after rook takes bishop. C3 is a very important fork. Otherwise, white would be totally fine. So in the current position, it's a straight choice. King D1, king E1, either way. Anna, maybe it's one of those situations where it's actually easier to kind of play for white than it was earlier because his moves are forced.
Yeah, and it almost feels like as if there was something even more than this. Not that black is not better, but I think the board started dancing a little bit, and that suggests that maybe they both made a slight inaccuracy or mistake a few moves ago. The moves are happening quickly, so we should probably focus on now what is currently on the board with king to e1, that the black rook will need to be traded. Rook takes c3, bishop takes c3, likely to come right now. And what will that leave us with? It is a pair of bishops, but if black wants to keep the pair of bishops, he needs to move the c4 bishop again.
Well, the interesting thing is that black is probably playing with house money here, and that you could even play a move like rook c8. Okay, wow.
Oh, wait, he's not trading?
We didn't necessarily see coming.
Okay.
And he's even willing for the opposite code bishop ending, which is the big question, because if Ding takes the bishop, which he just might have to, Hikaru will take the knight on d2 with check, and we have an opposite code bishop ending. In theory, this should increase Ding Liren's drawing chances, just from just a general statement without anything concrete. But white's pieces are so bleeping passive there, and black owns the d file. That's actually a really tough position there. So I was going to make the opposite point. I was going to say that even if he traded rooks and played rook c8, The same colored bishop ending, if white took the knight, rook takes c4, is like not great for white either because the pawns are stuck on dark squares. But it's irrelevant now because Hikaru is forcing a different line. So, David, what do you think about this one here?
Yeah, firstly, this is incredible. This is why Hikaru is so just amazing in all kind of facets of chess. He knows when to change the pace of a game. We were thinking positionally, slow, kind of incremental gains, but no, he wants to go direct on the attack. Yeah, I think taking the bishop is the first thing you should calculate in any position. It's the most forcing line. It leads to something that might be tenable with opposite color bishops, as you mentioned. King to d1. I'm trying to work out exactly what Hikaru has in store, whether there are some tricks, some traps there.
If I had to anticipate, we'll just do a little bit of analysis, and then I've been told we actually have a confessional from Hikaru, so we're going to throw right to it. We're not even going to wait for a break. We'll get Hikaru's thoughts, but I think the line was maybe just king d1, rook c3, bishop c3, and then the rook comes to c8. And I think, okay, or d8. d8 would pin the knight. Okay, maybe this is why he wants to force the king to d1. Now it's making sense, right? This pins the knight. How much better is the endgame if you just go rook c8, by the way, just to see if I'm completely misevaluating and can learn something, or if it is still better. Okay, apparently it likes white's drawing chances now.
Maybe it's just because the white king will be sitting.
The white king is there, and so black... My point was that bishop is still trapped, and the pawns on dark squares aren't great. Black is still controlling the cards, but apparently this is not enough. Because the king comes up, and then what do you have to do? Trade bishops. Okay, makes sense. But now we understand Hikaru's deep idea. Bishop f2 check to force the king to d1 is to play rook to d8. So look at that. You're never losing when you learn. So showing that line that I didn't understand, it's good to understand that transition was not enough for Hikaru. And this is a fascinating thing to see, Hikaru being super accurate. Let's throw to the confessional that he gave us. More thoughts. Apparently he went pretty deep in the game, continues to talk about Ding Liren, the 2022 candidates, and a bunch more. Hikaru Nakamura, you have the microphone, sir.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I keep repeating that phrase every time I step in because I'm not sure what my first sentence should be. Yeah, so my game, Ding has played a couple of very confusing moves. Now, here's what I think is going on in his head. Of course, I could be completely wrong. Is that after I played e5, I think he recalled that somewhere in these lines he was supposed to play a3, which is why he played a3 after e5. Now, again, this is my assumption. I could be completely wrong, but I think he probably recalled that he's supposed to play a3 somewhere, but he wasn't sure of exactly which position. So once I played e5, then he played a3, and then I went bishop g4. Or sorry, I had already gone bishop g4. So after e5, he went a3, if I have it correct. But now in this position after a3, rook c8, queen b3, knight a5, I think it's very, very hard for white to play here. Either he's going to have to play queen a4, queen a2, or queen d1, I think. I mean, he can also go queen d3. But I would say that basically in this position, if he plays queen d3 or queen e3, I can always just trade the queens, go knight b3. I can never be worse. If anything, I'm the one who's better. If he goes queen a2, which looks very strange, I think bishop e6 should just be great for me. If he goes queen d1, I mean, at the very least, I can trade the queens, queen d1, bishop d1, and bishop f3 takes, and knight b3 and make a draw if I really want to, or go for more. So I'm very, very pleased with the position, especially with the black pieces. We're only on move number 12 or 13 here, so I really like what's going on in my game. I would say that unless this piece sack with queen a4, b5 takes, is good for white, then I should be fine. I mean, there are a couple of possibilities I have there, and I'm not sure which one I'm going to opt for, which is if he goes for it, I can play knight c6, knight e5, bishop d7, knight d7, queen d7, bishop e3, bishop e7, followed by queen e6 and castle short. And I think I'm probably fine there. That's one option. That's probably not my preferred choice at the moment. Probably one that I'm more likely to go for is takes, queen b5, and then bishop d7, queen e5, bishop e6 like this, because I still keep knight c4 and knight c6 alive. And then I think maybe is queen b5, bishop d7, which is a repetition, or queen b5, knight c6. And I mean, if anything, I'm the one who makes a decision about whether to play on or not to play on. So I feel pretty good. And I don't know what's going through Ding's head. And it's, as I said, it's a very, very strange situation to be in, because, you know, you hear all the stories about Ding, this, that, and the other thing, but I haven't actually played him. since the candidates, I think in 2022, that fateful game where he outplayed me in the middle game and won. But you hear this stuff, and now like seeing him in person, it is very clear that he's not the same person that he was back when I played him in 2022. It's just everything, the body language, everything just really, it doesn't feel right, I guess is the way of putting it. When you play against these guys for so many years, there's certain things that you get used to. So I would say, as general commentary, I would be very concerned for him in this upcoming match against Gukesh, because he just doesn't look right. So hopefully he'll be fine. Hopefully he'll be competitive. But I have to say that you hear everything, but then seeing him in person and seeing this, it's very awkward, because obviously I'm a competitor like everybody else, but you still feel bad for the guy. You want him to do well. He is the current world champion, and so it's very, very awkward being in this situation, I think, is what I would say. But overall, I'm happy with what's going on in the game so far, which I guess is really what my mind should be on more than anything. But yeah, it's what it is. So that's my game. Magnus has a small advantage in the late middle game against Alireza. I don't know if he's going to be able to squeeze it in classic Magnus fashion, but he's the only one who has chances. So he's very slightly better. I think Alireza is probably going to draw the game, but Magnus will push forever, literally until the 6th hour or something like that. So long way to go in that game. Fabi's game, I think, looks reasonably balanced right now. So I think that's pretty stable. I haven't really looked at the women's games yet. But yeah, it's looking good for me today so far, unless I've just missed a tactic. So I'm feeling good. See you guys.
Just when you think Hikaru is done, he busts into analysis of the other game. Anyway, great stuff there. Some rapid fire breakdown of the lines that were in Hikaru's head in the positions that were critical, but a little earlier than where we are now, right? I'd like to show the line, David, that you were analyzing at the break, Grandmaster's brains. You know those guys. They're just always working over there, analyzing variations in their head. So show us the line that you think Hikaru might have calculated, but the crazy draw swindle that might be there.
Yeah, so let's jump in. And first, I'll just rewind. Hikaru in this position a few turns ago played the move rook c2 because he had this whole variation calculated. We see the blue arrow here. The computer thinks Hikaru should have hesitated, should have actually slow played it by creating a second front of attack, pushing the pawn to g5, maybe playing h5, g4, breaking open a new flank with which to get to the white king. But if we fast forward, ding, wow, he doesn't take the bishop. What I think Hikaru might have missed or underestimated is that if king takes f2 had happened, Ding shuffled his king to d1, then rook takes knight, the white king hides. Here, it looks like bishop to a2 wins on the spot. During that confessional, I was wondering, what does white do? It looks like white just resigns. White loses a piece. If the rook moves, the bishop on b2 drops. But actually, the rook can indeed just move and give up this bishop, because after rook takes, suddenly, whoops, a check. And black's king is caught. This would have been a full turnaround. Oh my
god, that's beautiful.
If you step forward.
Either checkmate on the 6th rank,
yeah,
or you win the rook on the back rank.
And this would have turned the tables completely. This would have been a skewer. Hikaru wouldn't have needed to go for this, but instead, the current position, let's catch up. King d1, rook takes rook, a trade, rook d8, as we predicted a bit earlier. And white is tied, bound. This is really horrible. This is a really awkward pin to get out of. Rook to a1, Ding's move.
Yeah, he plays rook to a1 because, as you said, there's pins everywhere and he can't move the king. He couldn't go to c2 because of bishop d3, picking up the b1 rook. That's why he's stepping away. And king c1 wouldn't have been much better either, because then bishop e3 will further pin white's pieces. So he steps away, hoping to play king c2 next move, but this is looking really not okay.
Not okay at all. And it's hard to know what white is going to do here. I guess a4 is at some point a liberating move if you can get it. But tactically, it doesn't work at all right now. Obviously, the bishop would be able to go to b3 with check, either before or after capturing. So maybe king to c1 and king c2 is in the future, followed by maybe getting a4. But black is in control of everything. Does black have time to go for things like g4 and h5 and g4 now and try to open up the other side of the board, principle of two weaknesses, get another target? Or is there something even more concrete that Hikaru is going to go for? We see him diving in here. That's fully committed Hikaru Nakamura a rare capture in the wild over the board chess there. Head in hands. There you go. Get that frame. No kidding. Hikaru works very hard at the board, and yeah, he's diving in right now.
Yeah, if this were a hyperbolic game, I would also dive in right now and play the move rook to d3, just to point out one final tactic, attacking the white bishop. I think here the white rook will just shuffle across and defend, but if king c2, whoops, rook takes bishop, and the power of the bishop pair, the white king, white rook, skewered, and this would be very powerful. But yeah, just Anna, I think long-term domination. He doesn't even need to go for a quick win.
Yeah, this is not looking good when it comes to what's on the board for black versus what's on the board for white. Black has got very active pieces, pair of bishops, all sorts of ideas to further weaken white's structure, such as g5, g4, at some point g5, h5, g4. And white's pieces are struggling. It's the key. The king on the d5, pinned through the rook on d8 and the knight on d2. And also, as we said earlier, the king couldn't move away because the rook on b1 was in trouble. So the rook moved into the corner, hoping that maybe with a4, as both of you mentioned, you could perhaps open up the a5 at some point. But even those ideas now, for instance, wouldn't work if we just show with an example line, David, that white cannot go for a5 in this position if we just make a waiting move and try to play this out, so that tactically those lines don't work, because you would end up losing the rook anyway because of bishop b3 check, and the knight cannot take the bishop. You lose the piece. You lose the rook on a4. So it's a very sad position where your pieces are doomed, pinned, passive. It's equal material, but it's the quality of the pieces that matters here. Black's pieces are a lot more active than white's pieces. In fact, there's not a single white piece that is a strong or good, even good piece or okay piece.
Well said. Sorry for the breakdown, a little bit of the laughter Anna has. I don't know how this hasn't happened at all. We've been doing commentary from this building every day around this time, but the sun has finally come out. Go ahead, Tati, slide over and show them.
I tried to hold it together.
Yeah, they slid over, and I'm being blinded by the sun in the building, and I can't see. But now stand up and block it for us. So now here we go. Now we've got it gone. The camera's missing it because it's switching back to Anna, but this is crazy. I literally cannot see right now in the studio. The sun is insanely glaring off of the side of the building.
I saw it on the screen and I didn't understand what happened with the studio. Suddenly your head was shining like crazy, like it lit up because of the sun.
It's wild. All right, well, we're gonna we'll back up. We'll try to keep the camera on Anna and David over here while we figure out some sort of way to block the sun. How small we are, human beings. Mercy to the giant blazing ball in the universe. All right.
I've got to say, sun at nearly 8 p.m. in Norway, that's a rarity, Danny. You should be celebrating.
I guess so. It's weird. Yeah. We've done commentary every day here.
There was never
and all of a sudden, I'm like, what is going on? I can't see. Anyway, where do we want to go?
Oh, there's action all over the place. Praggnanandhaa against Caruana has really clarified over the last few moves. It's 3 versus 2. Prag is a pawn up, all pawns on one flank. Should be a draw with best play, but the massage is real. And Carlsen versus Firouzja hasn't moved since we were last there, so I think we'll leave that for now. Anna, I'll pass you the ball here. Where to go? Tough question.
I don't know. I'm so intrigued by the blanket situation. Whether we can put the blanket on the wall of a super fancy headquarters of a bank, and we're trying to hang a blanket on the walls.
That's what happens when you got beautiful glass windows all over the building. But by the way, it is what we called in Praggnanandhaa Caruana. It's an endgame where white can push, and with the F pawn gone and the 7th rank open, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Prag is able to grind down and create some chances against Fabiano. So that's an endgame to keep our eye on, and ultimately the prep battle, I guess, won by white there, as that endgame didn't prove possible for Fabi to hold on to his extra pawn advantage. So anyway, I'm really curious to see where that one goes. We might be in store for a really instructive endgame if Prag can grind that one down and Fabi is unable to hold. So,
how things have changed. And we were thinking that Caruana was the one to have better chances in the end.
I was kind of pushing for Prag there. I was. I was saying I think that this endgame could transition with the 4-on-3. You don't remember that?
Well, now that you mention,
you're giving me an like you don't believe me, but I was calling for that. I was actually more inclined to believe that those pawns would disappear and that white would have more chances in the long run, and it's happened.
I got you, Danny. I remember.
Thank you.
Maybe I just erased every good idea of yours, and I only remember the bad ones.
Hey, you wouldn't be alone in that. You wouldn't be alone in that. Anyway, but I don't know that we have to go there. We could check in on any of these games. I kind of want to go to Vaishali's game, the older sister and clear leader of Norway Chess women, older sister of Prag, of course, just because I'm fascinated by the king on d4 and the knight on f4 and how she managed to pull the switch there.
Let's do it, Danny. Let's jump in. And maybe we backtrack because the King of the Hill, it is my favorite variant of chess as we sort out the sun situation. The sun is shining on the white king in this position. If we backtrack just a few moves, we left it after rook to c1. The white knight looks glorious, just as the sun does in Norway here. But after a5, it was the king that darted for the center of the board. The white knight and king did a bit of a shuffle. And after the square was vacated, d4 is the king's nice new shiny home, and this is the current position. The white king, black king sitting in opposition here. The white knight clearly superior to its counterpart, but ultimately black has counterplay. Black has the open e-file, black has the a pawn. I think those might balance out all those factors. Anna, we've sorted the sun.
I'm sorry, I'm so distracted, but I find it hilarious. Our crew, honestly, they are the best at everything they do and more, because to solve this sun situation in this, first they stood in between the sun and Danny so that Danny could see. They stood there. They were body blocking the sun, and now they're building a wall out of all the equipment suitcases that we have. It's actually very impressive.
It came together rather quickly, actually.
Yeah, so resourceful.
Yeah. Shout out to the team. Shout out to the whole crew making Norway Chess happen, the chess.com team and everyone else. A lot of people working hard to make this event possible. I posted a behind-the-scenes video today and walk around the whole thing. It's so amazing. So 3 different live broadcasts happening here. Tomorrow, the Guinness World Record attempt will be going downstairs. There's going to be we're just getting started here in Norway Chess. And all right, David, what realistic winning chances do you give white here? I know that the computer says it's equal. Maybe I'm a little bit too excited about white's chances, but I feel like it's a position where white can just keep pushing, and when time pressure comes, it's hard to hold this spot as black with d5 being targeted. Maybe white can double rooks on the a-file. Although, as I say it, b5 prepares a4. Maybe that's just enough counterplay to make it hard for white to keep squeezing. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think Lei Tingxie has found the right plan at just the right time. I mean, my favorite variant of chess is King of the Hill, so I'm also biased towards
King of the Hill. Oh, it's so good.
I'm also biased towards white's position. Yeah, you're right, Anna. It's just the best game ever. But here, I mean, it's just tough to see what to do against pawn to a4. That will tie down at least one of the white rooks. And black's bishop, they do say even the worst bishops are the best defenders, and it keeps the d5 pawn covered long term. I just don't really see a plan. And for example, trying to trade off all the rooks in this position would only favor black, because knights are notoriously bad at stopping these corner pawns. Anna, who would you rather be?
I like white's position, but now that you're marking the a pawn being pushed and becoming a pass pawn, there's counter chances. I still feel like I'm the kind of person that sees a good knight versus bad bishop. I'm just like, yeah, please give it to me every time, every day. But it's not as simple as that. There's dynamic factors in the position, such as creating a pass pawn for black with a4, and I think that's what makes this evaluation board be at around halfway mark, approximately equal, if not 0-0-0 by the computer, that there is that factor. I think if the pawn structure was in a way, for instance, if we move white's c pawn to the a file and black cannot create an a pass pawn, then I think it would be a lot more obvious that white is the one that can play this for win.
Unfortunately, unlike us, the players can't move pawns to different flanks or different files, but I totally agree, Anna. Like, that's kind of the only problem for White's position, but a significant problem, the fact that Black can create counterplay here.
Danny,
Agreed.
how do you see this?
I agree with everything you said, and I think it's a great point, actually. It's an imaginary chess point. You can't move the pawn from c3 to a3, but it's an instructive one for the viewers. But I think Lei Ting-Jie is getting just enough counterplay and pressure where, despite the optics of a dominant king, king of the hill, a great knight, a bad bishop, right? I guess if you want to call it the classically bad bishop, hen behind the center pawn, but the specifics of the position are that Lei Ting-Jie has a very concrete plan, and it's to make a pass pawn on the a-file, and it's going to be enough counterplay to make Vaishali's life hard. So she did grind down Pia Cromling, the most experienced player in the field, with a very, very small edge. So that was a rook ending where conventional wisdom is like, oh, yeah, be happy. You have a rook ending draw with Black, and you're leading the tournament. But she didn't. She kept pushing and won as Black, and still probably didn't get enough praise for doing so. So I don't think she's going to let this off easy. She'll see if she can make it tricky, and we'll come back to it. So let's back this thing up, check on the other games. Hikaru Nakamura is continuing to progress toward what looks like a principle of two weaknesses approach, right? As I was just going to ask, what does Ding Liren do with the g-pawn? He advances at 1 and not squares, but this is how you do it. You poke and prod on both sides of the board, your opponent's pieces that are passive, and feeling the heat everywhere. Eventually, a mistake is made, or you lose a pawn, maybe two. So, okay, so Hikaru's going to keep pushing that. Alireza Firouzja, we applauded him for thinking. He's still thinking. It's been
how long?
40 minutes. Alireza Firouzja is really going deep here. We said, hey, use your time, young man, right? Sit on your hands and make sure you don't transition into a tricky endgame against the GOAT and he swindles you. But now Alireza, maybe he heard that advice from up here and he's really taking that seriously.
Very seriously. Is it confirmed? 40 minutes or so?
I just did the math in my head. I don't know, but it's...
I think almost, yeah.
Almost 40 minutes of thinking whether to play rook b7 or not.
Wow.
If not rook b7, what are the alternatives, David?
Yeah, it gets to a point in every chess game if you've been thinking too long, which I'm often guilty of. Ultimately, you just want to go for it, whether it's good or not. You're just like, I've been calculating this for 40 minutes. I haven't even looked at any alternatives. I think luckily for Firouzja, there is a backup plan. He doesn't actually need to react or force a rook trade. White isn't necessarily threatening anything directly. But yeah, he's calculating, I have a feeling, some pawn races. Bishop endgames, king and pawn endgames, they're always the most critical. He actually looked at us there on the camera for a second.
He knows we are calling him out and we wanted him to think for a long time, but now we are getting concerned. He's overthinking it.
Yeah, and keeping the rooks on now. If he drops down to 10, 15 minutes, suddenly Magnus will start applying the pressure. He'll ask some more difficult questions later. There might come another time when you have to calculate a race. And remember, in Norway Chess, yes, you get an increment, but no added time after move 40.
Yeah, and the increment is only 10 seconds per move, which for classical chess is a very short time.
Yeah, so maybe we just try and figure out what's in his mind. Yeah, 38 minutes confirmed, and Magnus is looking at the score sheet. Magnus is like, oh, when's the increment kick in? Can I flag him? But yeah, right now, it looks like, I mean, rook b7 or not rook b7, you just need to move. I was wondering whether you can play a move like rook c8 just to stop the white rook coming to hassle the black bishop and then try to evict the white rook with king f8, but it looks a bit slow. It's not Firouzja's style. Okay, let's bet, Anna. Rook b7 or not rook b7?
I mean, I think I said like half an hour ago rook b7, but now that he has spent almost 40 minutes on this decision, maybe not rook b7? Is he thinking rook c8 to avoid rook to c7?
I actually loved that feature chat a moment ago. Alireza is stalling because he knows Magnus is such a big football or soccer fan that he's going to miss the Champions League final.
Honestly, that is a good point. Do you think Magnus is getting nervous that he's going to miss the match?
I know he has plans to watch it, so...
What time does it start?
So in just over 1 hour.
But Magnus is the kind of guy who doesn't want you to talk about a sports score of a game that he hasn't seen from a day before. So he will make sure the room is waiting on pause with no spoilers, if I had to guess. But yeah, that would be, talk about meta. Talk about playing 5D chess if you're Alireza Firouzja. Like, hey, I am going to make this guy worry that he might miss this game. I don't think that's the case, but if it is...
I'm worried that he's more worried about his endgame than the actual football match. That is Alireza. I also think he's not stalling for that reason, but that was a good point. Yeah, everything matters. For Alireza, what matters is, do I trade rooks or do I not trade rooks? And he will need to start getting that decision on the board. Whatever he has been calculating, whatever he has been analyzing, he will need to execute the move, because it's getting a bit too much of thinking. He's down to 22 minutes, and this is move 26. So 14 more moves, still the increment.
Yeah, 15 if you include this one for black. But
even, yeah.
Yeah, right now. Okay, let's try to jump into the mind of Alireza. Quick calculation here. Rook b7. Let's assume this is what's going through his mind. The rook trade, guaranteed. And now white, I think the move might be f3 to run the king forward. If black does the same, there is an issue. If the king runs, let's calculate here. Suddenly, what does black do? If you ever trade off your pawn, there's uncomfortable pressure now on d5. If you ever trade, then whoops, you have an eternal weakness fixed behind its other doubled pawn here on f7. This is a real problem. Another variation to calculate, for example, would be, what if white goes the other way? King g3, king d6. I mean, you have to look literally 15 moves or so into the future. It looks like this one's good for black, but you can see why this one is a bit of a race. The white pawn running really fast up the board. So you have to calculate.
It's tricky because, I mean, okay, the eval bar tells us black is winning, but if I start calculating like h4, dc4, h5, c3, bishop d3, white gives up the bishop. Like, I mean, obviously it's just like, and this is so easy for us to do ahead of, in real time, and we're assuming the bishop can stop the pawn. So obviously there was a mistake there, right? I'm just pointing out that the human variation quickly gets you in trouble, and now what's going on? And so, this is a really difficult task, and when you're offering a major exchange, inviting this endgame, you got to be sure. So obviously 40 minutes is a lot of time to spend, but if he holds this endgame, we are going to be applauding Alireza Firouzja for this moment and how he managed his clock and how he managed his commitment, right, in terms of when he chose to use the time. So, by the way, David, I wonder if one thing he's calculating, we're not going to go there again, but was maybe in that line, maybe he's evaluating whether he can just give up the f7 pawn, because one of the things to quickly solve your problems in these endgames advice is sometimes you evaluate, okay, I have these doubled f pawns, and if I try to hold them, it actually makes my job harder because now I'm worried about both sides of the board. So sometimes the fastest way to evaluate and be sure whether you can hold an endgame is to like visualize the position. If that pawn is gone and black's king is on d6, is that enough for white to win? I actually don't know that it is, right? Maybe he can just put the pawns on f6 and h6 and hold the endgame. So that's just like a kind of a way you might try to approach this position. But speaking of the way we might try to approach things, the team wants to show a quick shot of their work here. By the way, they have officially solved the sun problem in the studio.
Yeah,
so we're gonna show that real quick. We no longer have any worries about the sun attacking us. The glass,
because of the block.
You can see the glass shining over there. The sun has continued to shift, but it's no longer making its angle. We held. We held.
Blot out the sun.
like Sparta. We held, team.
Hold the door.
Hold the door. Hold the forces. And there you go. All right.
That is a very resourceful, very efficient crew we have here on site and working on behalf of on chess.com from abroad as well. We have on site and online help. But I think this was the rook c8.
We have a different move.
Okay, so he's not trading rook.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Okay.
I think Alireza is going to lose this game.
Magnus bias in action again.
I think if you spend that much time and you don't change the position, Magnus's advantage is just as good here, and he has the opportunity to keep putting pressure. Now Magnus can get him under time pressure. I'm sorry, David, but and I know it is a little biased, But like,
he's done it so many times before.
It's a recipe for disaster because now you just, that's like if you didn't decide to, if you couldn't hold that endgame, and probably he could have, by the way. We analyzed it. We had the luxury of engine analysis and each other. But now Magnus is going to be able to keep grinding and keep poking and prodding, and you haven't really relieved any pressure. So time pressure added to holding this position makes this task very, very difficult.
Fully agree. I mean, how many times have we seen Magnus put his opponents under pressure, both psychologically but also on board and clock, and eventually they crack in under 20 minutes, probably for the rest of the game now, Firouzja. I'm not sure exactly what White's next move is. I do wonder whether Black has a direct threat, for example, to take on c4, and if White's bishop took back, then bishop takes a4 might be on the cards in the near future. But either way, that cost Firouzja too much time, and we did actually see it just before he left the board. There was a slight shake of the head. It's as if, why did I blow that 40 minutes?
Exactly. Yeah, I don't think he's shaking his head because he doubts the position. And again, that's why my prediction is maybe unnecessary. I'm just, you know, being honest about what I'm seeing, you know, and I think that there's no world that Alireza probably didn't know that rook c8 was a viable backup, David, like 5 minutes in. And, you know, we've been there. I mean, I've never played at this level, but you know what I'm talking about. What do you always say? Long think?
Wrong think.
Right? And, like, what ends up happening often is you overly commit to one idea or one way to play the position. And in this case, you committed 40 minutes on the clock to it. But chess players are strong enough to quickly understand what the other alternatives were. Here goes Magnus playing f3, not going to use a lot of time because now he's going to use the clock as a weapon. Here he goes. And the reason Alireza shook his head is because he probably knew rook c8 was maybe the alternative. If I ultimately decide I can't trade rooks, this is the move to play. He probably knew that like 3 minutes in. And that's what I'm saying. And he spent 40 minutes. And so this is like Magnus is going to go to Magnus Town, where he lives. And it's a pleasant town.
Yeah, and Magnus doesn't have tunnel vision like some of the others. He'll play the most practical move. It's the same thing with Hikaru. He'll happily play maybe what he regards as not the best move, just to save a bit of time for later. But in the meantime, I was going to say, I do worry for Alireza if he didn't reply instantly, but surely he's calculated this whole line now. And bishop takes a4 on the board.
Yeah, which is the best move. So if the pawn takes the bishop, the white bishop will fall. Therefore, bishop takes f7 should be played first, but then the king moves and attacks the white rook. You don't have time to capture the black bishop.
Wow, hanging together by a thread for black, but he is eliminating pawns. Materials flying off this board. Yeah, initially I was wondering about rook takes f7, but rook takes bishop would remove the defender of that white rook. So I think your variation is forced, Anna, and it continues. After bishop takes pawn with a check, the black king will shuffle, hitting the white rook will have to move somewhere. And okay,
unless Magnus can play rook b7 here.
Ooh.
My idea was that I don't have to go for that line. If we play rook b7 now, you have to deal with f7 hanging and the bishop hanging and the pawn hanging. And if you play bishop e8, I take b6.
Yeah.
But then maybe you have a4. Okay, simplifying everything.
Let's quickly show this on the board. Rook b7 would be a nice way to keep all options open. Bishop to e8, and unfortunately for white, just in time, black's able to create counterplay.
Okay. All right.
a4, undermining the bishop.
Wow, Firouzja trying to prove us all wrong here.
It could have been that this is what he was calculating, not only rook b7, because now I'm doubting maybe he wanted rook c8 more than rook b7. Which line he wanted to make it that he makes it work is what I was trying to say. Why I didn't find my words, but he did find this line, and this line could lead to so many trades and simplifications that it would peter out. Or is there a way to keep this game alive?
It's going to Peter Lecco out here. Yeah, it looks like Firouzja's found a great solution, but it did cost him a lot of time, and there might be one or two twists and turns ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, we've set the table for this one. Will Firouzja hold? Will Magnus grind and take advantage of the time pressure? We're going to head to the break here in just a second, but at the break, we are officially releasing our trailer to get people hyped for the Guinness World Record attempt that is going on downstairs starting tomorrow morning, and it runs until Tuesday night at 10. They're going to try to play 60 straight hours. I want to get both your thoughts on this, and we're going to quickly throw to the trailer and go to the break. So, Anna, how excited are you to see these guys go for it? You're going to go to bed and come back twice, and they're still going to be downstairs playing.
I know, I cannot believe that they are up for this, that they want to do this. But from what I know, it's a tradition in Norway. Some of the previous records for this exact same format, the longest chess game ever, were held by Norwegian chess players. And now it's two very good friends and the two casters of the Snack podcast. Did I say that correctly?
Good pronunciation.
Really good podcast. I listened to the episode with you and Magnus on it. It was the only episode in English, so that's the one I listened to. But they're amazing hosts of the podcast, and they're going to try to get this world Guinness record. I'm so rooting for them, and I wonder if it's possible, to exist for 61 hours straight without ever sleeping or resting properly.
David does that pretty much every month.
Does he?
We call that a David Bender. We call that a howler. David, talk to us about that.
Exactly. All those split sessions on chess.com. I've got to say, the two world record attempters, they're two of my best friends. They've been talking about this for pretty much a year now. They've been training for it, taking it so seriously. I'm really rooting for them. It's going to be a challenge. They know that, but that's part of the fun, and I can't wait to see it start.
All kinds of craziness going to be going on, all kinds of rules we've learned. There will be, I think, an official Guinness rep on site watching them in every moment. It's going to be awesome. But all right, we've got a lot of awesome chess games going on. We know you want us to head to break so that we can come back and not miss a moment. Don't go anywhere. Round 5 continues. 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women rolls on. Yeah, it keeps falling, so
I'll survive.
Take one, action.
When you're best friends with Magnus Carlsen, you can feel a bit of pressure. You look at yourself and ask, what have you done and what can you be proud of?
On June 2nd, we will attempt to set the new Guinness World Record for the longest chess marathon.
It will be a grueling experience with many obstacles along the way, both mentally, physically, and on the chessboard.
So you're symmetrical, but a bit fat.
My name is Odin Bikavea. I used to play soccer for Viking, but I started pursuing chess at the age of 15. When I was 19, I took second place at the Norwegian Junior Chess Championship. Now I'm a happy father of 2, but I'm really falling in love with chess again.
My name is Askild Bryn. I used to be a talented chess player, but somehow life happened and I never really got to see how far I could make it as a chess player or how good I could become. Now I'm 36 years old, married, have a successful career, and a beautiful baby daughter. But is it too late to achieve something great in the game I love? Maybe not. The current Guinness World Record set in 2018 is 56 hours and 9 minutes. Another team set the mark at 60 hours in their attempt earlier this year. Our goal is to play hundreds of blitz games for 61 hours straight and crush the old and new record.
This is happening during Norway Chess, and finally, Askild and I can feel like chess superstars for a couple of days, playing in the same venue as Magnus and the other chess greats. This record will be a testament to a lifelong dedication to the game.
Tune in on chess.com stream and support us as we try to cement our names in chess history.
Looking for some cool merch or a gift for that person who loves chess? We've got you covered in our all-new merch store, literally from head to toe. Whether it's a hot date or just hanging out, it's always chess time somewhere. Just ask Mittens. Okay, well, Mittens is just a stuffed toy, so maybe don't ask Mittens. But you can check it all out at chess.com/shop right now. Looking for new ways to enjoy chess? Check out our schedule of chess.com community events today. Mondays, play Rapid Opening Roulette and expand your opening repertoire with a new opening each month. Tuesdays, compete against other Untitled players in Untitled Tuesday. Battle your way to the top in Arena Kings on Wednesdays. Join the crazy fun of the Variants Community Series each Thursday. And finish the week off each Saturday with the blistering Community Bullet Brawl. All happening in the Community Club on chess.com.
We're back here, round 5, 2024 Norway Chess, and Norway Chess Women rolls on. Don't want to waste too much time. Y'all have been patient. We had a Magnus Carlsen confessional while we were gone, and we're going to throw to it and jump back in right now.
I think this is a really agonizing decision for Alireza. That's why he's spending so much time. I'm pretty sure, or I'm almost sure that the position after rook b7 is a draw, but it's slightly unpleasant, and I think it evokes some bad memories from him, seeing as I won kind of a similar bishop endgame against him here in Norway Chess in 2021. So I think he's desperately looking for another solution, but he can go for a rook endgame as well. But that is not like 100% drawn either. So I think that's why he's taking a long time now. And as for myself, you know, I'm just enjoying this prospect of him, you know, not enjoying his position and possibly getting into time trouble.
Well, David, you called it. You already referenced that victory Magnus had in the long bishop ending, dark square bishop ending, but it was from 2021 Norway Chess over Alireza Firouzja. And Magnus, of course, remembers that pleasant memory all too well. And Magnus kind of says, like, hey, I'm enjoying the time advantage I might get, and now he might be pushing.
Yeah, that's the thing. The trauma of that memory stayed Alireza's hand. It made him tank for 45 minutes or so. And that's what's given Magnus Carlsen, who we see in front of us, a huge practical opportunity. Objectively, should still be a draw. But we know Magnus. We've been here so many times before. Alireza might well get nervous as the clock ticks down. And Anna, still plenty of defensive work ahead for Black.
Plenty of defensive work. Magnus again looking at the score sheet. Move number 31.
I think that Anna's mic might not be on, so I just jumped in just to repeat what she was saying.
Apologies, I think I turned off my microphone accidentally.
It's okay. Now, I was trying to recover for you, but go ahead and repeat. Redo. No one was watching, by the way. There's not 17,000 people on YouTube and 15,000 on Twitch. It's okay. No one saw.
No one saw it. Thank you, guys. I'm very clumsy. I was just saying that, yeah, I think there's plenty to play for here. I think this is where Magnus's, well, this and probably a couple of moves ago, where Magnus's appetite might have increased, as he said it the other day as well when he played against Fabiano. Today, maybe even more so. When he went to the confessional the first time, he said he wasn't feeling well for several reasons. But I think during the game, he started feeling better and also more ambitious because of what's happening on the board. That even though this is still close to equality, but he is the one who can try to squeeze water out of stone again. And he loves doing that.
He loves doing that. It's where he's at home. And I don't know that a lot of people like defending those situations. Not to say that it's anyone's first choice, everyone wants to be better, but there are some players who really thrive and know and in some way kind of a little masochistic maybe. They love it. They love having to buckle down and play defense. That's not Firouzja's favorite thing. And yeah, we could probably highlight a little bit of why there are winning chances. The weak h7 and f6 pawns. I'm kind of calculating right now and wondering if bishop to e6 is already a threat to try to play rook f7 check and rook takes h7. But obviously, the thing about this endgame that really gives Alireza great drawing chances, David, is that there are so few pawns left. You're already in that kind of concrete territory where you can kind of best defense is a good offense kind of thing, right? Magnus goes for some pawns, but Alireza goes right back at him for other pawns, right? And even if you end up in an endgame where white's up one or something, you may be close to a draw. It should be noted that if we're just really playing the profit card and looking ahead in the crystal ball, rook and bishop versus rook is a much easier endgame to win than rook and knight versus rook, right? So if you do misplay it and somehow are forced to try to defend that endgame, that's not a pleasant one to try to hold. So I know that's really distant. It's like calling a bishop opposite color corner square, when you're still in the middle game. But it is good to just think about.
You never know, Danny. We might end up with a black bishop and then wrong corner square on a1. That would be an incredible prediction.
Who knows?
But yeah, ultimately, as you said, kind of in simple terms, a rook trade, draw. Bishop trade, draw. And black should have enough counterplay. I think black's last move is a bit tricky. He wants to play rook e5 and back to e7 just to try and force the rooks off the board and clinch that safety. White's bishop doesn't have too many squares. And yeah, bishop e6 might run into some sneaky tactics with rook e5 nonetheless. So really creative defense here from Firouzja. Still a big favorite to draw this one, but you never know.
I think we should back up. Firouzja, a big favorite to draw it, but time pressure and Magnus Carlsen on the other side, time will tell. Hikaru Nakamura, sorry, I was speaking and trying to combine two words at once. Hikaru Nakamura is still a big favorite to win his game. And he is pushing further towards a victory. He looks like he might be about to go up 2 pawns, but it is an opposite color bishop ending. But he has the option to trade rooks, David, and immediately take the pawn on e4 with check. Remember, Hikaru Nakamura is your clear leader, and he's also your Norway Chess reigning champion. He is defending the title here. He won Norway Chess last year, and seems to be feeling good right now in Stavanger.
Yeah, big decision ahead, though, for Hikaru Nakamura. He's got 11 minutes left, so not that much time on the clock. Will he trade rooks? Will he not? He looks torn in two minds there on the camera. Let's jump in. Hikaru, as you mentioned, Danny, can win a second pawn. Rook takes. Rook right now would win the e4 pawn by force. But this is where we joked about it in the other game. You do have a light squared bishop. You do have the wrong colored rook's pawn. It promotes on a dark square. So if white is able to trade his bishop and his white pawns for all of black's pawns on the king side, it's simply a draw. So there's actually a lot to calculate. He's got to look 20 moves into the future here to make that decision. Keeping the rooks on the board may be more practical right now due to the fact this pawn is so weak, and he does it. He doesn't trade.
That's indeed what he does, but he shook his head earlier, just before making this move. Which Hikaru faces that, Danny, and what does it mean?
I admit I missed it. I was
oh no!
I was looking at the chess moves. I know, shame on me. I missed the head shake, but I think Hikaru knows that he probably has better chances with the rooks on the board because there's still a lot about the position that can be improved for black, right? Like, put it this way, the e4 pawn, not go anywhere for a while, right? Have a Snickers. It's stuck on e4, and probably Hikaru can corral that pawn another time. But improving the other parts of the position, whether it's activating the black king or even figuring out some way to advance the majority with g5 first, I think he's just like, hey, I can probably corral and coordinate to win that pawn, but I want to figure out if I can poke and prod, whether it's tricks or improving the king position first. I will make one observation that's kind of interesting. Hikaru is down on the clock here.
For the first time in this entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, by a full 20 minutes, it's a pretty significant time disadvantage. It is one where he's holding all the cards. It's a 2-result position for him, but maybe that's what the head shake was that I missed. Maybe he's just like, hey, man, speed up a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, similar to yesterday where he was also, oh sorry, not yesterday, the day before the rest day even, where he was winning against Prag, but he let his clock dwindle down so low that we started to doubt him, Hikaru Nakamura. He's winning here as well, but his clock's ticking down. That being said, I think it was a good decision not trading rooks, unless you could 100% calculate to the end, which no human probably was capable of doing. Then this one he's going to be able to massage away forever. This white pawn is going nowhere. White is utterly stuck. Ding's going to move his king forward, and then it's just about whether Hikaru can improve his pieces enough. I think still a big favorite to win this game, Hikaru.
Massage, again, the word of the day. Hikaru, everyone with a small advantage is trying to massage their way to victory. Hikaru would like to massage this one until Liren is either under as much time pressure as him or makes some other kind of mistake, right? No rush. Don't trade rooks yet.
Yeah, you mentioned it, Danny. That has been the story of today as Ding moves his king forward. Actually, all 6 games still in progress, but all 6 of them feel really tense, really edgy. Nobody's going for direct attacks, no real tactics, no real special kind of... no fireworks in any of the games. It's just the long grind and king to e6. This one's going to go on for a long time.
It will, and it's just so hard to play it as white because you really cannot do anything other than just trying to keep everything protected. And the rook has to go back to e3. The king needs to make sure that you are not... Like on c3, you might even get checkmated if the bishop moves away and you have a rook on d3. There would be a rook c2 checkmate. So there's a couple of things to watch out for, and your pieces are really passive.
Indeed. And I wonder if Hikaru is even considering that he doesn't need to win that e4 pawn as long as his king can dart in. Just visualizing a position where you put the bishop on b5 and you play for f5. Because if you do get your pawn to e4, you can sink your bishop on d3. And you're guarding a6 and e4 together, and maybe then your king can come into g4. Again, you don't really want to trade off a permanent weakness if you don't have to, but Hikaru is kind of preparing that because this is the other way to do it. As you play f5 and you get a passed e-pawn, still you put your bishop on d3, which is just so, oh my gosh, talk about paralyzing, right? A thorn in your side, like a thorn in your shoe. I feel like David used a more violent term of that.
I think, was it not thorn in the side? Was it not bone in the throat?
It was a bone in the throat, that's right. The bishop on d3 is just like a bone in the throat. You can't get it out. Yeah. So Ding is just he's gonna shuffle.
Mm-hmm.
You can still set up the self-mate now that the bishop is away from the second rank, just saying.
So, for example, g5, if white shuffles with the rook to d3, then, whoops, the black rook will come behind. Checkmate, Anna.
Checkmate.
Yeah, this is not fun at all for white. Just pure defense. Just he's going to yo-yo back and forth with his bishop to d2, e1, and wait for the inevitable at this point. Okay, do we stick? Do we twist? What do we think here? Do we go to the bird's eye view?
Yeah, let's back up to the bird's eye view. I guess we can do that. You made a point that the word of the day being massage, which isn't an actual thing if you're just tuning into the broadcast. We've got some people throwing tweets our way with that word. We're going to give away some diamond memberships. But every game that we talked about is not just a small advantage, David, but it feels like one player is kind of in the driver's seat for the most part. I guess other than Ju Wenjun versus Humpy Canero, which really looks like hard to say that either side is blinking there, and the Rook Knight endgame, they're in the middle of your screen, brown board. But every other game, it feels like one player is pushing a little bit. Prag is up a pawn against Fabi. Will he win or not, or will we get Armageddon? Hikaru is winning. Will he convert the obstacle bishop position? Magnus, we think, only person who could convert on that. By the way, Firouzja now under 10 minutes. And Vaishali, okay, that one's become a little more double-edged, right? But likely results in a lot of these games are draws, but I would still say that Vaishali probably the only one with real winning chances there. And then, yes, Anna Muzichuk, also with a bishop pair advantage against Pia Cromling.
Yeah, I do feel bad not going to the Ju Wenjun against Humpy game, but actually when we were on the camera there last, when you were talking about it, Danny, Ju Wenjun just yawned.
She yawned at her own game.
As if on cue. So definitely one that we'll check back in on later when it hits the inevitable Armageddon, we assume. But okay, where to go now? Prag, rooks are off the board, pure knight endgame. That one is going to be a tough one to convert. Feels like it should be a draw with best play. And yeah, Firouzja down to 9 minutes. Oh, this is such a tough decision. It feels like the mood before the rest day was just pure chaos, Anna. And now the mood after the rest day
is massage.
It's massage, yeah. It's just everyone.
I mean, it's part of the rest day. You guys said that you got massages and such. I don't know where everyone gets these free massages.
Sorry.
Well, let's go to Prag's game. We've got him on camera. He is up a pawn in this knight endgame, whether he can convert or not. By the way, I think he lost most of his conversion chances when the rooks were traded. Usually, you need the rooks on the board in order to be able to convert on these single extra pawns end games. I remember actually this is a game that comes back to my memory because I prepared a lecture for it at a chess camp because I was being given coaching by my coach Gregory Kaidanov at the time that I was dismissing too many endgames with small advantages, so he assigned that I spent the summer studying the games of Vladimir Kramnik, and I spent all summer working on looking at games of Vladimir Kramnik, and there's this game, Kramnik-Krasenkov, I think it's 2003, where Kramnik converts this rook and knight versus rook and knight endgame, and it comes down to this 2 versus 1, just 2 pawns versus 1, but the ability for the rook and knight to coordinate and create a mating net against the king, obviously. Kramnik probably surpassed by nobody when it comes to converting those types of small advantage endgames. And anyway, so that was a game that it's actually like very honestly, if you add the rooks back onto the board, this is like the exact type of endgame that Kramnik converted against Krasenkov. So anyway, let's talk about why this is just not really great winning chances now that you don't have a rook creating threats on the 7th rank.
Yeah, simply because in this position, in order to kind of create any winning chances, you need to create a pass pawn. Black's weakness, I say weakness, on g7, it's hard to get at. It's hard to imagine ever kind of gaining ground and kicking the black king back, and creating a pass pawn will just result in more pawn exchanges, and the more pawns that disappear from the board, the more unlikely it is that white will ever be able to win.
And I guess I'll just add, at main point, if you can just imagine a rook on the board, everyone, now you can advance those pawns in a similar fashion, and when you get threats like g6 check, there's mating nets on the board. The rooks are on the back rank, or there's a 7th rank problem. So, yeah, without the rooks, I think it likely is a draw, although we actually have a Prag confessional, and it wasn't too long ago. Well, we're going to throw to it right now and get Prag's thoughts on his game and what he said when he visited the booth.
Yeah, so I've got a very interesting endgame. Yeah, in general, it is said that knight 4 versus 3 is winning. The pawns on the same side, and knight 3 versus 2 supposedly a draw. But I've looked at some of these positions, and if the white king, if the king is quite active, it can be tricky. So yeah, I'm hoping it will be tricky in this case as well. But yeah, I wasn't sure if I should have exchanged the rooks immediately. Maybe I could have kept the rooks and played on for a bit and then exchanged. But I thought maybe you could get a ideal setup before that. So I thought here I'm getting my king quite active. And in other games, I think Hikaru is just winning. Yeah, Magnus' position is also looking very promising for him. So yeah, I think that's the current status right now.
Prag doing his Hikaru impersonation, given his thoughts on the other games there. But as he laid it out, he kind of said the knight 4 versus 3, a lot better winning chances, not really here.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. I'm just having flashbacks. It feels like ages ago, but about, 12 months ago, I was giving some online, or I was running some online classes with some really strong players, and Prag was sitting in one of them. We were playing through some games, and one of them was an example of Magnus Carlsen against Vacher Legrave, and it was 3 versus 2 on the same side, and we were talking about, okay, which pieces do you want? Bishops? Do you want bishop versus knight? Do you want same-colored bishops? Do you want just pure knights and all these things? And Prag was discussing some of his ideas. He was disagreeing with me, which is fair enough in these types of positions in practical, in practical games. And it's going to be fascinating to see whether his evaluation here pays off, whether he is able to cause any trouble to Fabiano.
Yeah, and he did say that he has been looking at these. He forgot to give a shout out to you, David,
sure
but he did
many more
recognize
times.
that he had looked at these and studied endgames like this. Also mentioned that 3 versus 2 should be a draw, but he's hoping that with his king's activity, it's tricky. Now, is it tricky enough is the question, I guess. Can he put enough pressure on Fabiano?
By the way, we have our first result, which means we have our first Armageddon around the corner. Ju and June and Humpy Canero did indeed draw their game. Big surprise.
So the yawn that you read, David,
sarcasm.
that was super
We saw
analysis.
when the players are yawning on camera for their own game, they're like, all right, this was not a very feisty affair, and we're going to go to Armageddon and get it done over there. So usually it'll be about 15 minutes, we will have our first Armageddon battle of the day. And you know what happens? I feel like when that happens, everyone just like stretch, get ready. Because once we have one Armageddon, by the time that's done, we usually have more. And it's kind of just a wild ride for the last couple hours until we get a ton of decisive results and fun. So I'm excited.
Yeah, and something about the playing hall as well. It's been slow. It's been kind of really edgy. And as soon as one Armageddon starts, Anna, the other players will sense it. They'll hear the pieces being banged, and they'll speed up. They'll get a bit kind of on edge as well. So
yeah, I agree, and it is. I think it's great that they're playing it on the exact same board, so the players will be back in the same playing hall at the exact same board, exact same color, just playing with a lot shorter time control. And someone has to win. That is the Armageddon time. That is the Armageddon format.
Well, too bad Prag didn't give you a shout-out, David, for the endgame training session. But
pretty sure he's studied it several times this time of endgame.
I kind of translated it more, and maybe I wasn't paying close enough attention. I took it more as he knew the 4-on-3 had better drawing chances, better winning chances, but he didn't know what his winning chances would be here besides his more active king and see what he can create. But okay, I don't know if that aligns with what his views were in your training session or not, or if you want to reveal more of that, or if we move on.
Yeah, we were discussing just practical values of keeping pieces on the board or whether to trade off, and it actually does kind of echo what he said here. Trading rooks off in a favorable way as quickly as possible, just kind of going towards a position you know is favorable rather than just keeping the tension. That's where I'm from the old school. You know, you just keep the game going, keep waiting, probing, and you can trade rooks at a later point. But he was very much saying, okay, no, go for this now. Test the opponent here and now. And that's what he's doing with Fabiano. Big threat on the board already. Knight to d5, for example, would be a winning transition to a pure king and pawn game. So he's very much of the school, okay, direct. Play it direct. If the opponent defends well, great. Game's over. I'm from the grinding school of chess. The longer the better.
Would you say you grind like a grandmaster?
I have been known to, but...
And should people look up your chessable course with Magnus
Let's
and also buy your book
Move
with
on,
Magnus?
but, yeah.
Honestly, I need a copy. Can I get an autographed copy
I'll
of the
sort you
book?
out, Anna. I'll find one for you.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's back up. We'll take a look at the bird's eye view. You will see firsthand that we have a result in the books. As we already discussed, Zhu and Jun drew her game with Humpy Canero, and we'll get an update on exactly when that Armageddon battle is set to commence. But for now, Hikaru continues to push along.
Sorry, can I ask one last question about the Prag Caruana game? Because after knight f4, I was just wondering, can Black force further simplifications with g5? Because ideally, Black wants to trade the remaining 2 pawns of Black for 2 of White's pawns and then sacrifice the knight for the last pawn of White, and that's a draw. So can he force trades with pawn to g5?
That's a good spot, Anna. And again, that's where like certain players, myself included, would lack. We would just be trying to hold the fort, but actually forcing the issue, being direct, trying to trade off pawns immediately.
It's definitely Fabiano's style. You heard Magnus say it when he joined us in studio, that Fabiano... Okay, you were talking about Prag's approach maybe from the conversion side, where you're better, just go for it, test your opponent here and now. Fabiano, when Magnus talked about him, is very much if I see a forcing approach, I'm going to take it if I feel like I can calculate it through, and especially from a defensive perspective. And Anna was right. Fabiano sees the most concrete path might just be to get the pawns exchanged, and I like it, actually. I think it just makes the most sense here. And as you pointed out, there is no knight trade because then Black takes h4. And I don't know, does Black win? Probably not. Probably a draw. But and if you take g5,
you take with the king.
Yeah, Black takes with the king. You avoid the knight trade and gets a little closer to a draw.
Yeah, looks like a great choice from Fabiano, and Praggnanandhaa unlikely to get the win that he was hoping for. And in the meantime, looks like there might be some action about to happen between Carlsen and Firouzja. Only 1 or 2 moves in that game since we left it, but I'm wondering whether we go back because the clock situation is quite desperate.
And again, this is the Magnus Carlsen school that he went to, courtesy of David Howell, grinding like a grandmaster, and he's trying to create as many problems he can for his opponent, who now has less than 5 minutes officially. Let's pull up the board and take a look at what's happening between Magnus and Alireza.
Yeah, and in his confessional, he wasn't shy about admitting the fact that he would try and hustle Magnus, he would try and speed things up, and that the clock would play a huge factor here. Rook b7 does threaten to win a pawn, and yes, it would transition into a pure rook and pawn endgame, but rook takes pawn, attacking the black bishop. That is a bit of a threat right now. I think with pawn still on both flanks, that one would give White decent winning chances. If the whole queenside were to disappear, just like the Caruana game, then maybe with pawns just fixed on one side of the board, easier for Firouzja to hold. But right now, not easy to even see a move for Firouzja to hold the balance. 4 minutes.
Yeah, I think he has to go for this rook ending.
He needs to move. He's on move 34.
Oh, no, he doesn't. He doesn't have to go for it. I was wrong. Sorry, Anna, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to point out that he needs to make 6 more moves before he starts getting increments. So he has 4 minutes, and that's all his time. And even with the increment, it's going to be only 10 seconds of increment. No extra time, just 10 seconds per move.
Agreed, and he's feeling the pressure, maybe regretting that long 40-minute plus think he had, that we went from applauding him to questioning him, and now we're concerned about the clock for him. But the reason I didn't think he could go for this, David, is I thought bishop d5 was possible with a double attack on rook f7 and rook takes b6. I see you nodding that grandmaster head, you know. Although Black has rook e5 in that position, and maybe it's just not exactly clear.
Yeah, not quite getting the job done. I was wondering the exact same thing, Danny, and maybe we just jump in to show that Magnus, I think he might need to move his bishop right now because Black does have a threat suddenly. If Firouzja gets one more move, for example, if White just plays h5, then rook e7 would turn the tables, forcing the rooks off the board due to this double attack. And suddenly, we talked about the 2 versus 1, the Black pawns run, and most likely will outpower the pawn on b3. Black is the only one with winning chances here, so big threat. You need to move the White bishop. There's 2 directions, maybe bishop h5, I thought, but then the Black rook can drop back to e6 and defend its pawn. Note how Firouzja has planted his bishop on d3, defending h7 from afar, so just holding by the skin of his teeth here. And the other direction, as Danny mentioned, bishop d5, the only way Black can hope to defend is to hit the loose white piece, keep chasing it around. Looks like he's got everything covered.
He's got everything covered, but Magnus is tricky, and he's definitely going to put Alireza under pressure. We're going to put ourselves back into the bird's eye view here and steal one last break, because likely this is the last break we're taking for the day, boys and girls, because when we come back, we will have Zhu and Jun and Humpy Canero kicking off Armageddon. We have crazy time pressure. Wait a second. No, Hikaru just won.
That's it already? What were the last moves? We need to check it.
I think we should check it before we go. Okay, we'll get a quick breakdown of how Hikaru won and get ready for Armageddon when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Round 5, 2024, Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women continues when we return. Wow, Hikaru won.
Just now?
That happened. And we just had our first decisive result of round 5. It wasn't a big surprise, but it did happen very quickly. We actually missed it. Danny Wrench, Anna Rudolph, David Howell, thanks for being with us. This is round 5 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We want to just jump right in and show you what we didn't manage to catch, the final moments between Ding Liren and Hikaru Nakamura. It was kind of a sudden surprise. Hikaru was a little surprised there, I think, too. And just like that, despite having gone under 2 minutes, Hikaru had successfully found a very accurate plan that also completely limited any counterplay. David, you were saying that at the break, just how good Hikaru Nakamura is at converting those types of positions. So take us through those final moments real quick, David, and that plan he started with G5 and just how perfect that was.
Yeah, this was the final position, but we'll get to that. We left it a few moves earlier when Hikaru already had very strong pieces, and he was just moving around, just massaging, as we say, looking for a weakness in the white camp. But G5 at this moment came with a lot of power. You simply cannot really trade this pawn off because Black's H-pawn is going to sprint to the finishing line. It's soon going to become a queen. There's no way to stop it. The Black Bishop is the perfect bodyguard shepherding that pawn forward. And tried to just sit still, do nothing, bishop to d2, but unfortunately this created a second weakness. Now it's 2 isolated pawns on the king's side, and it was the fall of that second pawn that decided the game. Bishop to f1 check. I should mention king to e3 looks like it suddenly wins material for white. The rook attacked, the bishop attacked, but rook to f4, and the white king is actually totally trapped here. The black bishop would soon relocate. Instead, king c3, bishop to e2, and the final 2 moves here, rook h2, and bishop to b5. Simply no way to defend h4. A second pawn falls, and Ding's resistance was ended.
What a sad story for Ding Liren. It continues, unfortunately. We need to keep highlighting the same thing, but it is the case that he is not himself. Hikaru himself said it in the confessional that it feels like he's playing against a different person. And if we look at the candidates 2022 last round, that was a very different Ding Liren who beat Hikaru Nakamura to win second place at the candidates. No one knew for sure what that meant at the time, but shortly after, Magnus Carlsen announced he wasn't going to defend his title. Therefore, Ding Liren with a second place gets to play the World Championship match, and he wins it. And that was because he beat Hikaru in the last round in Madrid on demand. This is a very different story today.
Totally different Ding Liren. Totally different story today. Although, to add to the story, Hikaru Nakamura is officially back over 2,800 FIDE. We talked about that storyline coming in, that should he manage to get the victory, he would be back over 2,800, 2,802, I think 0.6 to be exact if we're following the live rankings. Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana still hold the number 1 and number 2 spots, but Hikaru, if this continues, maybe instead of the storyline we had yesterday that would Magnus lose his number 1 spot, he beat Fabiano, maybe Hikaru is overtaking Fabiano for the number 2 spot before this event is over if things continue like this. But wow, it ended quickly. Even faster than maybe we saw coming, but just like that, Hikaru Nakamura extends his lead. He is in clear first here in Norway Chess. And just like that, we have Armageddon getting underway between Zhu and June and Humpy Canero. Armageddon commences. You know what that means, fans? Once we start playing Armageddon, the show basically just doesn't stop. It is nonstop for the rest of the day. But as that game gets started, we're gonna now be joined by the man of the hour, super special guest, Hikaru Nakamura. Are we ready? I just threw to him without even checking if we were ready because he's here and we've got him. So, Hikaru, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're back over 2,800, which I don't know if that even was on your mind or not, but it's good news. We've been talking about it all day.
I mean, I guess it's something. I mean, I didn't really think about it until the end of the game. And it's, you know, I think it's one of these things where you sort of flash back to like the past. I've had a lot of these like memories that pop up in recent times. And I remember the first time I broke 2,800 was actually during the Zurich Chess Challenge. I won this very nice game out of preparation against Sergei Karyakin. I went out for a nice dinner, and the next day I lost, I think maybe my only loss. Maybe I lost one game later, but at least it was my first loss to Vishy Anand the next day in this Queen's Gambit decline. So I actually remember quite well the first time that I broke 2,800, but still, to get back there is obviously quite nice.
if you don't mind, I mean, we have many questions for you. There's obviously some chess going on. We'd love to get your thoughts.
Absolutely.
Maybe first and foremost on Magnus Carlsen's game with Alireza Firouzja, not because we're going to neglect the Armageddon game fans, but because obviously Magnus is trying to push, and we'd love to see whether Hikaru thinks that Magnus might have a chance to convert on that. We're going to pull it up, and we can see on the monitor here.
Yeah, so so the time is 7:40 versus 2:50. That's the first thing. I think if Alireza had a half an hour on the clock, he would draw this pretty comfortably. But the time situation is not in his favor. So that's the first thing that I don't like about it. That being said, it's actually quite hard. I'm trying to think how white progresses, because the line that I'm thinking is like h5, king g7, king f5, but I think black can maybe even just go h6 here, and I don't actually know how you're supposed to do anything. Okay, we get king f7 instead, but we'll get king f5, rook b7, and black just shuffles, and how do you do anything is actually a big question.
And we gotta try to grab
second.
the board
I'm being told that they still see us on camera, so we don't have a board up yet. So that was awesome, and we got to see everything Hikaru was saying. David's over here highlighting while Hikaru's analyzing. Oh, now we've got it. Okay, we pulled it up. All right, we're gonna get to it. So.
Yeah, so I mean, king f5 and then rook b7, rook c7 forever, and how does white do anything is the question. I mean, I think Magnus, knowing Magnus, having played him a million times, he's going to do something stupid. He's just going to he's going to put the pawn on g3, play some moves, then put the pawn on f4. Like, he's going to make sure this does not, that the critical moment does not happen right away. That's the first thing. Like, he's not going to go f4 and g4. He's going to go g3, make some rook moves, then try to see if there's something, and then maybe push f4, maybe push g4. So we have many moves before this gets critical, I would say. But I'm actually struggling to come with a good idea for white. If you can't do anything other than put the king on h4 and play some g4, I'm very skeptical this can actually be winning, honestly. Yeah, I would say, looking at it, Alireza's moves seem pretty obvious to me. Just shuffle the rook back and forth. I think what he's thinking about here is whether he should play h6 or not. I mean, I think probably h6 is fine, but I would most likely just shuffle rook b7, rook c7. Ah, he does it. Okay. I mean, there's the famous Levon. I mean, of course, Levon's not the only one to say this, but when you push pawns forward, they can't go backwards. And I remember actually during my time working with Gary as well, one of the things he said about Magnus is Magnus loves it when someone pushes their pawns forward, just in general, because they can't go backwards. So. Yeah, I mean, this should be a draw with perfect play, but, it is Magnus after all, and we have a long way to go. Actually, I know what he's going to do. He's going to put the king on h4, go g4, and then he's going to work the king back. Yeah, he's going to eventually put the king on h4, go g4, then work the king back, put the rook, on d5 or something, and try to do something. That's what's going to happen. Whether that happens in 5 moves or 30 moves is the big question.
Okay.
But, I mean, I would say this should be a draw. Because I'm struggling to find a situation where Alireza has a move that's not obvious. I mean, basically is to keep the rook on the 7th rank and just shuffle. So because of that, he should be able to build up probably 1 to 2 more minutes on the clock, I would think. Yeah, so he plays rook c7 right away. And that's the thing, is that it's not a situation where Alireza's moves are difficult. He really only has one plan, which is just sit on the 7th rank. So
that helps him.
Yeah, that helps him tremendously here, tremendously. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a draw with correct play, obviously. But, I mean, we have a ways to go, so who knows.
And, Hikaru, can we get your thoughts on some of the other games?
Sure, yeah. There's only one other game, right?
There's the Prague game versus Fabi, and then the Armageddon battle. If it gets spicy, we'll check in with you in June and Hubby Canero. But, okay, what are your thoughts on Prague's winning chances here?
So once again, what is the time situation? 12-1. I mean, again, obviously a draw with correct play. But let's see. So here, or wait, no, Fabi has 12 minutes. Never mind. If Fabi has 12 minutes here, I'd be very surprised if he loses this. I mean, I assume the idea here is to go knight g3 and knight f5 if you can. I actually think there's more chances of a win in this one than Magnus's game, actually. I mean, if Magnus had white here, I think he would win this. Let's put it that way. I've seen him swindle so many of these sort of knight end games. This should be a draw, but I don't know. I have this feeling that Prag might win this game. I don't see, because unlike in Magnus' game, in this one, there's no obvious moves for black. Like, so Fabiano doesn't have any obvious setup. Now, luckily is the 12 minutes versus Prag with only 1.5. But there's no obvious setup in knight and pawn endgames. Generally, there aren't basic fortresses or basic concepts for ways to save the game. So this one, I mean, I'm sure it's a draw according to the computer, but I don't feel good about it for Fabi. I don't feel good at all about this one. This one, I think there's a high chance of it being decisive in White's favor.
Especially if he can lure Fabi into mutual time pressure, perhaps.
Right.
Okay, well, I feel like we jumped right in. We probably buried some of the leads in terms of talking to you about your tournament. So let's do a little bit of that, because I know you're busy and you worked hard already today. You are the defending Norway Chess champion right now, and you're leading the tournament in clear first here after 5 rounds. Is there something about being in Stavanger? Do you like it here, or are you just feeling good here? Or what can you say about what your chess has been over the last couple of years here?
Well, I think, first of all, the rounds are quite late, which is nice. No other tournament in the world, I think, has rounds that start at 5 o'clock, which is definitely, I think, to my advantage. I'd also argue it's to Magnus's advantage as well. I know he likes it when the rounds start very late as well. So probably the late round helps, but just in general, it's a very nice place. The people are very, very welcoming. And also, frankly, I've been here so many times over the years now that, in a way, I don't want to say it feels like home, but it's somewhere that I'm very comfortable with. So yeah, it's just the vibes are good, and I feel like I've played pretty good chess. I also think you know, my opponents are feeling a lot more pressure than I am, and I feel like every tournament I'm surprised when that's the case and I do well, but I just enjoy playing, and it's good because I don't play that many classical tournaments as well. So for me, it's very fresh. Whereas I think for some of the other people like Fabiano, who's probably going from here to like a Grand Chess Tour to St. Louis to God knows how many tournaments in a row. I mean, it's very hard to actually enjoy chess when you're playing it day in and day out every single month. And for me, I don't do that anymore. So I think that helps a lot as well in terms of just being very positive.
I wanted to ask you, Hikaru, about some of the thoughts you mentioned in the confessional booth. First of all, thank you for doing it. We all love every appearance in the confessional, and we are rooting for you to go back 2, 3, 4, 5 times a day. Some of the players started copying you. Thank goodness you started that trend. But some of the thoughts you mentioned today were actually really tough for you from the human perspective of facing Ding Liren. Can you elaborate on that? And do you think he will be able to find himself?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very strange because Ding is someone that I have not played against since I played him in the candidates in 2022. But frankly, even before that, I mean, just having played him over the years, you get a certain feel for how people are, and he just seems like a completely different person. And, you know, obviously I've seen what people have said. I saw what Magnus said even about him being like permanently broken or something along those lines. But it's still very strange to see it in person when I compare that to the Ding that I played against in 2022 or the Ding who crushed Magnus actually in that rapid tiebreaker in St. Louis, and I think it was 2019. So it's just surprising to see. I think for me the hardest thing is just staying focused on the game, because obviously it started to feel like at some point it wasn't really about the game, and you know, it's difficult, but still, I mean, it is a competition. You have to stay focused.
Yeah, and Hikaru, I know yesterday you hiked up the rock. I hope I'm allowed to share that. Do you feel that Norway now, having won last year, you mentioned it's your home, do you feel that this is the year for you as well?
Well, I mean, there's more rounds to go, but I'm in a very good position. I think in general, when you start a tournament with double blacks against the top 2 players specifically, and you're able to avoid losing the classical portion at least, that sets a very good trend. When I combine that with some of my wins and the fact that I have 3 whites and 2 blacks in the remaining games, I mean, I would guess I'm the odds-on favorite, but you know, I'm just here to play and have fun, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, it's going well so far. I have one more chess question because it's been a storyline that we've been diving into. We'll bring up the bird's eye view just so everyone can keep an eye on the action while we talk with Hikaru. Looks like Anna Musichuk, it might be on her way to winning her game. And by the way, Vaishali and Lei Ting-jae already drew their game as well, so they're headed to Armageddon. But Hikaru, one of the themes that we've been talking about through the first 5 rounds, I want to get your take on, because it feels like we talked about the confessional booth, which we do love, and part of the reason you've been able to be there via your own admission is that you've been a little bored at times out of the opening because you're getting prep maybe from the candidates. You're getting positions that you seem to be well prepared in. But mine and David and Anna's observation was you seem to be doing that very well right now overall, that you've been guessing your opponent's openings or choosing the right opening for Armageddon. Is there something to that? Do you think we're right in terms of that observation? Do you feel like you're doing a good job guessing what the right opening is for the right opponent at the right time in general right now?
I mean, without going into specifics, I think I think what it comes down to ultimately is my approach to chess is very, very different than it used to be. I think one of the reasons, for example, that I've scored so well against Fabiano over the last couple of years is because I want to say that the openings that I played or the approach that I had became very, very, very plain and very predictable, I felt like, between, I would say, 2017 and 2019 specifically. And the way that I play now is very different. It's something that I think basically none of the other top players really try to do, which is I try to play and have fun. I would say most of the other top players are much more concerned if they go and lose a game in 15 moves and look like an idiot. It's kind of the end of the world if that happens to me. It's not that big of a deal, frankly. So I think my whole approach has shifted. I think some of the players like Fabiano, they've struggled a lot to understand it. For example, in his C-Squared podcast, I know Fabi was very critical of this first game of the candidates where I played this E5 line, basically saying it's insane to prepare something for one game. But again, that sort of comes back to the approach and how you go about chess. And for me, I'm not studying chess anywhere near as much as I used to. I stream most of the time and I'm busy with many projects. So my approach is quite different. I think a lot of the top players have struggled to adapt to that and they're kind of just not ready for it. That being said, today I got a little bit lucky. Because I was playing against Ding, who I think is probably one player here who was unaware of a certain game that was played in the French team championship with one of the people that I worked with for the candidates. That would be Niels, of course. I think that Ding wasn't aware of that game, whereas I think, for example, today, if I had this against Fabiano or Magnus, they for sure saw that game, I think. By
the way, speaking of Fabiano's game, you called it. You said this was going to be harder to hold than it looked, and now it looks like he might be up against the wall. Why do you think the computer is saying that White is potentially winning now? What do you see?
Oh, is there King D4? Uh-oh. Is there a Zugzwang?
Oh, he found it. You're right.
Uh-oh. There's a Zugzwang, I think.
How did you just spot King D4? What is the Zugzwang that you know there?
No, but the thing is, none of the pieces can move. Like, if you look at it, where can Black's pieces move? You can't go King F6 because of Knight H6. You can't go Knight F6 because of Knight H6. You can't go H5 because of Knight G7.
And if King F7, King E5?
King E5, King G6, King E6. This is getting very, very dangerous. I think this might just be lost, actually, for Fabi now. Yeah, I think this is actually just going to be lost.
Wow.
I mean, like I said, this is the sort of thing I feel like I've probably seen this 100 times in Magnus games, where you get some endgame, one that's not like a rook and pawn, but like something like knights, and there's a little bit of maneuvering. So it looks, very, very impressed by Prag. I'm actually a little bit surprised from Fabiano because he's in a situation where he had the time. If it were the other way, where Prag had 12 minutes and he had 1 minute, I could see this, but he was the one with 12 minutes, and this looks winning for White. I think this is just winning, actually. What do you do? Oh, and there's actually, I just realized it's even beautiful. King D7, King E5, King D8, King E6, King E8. You can probably just go G5, takes, King F8, G6, King E8, G7, and you just lose.
That is wild.
Actually, the knight is stuck.
The knight's stuck on G8.
Yeah, this might just be winning for White, actually. I think this is just winning for White.
Just going to put that line on the board very quickly. I tried to follow with arrows, Hikaru, but just in this position, you mentioned Zugzwang, basically.
It's just over.
Yeah.
And then King D8, King F7, and the knight is stuck.
Zugzwang.
Beautiful.
This would be the second loss for Fabi in classical chess in a row. And you are playing against him tomorrow, Hikaru, with the white pieces. How do you approach the game? And what do you think it means for Fabi when it comes to being the world number 2, but not really doing very well here at the moment?
Well, I mean, I think I'll approach it like I approach any game, obviously, which is just to try and play good chess from the start. Don't have anything specific in mind right now, but, he has lost 2 games in a row, so we'll kind of see what happens. I mean, I guess he hasn't lost yet, let's be clear, but it looks very likely that he's going to lose the game. So just try to approach the way I always approach these games, which is just play without any stress and enjoy myself. I mean, I know most people don't believe that, but I just try to be competitive, and if I win, I win. If I don't, I don't, but who cares?
Well, whether they believe it or not, the results speak for themselves. I don't know how else to say it, and you're playing well right now, and it's enjoyable to watch. I I would keep you here and just keep analyzing with us, but I also know that you.
I mean, I can answer a few more questions.
Okay, cool.
People have questions.
Well, we'll keep an eye on this game. I definitely want to know if Prag converts or not, but we'll keep talking here. So, the
he didn't play King F6, did he?
He did. He's allowing Knight takes H6.
Yeah, he has just played King F6.
Knight H6, game over. What?
And Prag has just played Knight takes H6.
No, I mean, I get that he's going to get the Knight active with Knight E7, but I mean, this is just winning.
He just put his head in hand. I think he missed it.
No, you know, this is one thing, actually, that I don't, I mean, not to be critical of Fabiano, but it is the one thing I would say is that he is, out of all the top players, I feel like he makes more of these double question mark, like crazy blunders than anybody else when, sometimes when he gets low on time. And I think that is one of his big weaknesses. Like, I feel like Magnus and I obviously blunder less, but I feel like even when I look at some of the other top players like Nepo, you see far less of these, like, just complete lapses in the same kind of way that you see from Fabi. So it is tough to see, obviously. I mean, especially, you know, in the candidates, I mean, Nepo, myself, Fabi were all so close, and we weren't able to get the job done, but it is what it is.
Coming back to that, because Gukesh ultimately did win the candidates and he's playing against Ding Liren, just to circle back to Ding Liren, what possible advice could you give or think to give someone in Ding Liren's spot? I mean, have we ever seen anything like this from someone who reached the pinnacle of their sport, right? Achieved his goal and has been here. So, I mean, I know that I'm not trying to draw an unnecessary parallel, but you have been playing the best chess of your career over the last few years from the perspective, as you've said, that you are more relaxed. As you said, you're here to have fun. You're enjoying the game. What could Ding do to get back to enjoying the game? Because when we watch him, it's not even just that he's playing bad. It's painful because he's not even enjoying it at all, and you can see it. So what would be your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so first things first, I think Prag missed a win with Knight F7. I think Knight F5 was just winning on the spot. This might be winning too, but I think Knight F5 might have been cleaner. Also, I think Prag won a game in Viker somewhere in a very beautiful knight and pawn endgame against Ding. Speaking of Ding as well. So Prag has played some of these great knight and pawn endgames. But back to your question, yeah, I don't really know what's going on with Ding. Like maybe it's just the psychological pressure of having become the world champion when, I mean, most people assume that Magnus is still the best player in the world. So perhaps that's part of it. I really don't know what it is, but it's just very bizarre to see. And I would say that barring some huge change, I mean, I think right now Gukesh is a massive favorite to win that match. I would say, I mean, I said it before, even without the results of like the last round or this round, but I don't think that match is going to be close. And the more I think about it, I think it's very likely going to be in Gukesh's favor. So I don't know. I don't know what he can do. Not sure, really.
Yep.
Maybe he should become a streamer.
Maybe he should become.
I mean, it's fun to make jokes, but I mean, at the end of the day, I think, you know, I don't think it's as simple as saying like he's playing bad chess. Like I could lose the next 5 games and I could be in a very bad mood, but that just means I'm playing bad chess. It feels like there's something more going on. So it's easy to make the jokes, but
I agree, and I think jokes aside, I think it's partly what we're saying is that he's not enjoying it, and you are enjoying playing chess, and it's one of those things that
it's easy to play chess when the results don't matter.
Right, and so you're in a different spot, and I think it shows.
Come on, King F6 Prag. Finish the game. Finish the game off. King F6.
He's got only 20 seconds.
I mean, F5 also is good. F5 also probably just, yeah, I mean, F5 also works, yeah. King F6 and...
Time pressure.
Yeah, King F6 and then Knight D6. King F6, King G4, Knight D6, G6, G7. Push the P. Game over.
He did it. He's found.
I mean, you could also go for the beautiful Knight H6, King H5, G6 takes G7, King H7, King F7, which also works. But he'll go to D6 just because it's a little bit too stressful.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, H6 wins, but you see D6 and you can't stop the pawn. It's all over. So, yeah. Good win for Prag. So.
Wow.
I mean, this is also why one of the things that I've said a lot is, I mean, ultimately, I do think the future of chess, when you look, 10 years down the road, the path is going to run through India. Because honestly, I don't think you can really say that any one of them are better than the others. I mean, on one hand, I feel like Arjun is the best. Sometimes Gukesh is the best. Sometimes Prag plays these games, and you could argue he's the best. So it's very hard to see a world where if you look like 5-10 years down the road, at least one, if not more, of these guys are at the very top competing for the world championship.
All right, well, last question. I got to do it because it came in from chat. Jack3412 wants to know, Hikaru, how would you feel about replacing Ding in a world championship match if he did retire from chess?
Well, there's something we recorded yesterday, so I probably shouldn't answer this in a certain way because we did a certain lie detector thing yesterday. So, so I'll try to answer this. How do I answer
diplomatically?
As everybody's going to hate me for saying this, but it'd be a nightmare. I mean, I have my schedule mapped out very nicely between now and the end of the year, and if I had to play the match, that would be a disaster because I would suddenly have to shift everything and go do it. And frankly, I don't want to do that. So I know people are going to be mad at me for saying that, but that's actually true. It would mess up,
is there like a deadline for you?
Schedule in my
I mean, legitimately asking if it was like, look, I actually wouldn't do it if it was a week out, but I would do it if it was a month out. Or...
I would do it kind of no matter what, I guess, but. It would ruin my schedule. And again, I even said this about the candidates that, I mean, I took basically a month before the event to prepare. And I mean, it cost me a ton of income from streaming that I couldn't do. So, I mean, I would play it, but I would say right now I would not be particularly happy about it just because it would ruin my routine, my schedule, and everything that I've set up for the rest of the year. And I don't really need more chess. So, I mean, if I would play if I replaced Ding, but I wouldn't actually be all that happy about it.
Yeah. What a wild world that would be, and obviously no one is wanting that for Ding Liren. We're all wishing him the best and hoping, but it is a conversation that we're all having for a reason.
You're going to know that I'm telling the truth when the lie detector stuff comes out.
Okay, we'll do it after the video. Right. Okay, do it after the video. All right. Well, now everyone knows they have even more content to look forward to with Hikaru because that was a very fun video yesterday that you can be ready for. So, all right, man, this is awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. We're gonna dive back into these other games and let you go. And this has been great. Best of luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
All right.
Good luck for the rest, Hikaru.
Good luck.
All right, there you have it, everyone. Your streamer, your clear leader in 2024 Norway Chess is Hikaru Nakamura with a 3-point score in Classical. It's getting harder to catch Hikaru. Well, will anyone do it? Magnus Carlsen, what just happened there? A blunder by Firouzja.
Oh my God. A king and pawn in game?
Oh, it was
Has
a
he
draw,
just blown it?
and he blundered it.
Firouzja blundered into a lost position.
Oh my...
Triangulation.
Gosh.
I think it's triangulation. Look at this. White gets the opposition. Black has to move. And look at Magnus.
Magnus feels bad about it. He just shook his head and was like, yeah, it's winning now.
We'll see this play out on the board, I think. But Black simply is going to have to give way. And there we go. Firouzja resigns in shock.
He knows he blew it just a moment ago. David, we're going to need to replay that. But first of all, you can see it on their faces. Obviously, Firouzja knows, Magnus knows. That is a basic king and pawn in game on their level.
Wow.
And he stepped into it.
Yeah, this is the pitfall of playing purely on calculation when you have no time left on the clock. You've got to be practical sometimes. Just avoid rook trades, avoid king and pawn endgames. They're the most treacherous of all endings. And Magnus doing it second round in a row, grinding out a victory from nothing.
By the way, we should probably analyze it. I know the fans want to see it. We had such a great interview with Hikaru Nakamura, but also, by the way, that means all 3 games ended decisively in the open section today. So, all right.
Again.
David, take us through. Take us through what we got.
Yeah, I'm just going to show the last few moves because it was around here. White had given back his extra pawn. Magnus has gone round in circles for so many moves, just testing Firouzja. Firouzja had all the answers here. However, the white king is so active. The black pawn is almost doomed here. If you give a check, white's rook will block, and we see something very similar in the game. Instead, black just waited, not going into a king and pawn endgame yet, allowing the king to take this pawn on f6, and a check. The white king drops back, and this endgame is a draw. It's a difficult draw, but it's a theoretical draw that should have been studied by most of grandmasters throughout their careers. If you just move the rook away, yes, it's a 2-pawn deficit, but due to the fact the black king is able to sit on the short side, due to the fact the black rook will check the white king from the long side, this one should have ended peacefully. However, he panicked here, Alireza, with no time on his clock, under 1 minute. He traded rooks, and there we go, double question mark. And the reason he resigned is because in this position, if we follow right to the end, after the move king to e4, white gets the opposition. No matter what black does, black is done for. King f7 walks into king f5, and the white king forces the black king back, and we enter, take the h6 pawn. If the black king tries to sidestep, now white steps forward, and again, black is stuck in 2 minds. King f7, king f5 is the same variation that we just saw. If the king sidesteps, now we see black's king forced out of the blockade. It's a position with black to move, unfortunately, and a new queen will be made. Endgame 101, but Firouzja fell for it.
He fell for it for what you mentioned, David. He was really low on time and he didn't have time to calculate it properly. Dvoretsky's endgame manual was under the pillow of Ludwig during PogChamps. Maybe Alireza needs to copy that strategy. It worked for Ludwig, and Alireza, honestly, I think possibly the mistake came from partially from that 40-minute think earlier where he lost most of his time. And we were praising him originally when he started thinking that, yes, this is a moment where you need to invest a lot of time, but it was a bit too much time, and he ended up having to defend an endgame against the world #1, where you are constantly being pressed and pushed, and you need to be extremely precise to not collapse. And I think that's why he collapsed. It's not that he doesn't know these endgames. He collapses because he was under pressure and had to defend for 10, 20, 30, 40 moves in a row with no time on the clock.
100%. His time caught up with him. It was his time, I guess, as they say, right? For lack of a bad pun there. But no, it's we called it, right? We said that moment, 40-plus minutes, was probably going to come back to haunt him. You saw Alireza Firouzja shake his head at that moment. Viewers who've been with us the whole time, he knew that he had mismanaged his clock. And ultimately, while yes, objectively it was a draw, he wasn't able to hold the draw. Not sure what we're showing here. There we go. We've got Vaishali, Lei Qingzhe. They're just getting going. By the way, speaking of ratings, we asked Hikaru about what it meant to cross 2,800, and we made the observation that it's possible he could be world #2. Well, with that loss to Praggnanandhaa, Fabiano Caruana does drop to the world #3 spot, and Hikaru Nakamura is officially the world #2 player yet again. He's been there before, and now Hikaru is the second highest rated classical chess player on the planet. Your streamer, as we say, a guy who's here to have fun and enjoy himself, seems to be doing just that. All right, what do we got here?
So, wow, we have a sacrifice from Vaishali just as we jump in, Anna.
Yeah, and this is the last game of the day, by the way, because Anna Muzichuk won her gaming classical against Pia Kramling. We'll need to review the end of that game, but now this is it, the final Armageddon. One of the few Armageddons of the day. Vaishali is the leader of the tournament, and she sacrificed an f6 to jump to d5 and now threatened to win the exchange back, either with knight takes f6 or knight takes c7. Is there a way to defend against it? It's forced, isn't it, that she's winning it back?
It looks forced. She does go for it. Knight takes pawn now, but pawn's pieces are collapsing all over the place. Black's knight now hits the white rook. You can take a timeout to defend that rook, move it, because black's rooks, or at least one of them, won't be going anywhere anytime soon. And once the dust settles, it looks like, if I can count correctly, it will be level material. But black will be left with these doubled f-pawns. We saw how that turned out in Firouzja's game. Vaishali looks like she's the favorite here, still with a 1.5-minute time advantage. But Lei Qingzhe, she's trying to simplify the equation. Can she seek solace in this endgame? Yeah, crazy tactics there. But
crazy tactics, well calculated by her too, to go for this while maintaining the time advantage.
Exactly.
And now, as we say that, she's definitely spending time on the clock now. Remember, black has draw odds, so as fancy as those tactics were, and as much as you like her time advantage, it is going to head to an endgame where Lei Qingzhe's only real weaknesses are the pawns, and so she might have decent holding chances here. All she needs is the half a point.
Yeah, but look at this really great patience from Vaishali, not cashing in too early. The rooks are going nowhere. So just improving her knight first of all. She wants to drop her knight back, maybe to the centralized e3 square. Yeah, I'm not sure who I would take here with the draw odds versus the time advantage.
I don't know either, because I like Vaishali's position, but I love draw odds, and the time advantage for white is dwindling. So even if Vaishali was to lose this, by the way, one of the storylines coming into the day holds true. She has still not lost in Classical, now in 10 straight Classical games. Vaishali having drawn Lei Qingzhe means that if you count the candidates and the first 5 rounds here in Norway, Vaishali Rameshbabu remains unbeaten.
And she
regardless
will
of what
be the
happens
leader.
here.
Yeah, she will be the leader of the tournament, and no matter what happens in this Armageddon game, because even though Anna Muzichuk has won 2 games in a row in classical chess, Vaishali has such a lead that her 1 point from Armageddon guarantees her the first place. I know she wants more. She's going into this game very ambitious, and I love this move, by the way, 93, because it looks like the e4 pawn will be hanging, but there's no time for that, because you will take the rook in the corner before anything could happen. She now has taken on e8.
Yeah, and a bit awkward for white. There's a pin on the e-file, so you cannot capture on f5 with a pawn. But look at this. She set up the sneakiest tactic. If black now trades off a set of pawns and takes on e4 with a rook, well, she didn't, but there would have been rook takes d4 with a knight fork on f5. So the black king had to step out of any potential checks. Anna, that's really clever, really sneaky stuff.
Very sneaky and a beautiful tactical pattern. Late Xie doesn't fall for it, obviously. But it also means in those moments, even if you see it, but you still need to calculate it, you still need to double check that your calculation is right, and that takes time. So I think what Vaishali is doing really well, that she's playing strong moves and also keeping the tension, trying to keep as much complexity in the position as possible.
And keep an edge on the clock, to your point, right? Remember, when they reach move 40, they start getting 1 second added per move. But 1 second is just barely enough to physically move the pieces. In some cases, it's not. So it's not a lot of help. That's the point. And I think what you're saying, Anna, just holds true that, look, this position probably isn't winning. Vaishali knows it. She knows her biggest advantage is still off the board. And so she's playing quickly. And I give her really great chances now that she, for a while there, she was thinking, and I thought, oh, this is about to become level. But no, she's keeping the advantage on the clock. And unless Lei Qingjie can simplify, I love this rook c2 coming. This is a great idea. Yeah. Get the rooks off.
Watch out, Vaishali. Your time advantage is slowly being chipped away, and black is so active. King of the hill again.
King of the hill again.
These two.
But now Lei Qingjie wins. It's 1-1 between these two.
Oh, the black king, the black knight are so well entrenched in the center. Oh, watch out. The black rook coming down, snacking on pawns, but also some checkmating ideas if the white knight ever moves away.
That's a really good point.
Vaishali in trouble, maybe.
She is, and now that clock advantage might go away. By the way, if you play something like rook d2 to try to prevent it, black might go rook c1 and not even offer rook trades anymore, because that white king has gotten itself in quite the precarious spot. So this is now advantage Lei Qingjie, despite the 50-50 evaluation from the computer. Human beings make blunders in these positions. We got forks, we got mating nets. Here comes rook c1, I'm imagining, and this is scary.
Oh, she goes the other direction, rook to g8.
Still looks fine, but rook c1 was so tempting.
Now I'm expecting the white king to step back just to safely guard this loose pawn on the g3 square. The reason the evaluation bar says level as well is most likely because at some point white will have to step back, try to trade off knights, but you're in a must-win situation. Playing the best objective moves will not lead to the points in this case. So rook to g2. She's desperately trying to hold here, Anna, but the clock's only less than 30 seconds in it now.
Less than, much less time, and also the increment, as we mentioned, is only going to be 1 second if they complete move 40. This is move 34 at the moment, so no increment for the next 6 moves.
Oof. This is going to be tough for both players on the clock. It's going to become a bit of a bullet match.
It's going to come down to a scramble. Everyone buckle in. The evaluation bar is going to give you a ride. We're going to be riding up and down with the bar here. Mistakes and time pressure are likely ahead. Both players about to be under a minute now.
Do you think they spent their rest day, Danny, playing Bullet on chess.com to practice for this?
Yes, they didn't. I'm going to guess.
Okay, a check. Oh, this looks so close to a draw already, which is good news for Lei Qingjie.
Oh,
okay,
tricky move. You can't take the pawn because of knight f5 check, grabbing the rook on g4. It's just so much harder to play fast chess over the board. You cannot pre-move.
Yep, it's a totally different game.
And the 1 second increment that will kick in a few turns' time, it's not going to be enough. Like you said, Anna, physically, 1 second isn't enough to make moves sometimes. King to d7 re-establishes the threat to take this pawn.
Yeah, if you're Vaishali, are you going for the tricks and the forks, knight h5? Are you playing knight f5? Okay, yes, indeed. She goes for the forks. That's what I'm talking about. give me some tricks in Bullet. And maybe there's more to it than that.
Okay.
I was wondering if there was... Okay, no, there isn't. I was wondering if there was something with the rook coming to the e-file at some point. Tricks on the pin. No, here comes Liren J.
And white repeats the position, keeping the black rook out of the second round. But black's rook gets behind active.
Okay.
Retreating now, Vaishali. Under 20 seconds. She's the one low on the clock.
She's the one low on the clock. But I'm actually getting more excited about the idea that this is going to be a decisive result. I think she'll switch to going after the H-pawn. Maybe, okay, she saves the A-pawn first, but here comes rook H2 at some point.
H5 might have been a good choice there to eliminate the kingside pawns, but...
King E3. Here goes the eval bar. We got less than 10 seconds approaching. Both players are getting 1 second added back onto their clock with every move now, everyone, but it's not a lot of time.
H5, such a classy move, undermining the white knight. This might remove much of the danger.
But knight G3. And if you take its check, I think she missed that.
Wow. Tactics. Great move from Vaishali.
Knight takes H5, but still, Liren J. But knight F6 check wins the D5 pawn at the end, and Vaishali is pushing again.
Just like her brother in a knight endgame, a pawn up. Can she repeat?
Like Prag, exactly the same. 3 versus 2, knight endgame.
Will she push just like her brother? She's like, I'm older than him. I was doing it first. Oh, wait. Did she just repeat moves?
She stopped the clock, Liren J. She's claiming a threefold repetition.
No, but she didn't stop the clock, and she lost on time. I don't think she's allowed to do that. I think you have to...
Oh.
Wait.
What's happening?
The arbiter is checking. Her next move would have been this last move, king to e4. The arbiter is checking whether that's threefold repetition.
So she claimed it before she lost on time. What is the rule on that? Do you have to stop the clock before you make the claim?
I think you should. I would have thought that you need to stop the clock.
We're about to get into some interesting territory, everyone. We might have controversy because even if she's correct in making the threefold repetition claim, which I'm not sure she is, I don't think she is, she didn't necessarily make the claim properly. You are supposed to pause the clock before you call the arbiter over. And our review right now in studio, courtesy of Grandmaster David Howell, reviewing it with chess.com/events, it has not been 3 times. It was only twice. And Liren J.
Wow, it looks like she might not have lost on time, but Vaishali will gain an extra minute here.
Because of the false claim that happens. So they are giving her back the 2 seconds she had on the clock when she claimed it seems, but Vaishali does get the extra minute, which honestly here means a lot.
Wow. Vaishali, extra time on the clock. So dramatic. Now she has time to think. She has time to stop and calculate. If she drops her knight back to f6 with a check, that will be 3 times. I think that's where the confusion lay with Liren J. Knight to f6 check, king to f5 would repeat. So Vaishali has had to play a different move.
Yeah, we've got the clocks reset. Shout out to the team, crushing it. Resetting the tech quickly. We've got a great view here of Vaishali's extra time. She's going to take b7 for d4, and we've got a 2-on-1 knight endgame.
Yeah, but Prag was talking about 3 versus 2 winning chances, 2 versus 1. Those winning chances might disappear, and Vaishali's gone passive with her pieces now.
Interesting approach there.
She prefers to keep the pawn on the board, so she wants to have 3 versus 2 rather than 2 versus 1.
Wow, maybe that was the right idea, at least from a practical perspective. It does make it harder for your opponent the more pieces you keep on the board.
She's advancing. She has a passed pawn.
Apparently, knight c7 is a mistake.
At this point, I'm not even sure it matters. I think the position is probably winning for white, and she's pushing. Here goes the king, and she's got to pass d pawn. Vaishali.
Stop the pawn.
It's winning. It's winning.
OMG.
Keep pushing the king. There we go.
She gets the king to e8, and there's no stopping the next moves. She can just get a queen now and make the knight give it up, but she goes for more.
Wow, she deflects the black knight, makes a queen.
Beautiful.
She's the queen of the chessboard right now, and she's going to win this game.
Checkmate. And it's checkmate on the board.
Vaishali is the tournament leader at Norway Chess Women, and what a game she won. Similar fashion as her brother Praggnanandhaa, the knight endgame with an extra pawn. Not easy to convert, but they both managed. Oh my God.
It is Vaishali in Prag's world, and we're living in it. And right now, it's a knight dance for the win by both of them. Praggnanandhaa beats Fabiano Caruana in a knight endgame. Vaishali Ramesh Babu defeats Lei Jie in a knight endgame. I'm just so impressed. I'm amazed. That was so wild. She manages to get it done yet again under pressure. What can we say right now about Vaishali?
I mean, we're running out of praise, right? So many superlatives for her. Also, the nerves. We talked about Prag's mindset. Vaishali's nerves there with the false claim to stay calm, go passive just for one moment in order to kind of keep everything, all of her advantages intact, and to use the clock to her advantage. Incredible, Anna.
All right. We have more moments to break down. We have had a wild last hour and a half here. We were joined in studio by Hikaru Nakamura. Magnus Carlsen swindles his way to a winning king of pawn ending against Alireza Firouzja. A couple other games where we didn't even get to see the final moments. So we're going to throw to a break. When we return, we're going to have some Grandmaster analysis of the games we missed. We'll get more thoughts here from Anna Rudolph. And once again, just take in all the action that now was round 5, 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. And what a day it was. We'll be right back.
Hi. Welcome to my humble abode. Follow me. So we're here, we have the kitchen, clean as usual.
What's in the frame?
Yes, this is basically a gift from that I got for Christmas last year. It's simply a cutout of the table when I was top of the Fantasy Premier League worldwide rankings. In the good old days.
What's it like this year?
No, it's a little bit worse, but we'll get back, I'm sure. So don't look at the TV, that shouldn't be there. It should be up on the wall. We haven't fixed that yet.
It's not a $1,000 chess set.
This board was bought at the local billiards shop because I realized at some point that I didn't actually have a chessboard. So I just needed to get one quickly, and it has. And so this is the board that I've been using for the last couple of years. Also, the clock isn't very good.
Can you show us your fridge?
Yes, sure. I am, of course, solely responsible for everything that's in here. It's a bit of everything. At the moment, it's been stripped a little bit. Like a couple of weeks ago, it was a lot fuller. And here there's a small freezer as well with some different goodies.
What do you usually eat when you're playing long tournaments?
You know, it's not that easy to eat a lot in between games, but sometimes I'll order something that I can eat quickly. Especially if I'm home alone, then I'll order something that I can eat quickly, like Thai or Chinese or something along that sort, and then I'll just use the 15 minutes in between games to eat as much as possible to get some energy.
Nice. So do you enjoy cooking?
No, but I enjoy helping with cooking. I can do the easy stuff like cutting the vegetables and then washing up afterwards. I'm pretty good at washing up, doing the dishes. That's something I'm good at. So that's what I'll do most of the time. So yeah, here's the bathroom where everything is clean. Blah blah blah. There was supposed to be somebody here. Actually, yesterday to set up everything, but once again here everything's a bit professional.
Nice view though.
Yeah, it's a decent view. Not the best in this weather, obviously. But you got this roll up. Funnily, this book is still here in the window. It's one of Gary's books, not in his predecessors actually, but on himself. What happened was that when I was playing the St. Louis tournament online, the Fish Random one where Gary was playing, we had to have a secondary camera to show the rest of the room. and so I had my phone here filming. I needed it to be a bit higher, so my phone was standing here and just filming me while I was playing over here. And I thought it would be a bit of a funny prop to use the Gary book against Gary, but I don't think he was paying attention to that. Also, there's it can be a little bit dark in here, and the desk is a little bit too small. So there's some work to be done here, but I think for the tour, the tournaments where I'll be playing from home, everything will be fine. But so far, it's a bit provisional.
What a wild finish we just had to round 5 here in Stavanger. That was a hectic end of the day. So many things happening. Hikaru Nakamura in studio with the interview. So many takes that we could probably be unpacking in terms of his thoughts on Liren, the World Championship, whatever. But we're not doing that right now. We've got a bunch of chess that we want to dive into, because while we were busy having that conversation and then captivated by the final moments of Magnus versus Firouzja, a lot of other things went down. So want to get everyone's thoughts on this stuff and the things Hikaru said. We had 4 decisive games in Classical, 2 in Armageddon. But David, why don't you dive in here first and foremost to Anna Muzychuk's victory in Classical. It was the only decisive game in Classical in the women's section over Pia Kramling.
Yeah, and I just wanted to show the final critical moments of that encounter. We weren't able to cover all of it. We actually left it a bit earlier with white having the bishop pair and a positional advantage, but this is where Anna Muzychuk, with the white pieces, was able to turn that advantage into something more tangible. Firstly, here, the black pawn on a5 is attacked. Pia Kramling under serious pressure, the black knight. Seriously bad piece right now, but the decisive mistake was bishop to c6. She needed to, for example, just keep her pawn alive. It might be a source of counterplay later. With the bishop on c6, it could have been protected in the long term. However, after bishop c6, white simply grabbed this pawn. Pia Kramling was kind of banking on a knight fork here to save herself. Knight b7 attacks the bishop, attacks the rook, but white is able to pin and soon win the bishop pair now and an extra pawn advantage. And the closing stages began like this. Bishop to f8, the killer blow. The base of the pawn chain now seriously weak. Black lacks any way to defend these pawns long term, and ultimately, even though pawns were left on one flank, the root collapsed and the pawn chain collapsed with it after g4. Simply a few moves later, Pia had to resign. Too many pawns down, and great technique from Anna Muzychuk.
And that's her second win in a row in classical chess. Honestly, I'm really sad for Pia because she has she started very well in the classical game. She had many missed opportunities. But on the other side of the same coin, I'm happy for Anna because she had a very disappointing candidates tournament. And she clearly is a very strong player, one of the top female chess players, who also is going through some really tough times because of the situation, the global situation and her country. So I think it's a very tough spot to be in. And at the same time, they managed to win the Chess Olympiad, the Women's Chess Olympiad, the Ukrainian women's team. And now Anna is winning her second game in a row. She would be leading if it wasn't for Vaishali being unstoppable.
Well said. And you got to be happy for Anna Muzychuk for all the reasons you said. And she's been at the top of women's chess for a decade, or among the top, right? So she's a great player. It's nice to see her finding her form. A new player enters the arena chasing Vaishali, but it is still everyone chasing Vaishali, the destroyer, the youngest player in the field. She is still destroying the competition, but we'll talk more again about her in a little bit. David, you've got another breakdown for us you want to get into.
Yeah, and it was just while Hikaru was with us in the studio, he was talking about this night endgame, Prag having great practical winning chances, despite the fact it should be a draw. And I just wanted to break down the final few moments, and actually the final mistake from Fabiano to show to everyone at home how difficult it actually was for black. We see the blue arrow appear in this position after a knight check to the black king. Only one move would have saved this game. And here it's a bit of a lottery. Fabiano actually did have 8 minutes almost on the clock at this point, but he chose the wrong square. Simply king to f7 was necessary, so that after white steps forward, black's knight still has a square with which to check the white king, driving the white king back, and the game would have continued here. Still difficult for black, but instead king f6 and knight f5 is a beautiful zugzwang. This was one Hikaru pointed out immediately. Black's knight is tied down, defending the pawn next to it. If the king ever sidestep, the white king is allowed in and will soon shoulder away its counterpart. But after king to e6, again, Hikaru spotted it instantly. Prag spotted it instantly. King to d4. And
can we just talk about that for a second? That was one of the most amazing moments with Hikaru in the studio, that he looked at the position. Obviously, the help of the eval bar tells you why these players can't have the eval bar or any help ever when they play chess. Like, just that help, like Hikaru saw that, and was like, oh, is it zugzwang? King d4. He knew instantly that the position was frozen for black. That was, Hikaru does impressive things all the time on camera, but that was something.
Another level. You're right, Danny. Just to explain to everyone at home why it's zugzwang, if the knight moves, then simply the h6 pawn drops. If you try to push this pawn, there's a knight fork on the g7 square, and picking up that pawn. And the only remaining piece is your king, no matter where you step. Fabiano tried to step to the side here. There's always a downside. If you had, for example, retreated to d5, the white king steps further towards the black pawn. And king f6 was actually a blunder. We saw it on Fabi on the camera. Knight takes h6, the killer blow. Black was simply 2 pawns down. If you take this knight, there would have been a double attack, and this endgame is winning. The white king will step in front of its own pawn and shepherd the pawn forward to glory. You sidestep, you kick away the black king, and boom, 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 promotion. Prag ended up winning.
What a game. And I guess we called it and Hikaru called it. Who called it first?
I think technically I called it first. I will rarely take credit for that because I'm wrong more often than not. But David, you got to give me credit. I said very early on in this game that I thought white had more winning chances than black, and that the most likely scenario was that white would be trying to convert the extra pawns. And Anna didn't even hear me. But
I don't hear your good thoughts.
It's funny. And then I even talked about the lessons I was given by Gregory Kaidanov and analyzing Kronmik's victory over Krasenkov from 2003. Like, I was just seeing a little bit of the writing on the wall. And Prag, I think in hindsight, we play it back, we took for granted a little bit because Fabi is so well prepared. Guys, like, we just always assume that he's confident. Prag was also managing his time very well, playing very quickly. Clearly had gotten a position that he must have known about, right? And that doesn't mean that this game was objectively winning with best play. It wasn't, but like Magnus, like others, you got to put yourself in a spot for your opponent to make a mistake to begin with. And Prag is consistently doing that. And, Fabiano has lost 2 very tough classical games. Ran up against Magnus Carlsen and then a game again where he played well, but not well enough.
Yeah, and can we just highlight that Praggnanandhaa in this event has beaten the world #1 and the world #2 in classical chess. He's 18 years old. And by the way, Fabiano is no longer world #2 because of losing today and Hikaru winning. He's world #3 now on the live ratings. Crazy?
It is crazy, and we have the results before you from both Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. I'm just going to run them down. Again, Magnus Carlsen. I want to analyze that one again. I mean, I know we don't have time for that. Anyone can check it out. But, like, again, Magnus did squeeze water out of a stone, gets another victory in Classical. Ding Liren, unfortunately, the struggles continue. So much to unpack, too, about what Hikaru said. The World Championship potential, is that even on his mind? I think it has to be at this point. Everyone's talking about it. Praggnanandhaa Ramesh Babu beating Fabiano Caruana. Just like that, we have more shakeups in the standings. But Vaishali getting it done in Armageddon. And it's not a victory in Classical, but just as impressive, her nerves. And June, by the way, we didn't even really look at that Armageddon game at all, but she did ultimately convert with the white pieces once they reached the tiebreaker stage. And Anna Muzichuk wins in Classical. And wowzers. So let's start with the standings here. Hikaru Nakamura remains the clear leader. And you called it, Anna. Tomorrow he gets Fabiano Caruana, who's reeling a little bit, has lost 2 in a row. What happens between those two guys? And there we have a very clear pecking order taking place. Magnus Carlsen next, then Prag, then Alireza. Of course, in the scoring system we have here, anybody can win, anything can happen. Even if Ding Liren manages to find himself and get a dub, anything can shake up the standings when you get 3 points for Classical. But it's starting to look a little bit like a 3-horse race, but we'll see. Okay. Do we want to talk about this a little bit before we dive into the women's standings? Final moments there. So tomorrow, Magnus Carlsen takes on Ding Liren with the white pieces. Hikaru Nakamura takes on Fabiano Caruana, who's lost 2 in a row and is reeling.
And it's also Hikaru with the white pieces. So
it's also Hikaru with white pieces. So who do you take as having better winning chances, Hikaru or Magnus?
It's tough. I mean, we should also mention we've officially reached halfway, so everyone's faced each other once. So now we're just getting rematches. And I mean, Magnus, I'm going to say, dominated Ding in the Armageddon in their first encounter. Very solid, very impressive hold with black. And the way Ding is going, Anna, you've got to say he's a huge favorite Magnus tomorrow.
I think so. As heartbreaking as it is, and as much as we are all hoping that Ding Liren can find himself and can figure out what is it that's pulling him down, it is not chess. It is not about his chess knowledge. It is not about his skills. It's a lot more than that, and we are all very sorry for him. But I am with you, David, that it's unlikely, I think, from what we have seen these last couple of rounds, that it's going to happen right now, just like this. I hope that at some point it happens. We all hope that he'll be back and he'll find his shape, he'll find himself again, and he will find the joy that he is lacking from playing chess.
You hope so. And that's really what everyone wants more than anything right now, is for him to just enjoy it. And it's hard because his emotions, Ding was always such a, as we said, a very emotionless player, stoic at the board, almost robotic. Honestly, Ding Liren has been a stone cold killer at chess, and didn't really display much. And so because you really only see now negative emotions displayed, no happy emotions, it's especially hard. But okay, we're going to keep talking about it because this is one of the biggest stories in chess, whether we want to or not, and it's unfolding before our very eyes. History is being written, and who knows what is in store for Ding Liren and the rest of the chess world. Now we're going to switch over and talk about where the 2024 Norway Chess women's standings are, because we know what's in store for the rest of the chess world when it comes to facing Vaishali Ramesh Babu. They are in for a tough time in the coming years. But Anna Muzichuk, great call out, Anna. Team Anna, she gets a win, and just sneakily, we weren't talking a lot about her early on, but she kept getting to Armageddon. And sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to get to Armageddon until you find your form. And now she's rattled off 2 Classical wins in a row. And don't look back, Vaishali. Here comes Anna.
Yeah, here comes Anna. They're not facing each other tomorrow, but soon they will. As David mentioned, it's a double round robin, so everyone will face everyone in 2 games with both colors. I think in the women's event, there's even bigger of a gap when it comes to the top of the field and the bottom of the field. But because the 3-point Classical win is so much of a reward for winning at Classical Chess, even like this, it's not decided. It's halfway through the event. This is what the standings are after 5 rounds, but there's 5 more games to go. Anyone can still win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. It's all about the format. Zhu Wenjun, she's won every single match in Armageddon.
Yeah.
5 straight wins, but she's still only languishing in 3rd place. So tomorrow is going to be vital in the women's section.
She takes on Vaishali Rameshbabu, does Zhu Wenjun. We just talked about it. She's won every match she's played, including the match she had earlier on in the event versus Vaishali Rameshbabu. But again, it was in Armageddon. And so, what happens tomorrow when they face off? Who knows? It's going to be epic. Lei Ting-jae will take on Anna Muzichuk. That's a battle for 2nd place and 4th place, respectively. So, if the women's event is kind of a 4-horse race right now, the top 4 players are all playing each other. As you said, Anna, though, a victory by either Humpy Canero or Pia Kramling would thrust them right back into it. So, more matchups, again, that we can all be excited about. And I'm pretty pumped for Vaishali Rameshbabu versus Zhu Wenjun. That is going to be a fun one. So, all right, this event continues to deliver. So exciting. We had 4 decisive games in Classical, 2 in Armageddon. It was a wild one with great interviews. I'm gonna give you each your final thoughts in the day. David, your biggest takeaway of round 5.
Classical chess is still alive, and massage. That's the word
Massage.
of the day.
That's the word of the day.
It worked in a lot of the games. We saw those endgame advantages squeezed out.
It did. And I was wondering about the same, that we have seen so many decisive games in Classical chess today, the previous day. What is it about Norway Chess? You know, there's the Armageddon, so there is no such thing as you draw and you walk away. But it also feels like people don't want to go for a draw. Are they taking more chances? Are they risking more? There's so much life in all the games, and this is something that I don't think happens at every super tournament, and I'm so excited about it.
I couldn't agree more. And Hikaru said it. You know, he's playing great here in Norway. Played great last year. He attributes it to feeling relaxed and that he doesn't have as much on the line, but I think he also said it's the environment, bringing the best out of players, the later in the day start. Shout out to the sun, which made our life hard, the sun setting. But no, it's been special. We're halfway through, double round robin. The players now play each other again, and a lot more chess is ahead. So, you know where you're going to be tomorrow. It'll be round 6 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. You know where we're going to be, right here with the call. Thank you to everybody for tuning in on behalf of the entire crew, the players, giving you the great chess. Are you not entertained at this point? And everyone at chess.com, particularly my co-hosts here, Anna Rudolph and David Howell.
New names every day.
Same names every day. I shouldn't mess that up. On behalf of everybody, thank you for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Enjoy your night wherever you are, and tune into round 6 of 2024 Norway Chess and Norway Chess Women. We'll see you then.